Hello, mic number one, check. Hello, mic check, mic number one. Mic two, check. A very good morning to all the viewers here in Nepal and around the globe. Today is the third day of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, the fifth game in the TU International Cricket Ground of the tournament. Singapore taking on Bahrain. A beautiful, warm, sunny morning here. Andrew Leonard was there in the center with the two captains for the toss a while ago. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to the TU International Cricket Ground. It's match day 3 and it is time for game number 5. I've got the captains and the match referee alongside me in the middle. It is the clash of Singapore taking on Bahrain. I've got Aritra Dutta, the captain of Singapore, joined by Haider Ali, who is the captain of Bahrain, alongside the ACC match referee. That is Mr. Iftikhar Ali. Aritra, you've got the coin. Please give it a toss. Heads is the call. It is a head. Haider, you have won the toss. What are you going to do?
I'm looking to bat first.
Okay, why is that? You think a good batting wicket?
Yeah, it's a good batting wicket. His second time is too much spin, but his wicket damage. But his coach says, but plan is first batting.
You qualified for this tournament from the Challenge Cup. It is very exciting to be here.
Yes, too much excited, and he's his good teams, UAE, Nepal's, and all teams good. But I'm already is change.
Okay, very best of luck. I want to see you later, okay? That's Hyder Ali, the captain of Bahrain. He's won the toss. He's chosen to have a bat first. Eritrea, come in next to me. You've lost the toss. What would you have done?
Would have bowled first as well, so happy with the result.
He's batted first, though. Would you have batted or bowled first?
Bowled first, so that's what we wanted. We wanted to bowl first.
Okay, tell me about your first match. You came up a little bit short. You were short with the bat, though. 170 odd. You don't think that was enough?
Not enough runs. I mean, our strength was batting, so disappointing not to put up a bigger score. Bowling wise, we didn't quite have the penetration required on that wicket, but I think the bowlers they've learned from the stuff that the Hong Kong bowlers did, and I think they'll come back stronger today.
You've got a lot more 50 over experience than Bahrain do, and having lost your first game, is today a must-win match?
I think every game this tournament, we like to approach it as a must-win. So yes, the approach doesn't change. I don't think we're going to add any extra pressure on ourselves. Preparation, the process, everything remains the same.
Okay, finally, any team news for me? Are you playing the same 11 or any changes from the first game?
Yes, so three players coming to the 11 today. There's Manpreet Singh, there is Abdul Rahman, and there's also Rohan Rangarajan.
Very well remembered. Best of luck today. That's the news from the toss. Bahrain, they've won the toss. We've seen how good the batting surfaces are at the TU International Cricket Ground. No surprise. Gonna have a bat first.
Well, the news from the centre is Bahrain has won the toss and elected to bat first. No surprises. It's the same wicket that was played yesterday's match. Total of 600 runs scored in this wicket yesterday. UAE scoring 372 in allotted 50 overs in the first innings, and Kuwait scoring 228, chasing a mammoth total. It's a very good batting track. Let's go to the national anthem for both the sides. a very proud moment for both the teams, standing up there for their particular national anthems. Just to remind you, if you're joining in right now, Bahrain has won the toss and they've elected to bat first. It looks a very good wicket, the same wicket used as yesterday, which yielded 600 total runs. And let's look at the list, players list for today's match. Singapore, Aritra Datta, the captain, Rohan Rangarajan, Abdul Badela, Marmeet Singh, Siddhant Shrikant, Aryan Modi, Surendran Chandramohan, Dilipan Omidurai, Vinod Baskran, Akshay Puri, and Ramesh Kalimutu. And I'd like to invite my good old friend Andrew Leonard here in the commentary box. He's just rushing down here from the toss. Good morning, Lenny.
Well, very good morning, Paresh. Very good morning, everyone. And you're warmly welcomed along to the TU International Cricket Ground for game day number 3. And if today's match is anything even half as exciting as yesterday's, we're in for a great day of entertaining cricket, because yesterday was a cracker. Let's take a look at some of the numbers so far. No surprise to see the two UAE batters on the top of the charts already. Just one match in for each of the teams, but Vritti Aravind, Rahan Mustafa and Babar Hayat all making centuries. Good knock as well, I thought, from Ahmed Faiz. That was against Nepal for the Malaysian captain. And then Bim Sharkey and Kushal Malla. Look at some of the strike rates as well. Saeed Manib, Parvinder Kumar and Kushal Malla, all at this ground, have all smashed it everywhere. 31 sixes we saw yesterday, 51 fours, but we didn't see 600 runs. We saw 599, Paresh. Or was it 600? No, I don't think so. I think it was 599. Let's have a check of that. Isan Khan is topping the wicket-taking charts from Hong Kong, the wily old off-spinner. And Bilal Khan, he'll be one of the stars of the show. Left arm seamer. No surprise to see Lamachani in there. Junaid Sadiq too, very impressive fast bowler. I thought he bowled very well yesterday. And we're going to use the same wicket as we saw in that 599 run contest between Kuwait and the UAE yesterday. We're also going to have a look at the most fours. Here we are. Vritti Aravind with 17, Babar Hayat and Mustafa. Thought Mustafa batted really well yesterday and got UAE out of trouble. But there was only one star of the show for me. He's 20 years of age. He's got the world at his feet, doesn't he? Vritti Aravind.
Yes, a very classical batsman. Vritti Aravind is on the top of the list in the top run getters still now in the tournament, and the leading 4 hitter, and even the sixes. Vritti Aravind is the leading 9 sixes for him in this tournament so far. Big names there: Parvinder Kumar, Babar Hayat with 6, Saad Monib with 6 sixes, Kushal Malla 5 sixes, Rohan Mustafa 4 sixes, Asif Khan 3 sixes, big sixes yesterday. Kushal Briltel with 2. Singapore players are getting ready to enter the field.
Yeah, they're nearly all set, nearly all ready to go. And here come the umpires. You've got Rahat Ali Chowdhury from Saudi Arabia standing alongside Vinod Babu from Oman. Third umpire today, he'll be in charge of the TV duties. That's Vinay Kumar Jha from Nepal. And the fourth umpire assisting the team, Riaz Karupkar from Qatar, all overseen by Iftikhar Ali, the ACC match referee who we saw there. And there's the head coach just giving the final instructions. Aritra Dutta, the captain, he batted well in the first game, made 49. He'll probably open up the batting when Singapore do bat with Surendran Chandramohan. The big loss, though, and this is a massive blow for a couple of reasons. For Singapore, there's no Janak Prakash and there is no Aryaman Uchal either. And those two, not only are they good bowlers, they're very good batters as well, out and out all-rounders, and maybe the 2 quickest bowlers in the team.
Yes, a very big blow for Singapore. The 2 big players are not here in the playing 11. The umpires are ready, and Bahrain batters very keen to get things going. They're already in the pitch. waiting for the Singapore bowlers to come into play. It'll be a very good contest. They are playing their first match in this tournament. 8 teams have already played their first match. The two opening batters for Bahrain. Shahbaz Barar, the left-hander. And Mohammad Yunus, his non-striker partner. Surendran, the opening bowler for Singapore.
Yeah, certainly for Singapore, I think it feels very much like a must-win game. They went down to what was a pretty heavy defeat, really, to Hong Kong in their opening match. That was across at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium, the new venue here in Kathmandu. It wasn't just the fact they were beaten, it was the fact they were beaten with more than 100 balls to spare. And that has given them a huge net run rate deficit to have to work back. Gorgeous scenes given to us by our drone camera. All set for game number 5. Singapore are going to take on Bahrain, and I've got a sneaking suspicion Bahrain, even though they play very little 50-over cricket prior to that Challenge Cup that they got through qualifying alongside Saudi Arabia, although they were heavily defeated in the final of that competition. They hadn't played a game of 50-over cricket since before the pandemic. Best of luck to them. And they are going to play some shots. I think we're going to see a little bit like Kuwait yesterday. A shot a ball, particularly in the first 10, and it's a flying start. It's a boundary pulled away just wide of the fielder. Not the length to bowl on this wicket, and Yunus gets his account underway with 4.
Yes, not express pace. Kalimutu drags that down. A very short ball, nicely done by the batter there, Yunus. Bahrain off the mark with a 4. A good start for Bahrain. The fields looks to be very regulation field for the 50-over power play. A slip and a gully, backward point, cover, mid off. Nicely bowled. Look at his follow through. He's just going square of the wicket rather than going through the pitch. Very interesting follow through.
Yeah, a little bit of a shade of Devon Malcolm in there, isn't there? The former fantastic English fast bowler who famously blitzed South Africa away, didn't he? What was the line he said to them? "You guys are history," I think, before he walked out. Definitely a bit of Devon Malcolm there, isn't there? The little sort of jut away at the last second to deliver quite wide of the crease. Do not rule out upsets in this tournament, and even though Singapore are much higher up the rankings in terms of 50-over cricket, and something they play a lot more of because they're up in the Cricket World Cup Challenge League, Bahrain will quietly fancy their chances today. Remember, this is a team that beat the UAE in the T20 World Cup qualifier in Oman in last February in Muscat. David Mathias made 46. He's in the starting 11 today. No Umar Tour, though. He's missed out from this squad, and Haider Butt, the captain, Haider Ali Butt, that is. He made 35 off 17. So the strike rates aren't going to be an issue for Bahrain. They only play T20 cricket domestically. They don't have any 40-over cricket, any 50-over cricket. So amazing for these men to come from their adopted home in Bahrain over to these brilliant facilities in Nepal and try to compete with some of the best associates in Asia.
Yes, like we saw yesterday, Kuwait struggling in the field while bowling. They were just a bit lazy after the 25th over. We could see the shoulder dropping down, a bit tired, most of the fielders of Kuwait. We could see only the captain a bit energetic throughout the 50 overs. nicely bowled, straight to mid wicket. Hint of a misfield, but no harm done. The first over has been completed. Bahrain 5 for no loss. A decent start for Bahrain, 5 for no loss in the first over. Look at this drone shot, beautiful TU International Cricket Ground here in Kirtipur, the southern part of Kathmandu city. Starts off with a nice, gentle, medium pace. Tilipan. They don't have express pace bowlers, but gentle, medium pace, but they're bowling in the right areas. Lenny, you have seen these two teams very closely recently in the Asia Cup, the Asia Cup qualifiers. That was a T20 format. Like you said, Bahrain hasn't played 50 over cricket since before the pandemic. I couldn't see any youngsters here. Do you know any youngsters in the team playing 11 for Bahrain and Singapore?
Yeah, look, Akshay Puri is a young off spinner of the highest quality. Really think he is outstanding.
That's Rubina Chetri, the women's captain of Nepal.
I think she was doing a little bit of work with our partners at Kantapur TV this morning. Great to see her. And I know it's a big year for the women's side here. Lots of women's teams in Asia. A bit of movement from Philippan, just half a stop. But it paddles it round the corner, meaning they'll get the single. Yeah, Akshay Puri youngsters come through the Singaporean system, just like Arya Manuchil and Janak Prakash, but those two both missing out with university commitments, and that is just the reality, isn't it, always for associate cricket. Everyone here is playing in their spare time as such. They have lives, they've got families, and none of the players here are getting paid really any money, let alone the kind of money like the IPL stars or players from the Test Nations are getting. That one's going to angle down. And Singapore will rely heavily upon their spin attack. Vinoth Bhaskaran is a very clever left arm orthodox bowler. Akshay Puri, I think, will be one of the best spinners in the tournament. Gets really good revs on the ball. And they've got good batting as well. Captain will lead the way at the top. Dutta. Chandra Mohan is a good hitter down the order. Manpreet Singh back into the team today. 3 changes. And one of those 3 changes only came in last night. I think that was Ramesh Kalamathu, who missed the first game. So certainly Singapore should be favourites, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that Bahrain will be one of the livelier underdogs in this tournament. And they'll quite enjoy that moniker, they'll quite enjoy that role of trying to upset some of the bigger teams.
Yes, Singapore, talking about Singapore, they have a very good domestic structure in the age group as well. 2 gone, Bahrain 7 for no loss. to continue from the pavilion, and a decent start for Bahrain, 7 for no loss in 2 overs. You're talking about Singapore's domestic structure. It's pretty good, to be honest. Dancing down the track, hit it over mid-off, one bounce over the fence. A good shot by Shahbaz, his first boundary.
Well, a real flourish from Shahbaz batter. Dances down the track very stylishly. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but because of the lack of pace from Kalamuthu, he's able to get enough of it to get it all the way for 4. Just a bounce or 2. Gets over the rope. Just the one bounce, in fact. Outfield is rapid. Batter's paradise again out there. And that's good, clever batting. Follows up the boundary with the single. Beats Rohan Rangarajan, who is there at backward point. Yeah, for Bahrain, the trick will be a little bit like Kuwait yesterday, won't it be? It's not going to be a problem of being unable to hit boundaries or unable to clear the ropes.
I've asked dozens of times for a pair socket. We still don't have it.
The trick for them is going to be batting the overs, but with strokes like that, it'll fill them full of confidence. That's a gorgeous shot. Perfect straight drive right down the ground, as Mohammed Yunus shows us just how good he is.
Yes, a perfect straight drive. Whenever we see a perfect straight drive, always reminds us of Sachin Tendulkar. What a perfect straight driver he was in his time. This was equally good by Yunus. Again, a bit short of the length, pulled it away nicely into the gap. Back-to-back 4s for Yunus. Bahrain off to a very good start here. We can see at the background Nepal team warming up in their practice session today. They are playing Oman tomorrow in this particular ground.
Yeah, not only the middle of the bat, but gets enough of it. And look at how quick the outfield is. You get great reward for your run, for your strokes, even to the larger side of the ground. Going to be 4 more. Real flourish to the Bahraini start here. Back-to-back boundaries to close out the 3rd over. It's a flying start. It's 24 for none.
Yes, look at this cover drive. Beautifully done. The body was very balanced by Yunus. 3 consecutive boundaries for him. Moves to 18 of 13. A very good start for Bahrain. 3 overs, 24 for no loss. You can see the Trivandrum University here in the background, and you can see the TU International Cricket Ground, a beautiful cricket ground here in Kirtipur, Kathmandu. I must say the curator here, Madhu, has done a very good job preparing this wicket. This is the 2nd back-to-back games in this wicket, and it shows it's a belter of a wicket for the batsman.
And I think this opening attack for Singapore just doesn't have enough pace to challenge these two. The reality is that if you miss your lengths, if you're too short or you're too full, it's such a good batting surface and the outfield's so quick. In this first power play, you're going to get boundaries and plenty of them. The fielding's been a bit sloppy to start with as well. The runs are leaking. And this is why Bahrain have won the toss and chosen to bat first. I was surprised that Dutta said he wanted to bowl. I don't think you can look at these wickets here right now, particularly first or second use of them, and think you want to do anything but bat. And in fact, even as the competition progresses and maybe the spinners will start to come into it a little bit more then, still think you want to bat first. Get a total on the board. I know that batting surfaces stay true and they'll be good in the afternoon as well, but like we saw yesterday, if you get in excess of 300, just the weight of that scoreboard pressure comes so significantly into play that it puts the game out of sight. UAE finished that game in that 12-over burst towards the end of the first innings. And the approach is going to be clear from Bahrain. It's an attacking one.
Yes, that is what they've been doing, so playing T20 cricket for the last 4 or 5 years. Like you said, Lenny, they don't have a 40-over or a 50-over structure back home. And it's a good start for Bahrain here. Talking about this wicket, yesterday we saw plenty of runs scored, over 36s and over 54s in one match. That's incredible. Oh, that was nice. The ball shaping away from the right-hander.
Yeah, that's the length. That's the length to bowl. The problem is, at the pace these two are operating at, if you miss that length by a fraction, you're going to be punished. So if you're a yard short of that or a yard full of that, you get yourself into trouble. Whereas if you have the extra bit of pace, it gives the batter less time to adjust. It's a very short run up. The keeper could maybe do it coming up a yard, I think. So that length's okay. It's a good line in length. Not too full, not too short. But we've already seen both Yunus and Shabazz happy to come down the track, and both also equally adept at playing off the back foot. So Bahrain be really pleased with this start, having won the toss.
Yeah, in the initial stages of the innings, like I always say, length is mandatory and the line is optional. Back of the length, 6-meter length is the way to go if you don't have that express pace. If you don't have that 1 or 2 extra yard of pace. Oh, that's very well bowled again in the right channel. 4 overs done. Bahrain 26 for no loss. Immediately there's a bowling change from the pavilion end. Vinod Bhaskaran is the new bowler. After Ramesh Kalimuthu going for plenty in his first 2 overs, his first spell. Yet again a left arm orthodox into the attack. We've seen every team having a left arm orthodox, 1 or 2.
No surprise to see spin come on. The problem has been, in the first 4 overs, there's been no control of any kind. And that's good proactive captaincy from Dutta. He's saying, I need to change something, I need to change it quickly. Get one of my most experienced campaigners on. Pretty accurate left arm spinner. Vinod Bhaskaran is a good record. As Singapore will look to make a breakthrough here in this first power play.
Yes, he looks a very good bowler, Vinod. Short and wide cutaway into the gap, running towards the boundary. Ends up a boundary. Yunus moves to 23 of 17. A good start here for Bahrain in the 5th over. That was a short and wide off the off stump. Nicely cut away. Played it late. Played it right on his eye. Got the gap between short third and the backward point. Oh, very good ball.
Yeah, 2 games in progress today. We see this. Here's Singapore against Bahrain. Bahrain entering into the tournament today, and also Saudi Arabia. They get going at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium. You can also watch that live around the world if you're here in Nepal on OSR Sports, on their YouTube channel, or on Kantapur HD TV around the world, also on the Asian Cricket Council YouTube channel, and then down in India on Fanco. There's broadcasts going everywhere on this brilliant tournament, and all games, all 24 matches across the 15 match days, we're going to be bringing you live here. Me, Andrew Leonard, got Paresh Lahani alongside me. And we'll hear from Sharad Visakar in the coming minutes and hours too. End of the 5th over. Good start from Bhaskaran. The score now, it's 30 for none. So Thilipan will continue into his 3rd over. For Bahrain, pretty much a dream start halfway through the first power play, 30 for none. Picked up plenty of boundaries. Remember how deep they bat. And with so many power hitters to come, what would you expect they'll be looking for from this 50 over innings? Are they already thinking of a target? Are they trying to take it in 5 and 10 over phases? Are they trying to get through sessions? Or how did you approach it, Paresh, as an opening batter, particularly in the 50 over game?
Yeah, I'll take it session by session. To be honest, 5 over session. First 10 overs power play, I'll take 2 5 over sessions, and then in the second power play, starting from the 11th to the, let's say, 25th over, I'll just nudge the ball around, take singles. If the ball there's to hit, if it's on the slot, I'll go for it, but without taking any risk. Just built up a partnership.
Thought about leaving it, and just at the last moment picked up a bit of the bat. He gets a single. And from the bowlers that you'd have watched so far, would you have felt any threat, or would you have felt pretty comfortable?
Yeah, I would have felt very comfortable because there's no express pace. Even there was an express pace, I would be comfortable with it because the track is very true to bat on. You can just take a step or two in front and just go over the infield. That is as slow as you can get a bowler to bowl to you.
Yeah, that solitary catcher has just come a little bit wider, isn't he? Sort of not a gully, not a second slip, maybe a third slip, just floating. He's neither one nor the other. He's hoping rather than knowing that an edge might go there.
Yes, there's no express pace to even if he gets the edge, I don't think it'll carry to the slips, the floating slip, and he's keep that out. This is a good move, keeping on in a short extra cover for the mediocre pace bowler. A good field position for the bowler here. There's a bit of a misunderstanding between the batters. 6 overs gone. Bahrain 31 for no loss.
Gorgeous ground, this. Our drone footage is always sponsored by Dafa News. It will give you a look at the training facilities there on the right. That's where the Nepali team are going through their paces ahead of tomorrow's game. They'll be back here at the TU ground on Friday before moving to Mulpani on Monday. As Bhaskaran's going to continue. That'll be a great occasion, won't it, on Monday? Nepal playing a full official international at the Mulpani for the first time.
Yes, it'll be a big day for Nepal and for the ground itself. It's already seen 2 international games in Mulpani. Today is the 3rd one. Nicely bowled, but just angling into the pads. Talking about Singapore bowlers, I think Vinod is a very good one, a good left-arm orthodox. We haven't seen any turn. Yesterday when Kuwait were bowling, we saw so much of turn with the new ball.
You know, I think the difference there is the trajectory, isn't it? Much flatter through the air from Bhaskaran. He's darting it in, so just skidding on. The youngster yesterday for Kuwait bowled a beautiful slow pace to extract lots of turn. Cleans him up, straight through, flatter through the air, no turn on offer. And the lack of boundaries for just what, 10, 12 deliveries has meant that in Bahrain's head they're still in T20 mode. They think they've got to go. They don't have to go, but the batsman does. He's gone for 23 and Bhaskaran, he strikes.
Yes, a totally unnecessary shot played by the batter there. They were going very good, 5 runs per over without losing a wicket. Like you said, Lenny, they are still in a T20 mode. 2 or 3 dot balls. He thought that he need to go, but he didn't. He has to go back to the hut. Gone for 23 of 24. Bahrain 32 for 1. David Matthews is the new batsman in at number 3. Looks a very formidable batter. A very poor selection of shot there. They were going very good, more than 5 runs per over.
2 and 2. This one's kept a little bit low and David Matthias is cleaned up. Bhaskaran, he's pumped up. My oh my, brilliance from the left arm spinner, and what a change from the skipper. He identified it early, we've already said it. After 4 overs, he got him into the game, and it's worked. Bahrain have lost 2 and 2. This one, I think it's kept a little bit low.
Yes, it did keep a bit low, but I think that was an arm, the ball going with the arm. Yes, after pitching, the ball went in, kept a bit low. I don't think he should have played on the back foot. Anyway, he's gone for a duck on the first ball. Bahrain in trouble, 32 for 2.
Yeah, here's another look from behind the batter. Paresh Lahani feels that Matthias should have got forward, and that's why you were a great opening batter, Paresh.
Yes, the history tells that. Anyway, Sohail Ahmed is the new batsman in at number 4. In trouble, Bahrain.
Do you remember commentating with you once and asking you if you ever made a duck, and I think you said no, and then by the time we looked it up there was 5 or 6 in there. So we won't go into the record books too much, but what could go into the record books is a hat-trick ball from Vinath Bhaskaran. And Singapore on the attack, 2 extra close catchers brought in, maybe just for this delivery, to Silly Madan in place, and also a short extra cover. Singapore sense a chance to make it 3 and 3. Here comes Bhaskaran on the hat-trick. That's much better, more watchful from Ahmed. Gets forward.
Yeah, that is what you should do when you first come in and play a spinner. A fuller delivery, going to the back foot, it's not good when the ball is skidding towards you. Nicely bowled again. Very good over. 2 wickets in it. After 7, Bahrain 32 for 2.
So we've had a little bit of a shuffle in the commentary box, and maybe a bit of construction work needed as well. All sorts happening up here. As we've had a change with Paresh Lahani leaving me for the moment, and delighted to welcome back Sharad Visakar, the Nepal national team player. Sharad, we missed you yesterday. Hopefully you can hear us as all sorts happens in the background. Our backdrop fell over, and we'll keep going as we can. How was yesterday up at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium? Looked like a really close contest between Oman and Qatar.
Yeah, had a very good game yesterday in Mulpani. It was a close one. Good morning to all the viewers.
Oman were pushed, and they were pushed and tested hard by Qatar.
Yeah, I guess Qatar choosing to bowl first in that Mulpani wicket was the right decision. Had that early jitters, Oman losing their openers and main batters, but they managed to post up a good total, which was around 250. Qatar were looking strong in the middle order, but suddenly, when the experienced Zisan Maqsood came up and took a few wickets, took some brilliant catches, and pegged back the Qatari side.
Yeah, I think most importantly, brilliant to see Aki Bilias back. For those who don't know, he's been through some real difficulties. Not just an injury perspective, actually a health perspective. So to see probably Oman's best cricketer back, well, Zishan Maksud will push him hard for that role as well, or that title. To see him back and fully fit and playing, that's fantastic to see. He's one of the real stars of the associate game, and even though I think he missed 10 or 12 matches in Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, he was still one of the leading run scorers. It shows how quality a player he is. We've just got a bit of a hold up as Sahel doesn't look too happy with somebody at deep backward square leg. I'm not sure how he's noticed what's going on over there, but he's asking somebody to sit down. I never looked there as a batter, Sharad, myself. You're a much better batter than I ever was. Surely you can't see that. Your peripheral vision, is it that good?
Yeah. Stilipan comes in with his gentle medium pacers. Yeah, unless you have two eyes behind as well.
And what about the rest of that contest then? Sort of the world-class pace of Bilal Khan, did that prove the difference?
Oh yes, most definitely picked up those early wickets and also bowled well in the death overs. He does what he does best, Bilal Khan.
Yeah, we were keeping a close eye on it here. We had the stream up at various points as well. What were your first impressions of the Mulpani venue as an international venue?
It was so pleasing to see the way the ground has come up. To be honest, I hadn't expected that much of renovation work and that much of improvement in the ground conditions as well. Full credit to Khan for well defended there by Sohail. With the 8th over done, Bahrain are 33 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant job by the Cricket Association of Nepal. It felt a little bit like a kind of all hands on deck. We saw the images of workers and volunteers and local cricket fanatics all coming together to get that venue ready. With two venues in the same city, and what a city it is, one of my favorite cities in the world. Great hotels, great food, great culture, great music, great people. Is Kathmandu now a realistic option, not just to host one-off, small triangular series just at this venue, but is it a real option to bring in big international tournaments like this ACC Men's Premier Cup going forward?
Most definitely. As you know, we have heard that the PM, the Prime Minister, has already instructed the government to install the floodlights. Once that will come up, yeah, we most probably will see some international games happening in near future.
I tell you, when I heard that, I almost got goosebumps, chills, excitement. I could just visualize floodlights in here. A T20 international starting at 7 p.m. Nepal taking on a test nation. Let's get Ireland over for the first game under floodlights. Let me speak to Andrew Balbirnie and Paul Sterling and say, guys, come to Kathmandu. And you will not be able to get a ticket for that game, I'll tell you that. It'll be packed out. Because so often the games here, even when we have T20 franchise leagues here, because you need two games in the day, the first game starts at 9 a.m. And that's not a time everyone's got to work or go to college or school. If we can get floodlights in here, just imagine the beautiful scene it would paint as well. And that is very exciting. So let's hope that comes to fruition and dream of glorious days ahead.
Absolutely. Everyone in Nepal who follows cricket is waiting for that day. As Vinod comes in for his last ball. Bahrain are 33 for 2.
Yeah, not a lot of pace in this Singaporean attack. We think about who they're missing though, and no Janak Prakash, no Arya Manochil. They're two excellent young fast bowlers, both with university commitments for this tournament. And Prakash capable of getting up to about 140 kilometres an hour. Uchil definitely over 130. So it's a different approach for Singapore. They're having to find a way to get their 50 overs bowled. If you don't have pace, Sharad, what's the key if you were captaining this Singaporean side? How are you containing, how are you setting the fields, how are you instructing your medium pacers to bowl?
Well, it's actually an advantage I feel in this flat deck. When you have less space, you have very less speed to work with as a batter. You need to make that pace of the bat. Probably it's working in the favor of Singapore at the moment. 2 wickets down.
And to build on your point, 10 consecutive dot balls for Sohail Ahmed. You can understand he wants to consolidate and rebuild given that 2 wicket burst, the 2 and 2. And this is the problem for the sides like Kuwait and Bahrain, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, who play very little 50 over cricket. Bahrain, just that one tournament and then nothing since the pandemic. No domestic 40 or 50 over cricket. So as a coach, it's really difficult, isn't it, to find that balance between their natural game, which is an attacking game. They hit boundaries very easily. It comes naturally to them. But how do you temper that with saying go out and bat time, but not getting yourself in a position where you're none off 11?
I think the best way to go is like just taking in short bursts. I mean, like you plan for 5 overs each as a batter, not planning too long, and take it from there.
I suppose the thing you can't get into, Sharad, is allowing the pressure to build to a point where you're putting it onto your partner at the far end as well. He's now none off 12. And dot balls, whatever version of the game we're playing, they build pressure. And what they tend to bring about is a chance. They bring about a big shot. So it's a battle of the mind out there. And Sohail Ahmed off to a very cautious start. It's a maiden. It's a really good one too. Philippan was an excellent 5 overs. That's the end of the first power play, and Bahrain, they're in a bit of bother. 33 for 2.
Captain, over is good. Keep going, huh? Some ball back to position, Shabash.
End of the first power play signalled by Rahat Ali Chowdhury, one of our two standing umpires. He's from Saudi Arabia, and his country are making their tournament bow as well in a bit of early bother up at the Mulpani cricket ground, as Malaysia picked up 3 early wickets. Bahrain, after a flying start, 30 for none after 5, are just digging themselves a hole here. And that's why big shots are going to have to come out. It's a good one, very well executed. The man protecting the shorter boundary is probably a yard or two in front to square, and this is swept behind square, runs away for 4.
Yeah, Shahbaz executing that shot to perfection, using the angle of the bowler coming in, guiding it towards the square leg region.
Yeah, man in the circle at 45. He just come a little square. Cut that off. Baskran's not a huge turn of the ball. He's pretty flat through the air. He's not particularly tall either. So the sweep's not a bad option, but you've got to make sure you get that front pad outside the line of off stump. Because if you don't and you miss the ball, you could well get pinned LBW. And finally some runs coming now. Single down the ground. Can Sahel finally get off the mark?
Yeah, it's about time. He needs to keep rotating the strike and build up on small partnership maybe with Shahbaz. Looking for options. The 30-yard fielder is quite tight in the circle.
Slower through the air that time. Tempting, teasing. Baskram will know that Sahel's not off the mark yet, and if the captain at first slip there, if Dutta is in any way wise, he'll just get all of those ring fielders to keep squeezing, keep trying to prevent him from getting off the mark. Tough period here for Ahmed. He does get away finally. His first run from his 15th delivery, end of the 11th. 39 for 2 now. So maybe honours even, as we see the introduction of a young bowler that I think could be one of the stars of the tournament, Akshay Puri. Very, very clever bowler, this youngster. The bespectacled Akshay Puri. Don't think they're sunglasses, they're transition lenses on there. He's one of me. You gotta love bespectacled spinners, plenty of them down the years. Daniel Vittori probably most famously. Jack Leach now, flying the flag for England. One of the things I love about this sport, and one of the things I loved growing up, I played all sports growing up, rugby and soccer, a little bit of Gaelic sports in Dublin as well, but cricket was the only sport I loved, I adored. And the fact I could, being short-sighted, play it with my spectacles on, I thought that was very special. Non-contact sport, very unique. And it doesn't matter whether you're a young boy, a young girl, whatever your ability, get involved in cricket. It's the greatest gift you'll get. How did you get involved in cricket, Sherrod? Where did your backstory come from?
Started when I saw Sachin Tendulkar batting in the 1996 World Cup, actually. I became a great fan of him. Those days, we only had one sports channel, and seeing the way he batted, I straight away wanted to join a cricket academy. And luckily, one of them was opened very close to my house. I guess I was destined to go and play cricket.
And was it specifically Sachin? You actually vividly remember watching Sachin. And what was it about watching Sachin, seeing him bat, that made you say, oh, that's what I want to do? I want to be a batsman. I want to play cricket. Sharp turn from Puri, well bowled.
Just the way he played, I mean, the aggressive and intent he had early on, those classical drives, straight drives, and just the way he played, I mean, just loved the way he played. Got inspired truly by him only.
I think that shows that little story of your introduction to the sport. It shows the importance of exposure and shows the importance of heroes and players to look up to. I think one of the things that's been so good in the last, not just year or two, but maybe 4 or 5 years of the associate game, we see the ICC live streaming every single one of the 540 pathway event matches. ACC live streaming every one of their men's and women's tournaments as well. And it's giving that exposure, that platform for heroes to be built up, not just in India or in England or South Africa or Pakistan, but also in the associate nations. I'm sure there's young Nepali cricketers watching Rohit Paudel now and saying, that's who I want to be, that's why I want to play cricket. End of the 12th, it's 40 for 2. Good little phase this for Singapore. They've dragged things back wonderfully well over the last 7 overs. Edged and put down. The captain reacted a little late. I think it's come to him slower than he thought it was. And this is a more regulation chance than it should have been. Should have been the 3rd wicket. Sohail's tortured stay should have ended on 2, but he has a life.
Yeah, you could see some turn there. Bhaskaran getting it to straighten. Just put his bat out, Sohail. Diving Datta, but couldn't hold on.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get one more look at that replay. But Dutta, I think he's misjudged this. It looks like a difficult catch. It looks like a diving, one-handed, tough chance. Because he thought it was coming quicker to him than it actually was. Lovely drift, lovely loop from Bhaskaran. Because he was slightly off balance at the point of contact, as a slip fielder you need to be in a anticipatory position. You need to have your arms extended and be ready. And look at the point of contact here. Where are Dutta's hands? Let's see if we go back. They're on his knees, and that's the problem. Ian Botham caught like that, he was a freak. A complete freak. Don't know how he did it. Flintoff did it as well. But if you're at first slip, your hands have to be extended. If not, as they weren't there, he ends up misjudging it and putting down what I think is actually an easier chance than it looked like.
Yeah, definitely a missed chance. Sohail needs to take advantage of that. Well bowled again by Bhaskaran. He's keeping it tight here. Just giving away 12 runs till now, and still a ball to go. Picked up that 2 important wickets.
And strangely, that slip is coming out for Shabazz. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think Singapore are getting themselves on top. Keep attacking, keep looking for wickets. End of the 13th over. It should have been a wicket-taking one, but the chance went down. It's 41 for 2.
Pressure zone, boys, pressure zone.
No real crowd in to the ground yet, but we're expecting a big one tomorrow. The home side back into action. Friday, I suspect there's going to be a few half days taken as the weekend approaches. It's really just Saturday that workers get off here in Kathmandu, 6-day working week, so maybe a few little sick notes and a few half days will be taken. As this one swept away, and swept away really nicely. Challenge into the Dafa News advertising hoardings. Going to be 4. Pori just getting a bit too straight, and he doesn't have the field for that because square leg is up in the circle.
Sohail finally getting that boundary he was looking for. Right in between the fine leg and square leg fielder. A good option with the ball coming in. Playing with the turn, Sohail.
There is protection out there, though. That's the deep mid-wicket fielder in place. Tell me about this field. Sharad, you bowled off spin as well as being a batter. You're bowling to a 4-5 field. So that means there's 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the leg side. And with the ball turning in, you can understand why that is. But are the men in the deep the ones that you would use? You've got long on out, deep mid-wicket out. Now the deep square leg has gone out. And all 4 men in the circle on the offside, they're up. Is this the kind of field you would use at this stage of the game in the second power play?
It's a decent field, I feel. The previous ball when Sohail was batting, that's a big wide. Probably they didn't want Sohail to come off strike, so they had that extra fielder inside the square leg region. But it seems they have dropped that fielder down as well. It's a good field to keep in the offside as well.
Hit just over the extra cover fielder. No real timing and not into the middle, and Chandra Mohan does enough. Not the most athletic effort, but keeps it from going to the boundary. Yeah, the 2 key fielders for me always as a spinner in these middle overs. It's your extra cover and it's your mid-wicket. You want your most athletic and your best anticipatory fielder there in those positions. And what they will do, if they're good, they will watch the batter and they will see what kind of a stroke he's going to play and then react to that before the contact's even made. So there, a defensive stroke, they'll be sprinting in. They know the ball's not going to be hit past them. And if it's an aggressive shot, you get back and you try to work out which angle it's going to go with. This one beats the outside edge. I'm not sure whether there was an edge involved. Get your best fielders at a straight mid-wicket and at an extra cover. They're your 2 key men. And I'm not sure whether the best 2 fielders in the Singaporean side are in those positions right now. End of the 14th over. Time to pass it over to Paresh Lahani. He'll join Sharad Vasakar. It's 49 for 2.
morning, Paresh. Welcome back. Good to be with you in the commentary box once again.
Good morning, Shah, and good morning to all the viewers who have just tuned in.
Shabash, Bino, let's go, boys! Come on, lads,
Yeah, it's
come on,
a
lads.
very slow start after getting a quick fire starter in the first 5 overs. 30 for no loss. Bahrain. Nice bowling there. And talking about the Mulpani ground, the Mulpani pitches, as a batter, we always look at the pitch. How does it play? So you've been to Mulpani yesterday. So how did the pitch play yesterday in the particular pitch that was played in yesterday's match?
That one is a flatter one. Coming back to your point, yeah, the first innings was quite difficult to bat on. You could see some tennis ball bounce, the ball stopping a bit, but the bounce was really good, better than I expected, Paresh.
Oh, very good, Bino, Shabash.
Yeah, as a batter, we always look at the pitch. How does it play? Does it come to the bat or not? Does it have a very well bounce? I think Cricket Association of Nepal has done a terrific job to rebuild the pitch as well. They've changed the clay of the pitch, renovated the ground very well. And like batters, we always look. We always want to bat on a very good wicket that helps the batters, like it helps here in the TU International Cricket Ground. What is the difference between the pitch here and the pitch in Mulpani?
It's a big difference, I feel. This is a batting paradise, Paresh. If you play well, there is always 300 runs for the taking. Bahrain are 49 for 2.
Come on, lads, let's get to a position, come on.
Yeah, talking about the pitches, I'm itching to go in the center and bat in this particular wicket that yielded 600 runs yesterday against UAE and Kuwait. Puri with his third over, coming from the Chobar end, he's bowled 2 overs in his first spell, giving away 9 runs. Oh, vicious turn. Look at his action, a very smooth action, and bowled it high. Action, you being an off spinner yourself, you've bowled so many overs in the franchise league and for the national side. What do you think about this off spinner?
A big appeal there by the keeper, but hit him outside the off stump. Yeah, looks a very good off spinner, Puri. He's been definitely impressive in his first 2 overs. Look at that pivot he's getting from the front knee.
Yeah, that was clearly striking the pad on outside the off stump, and seeing his action, Sharad, who does he resemble? You know him very well, the off spinner.
Very difficult to compare his action with someone else, but whatever he's bowling with, he's definitely bowling well. He's bowling in the right areas, getting the decent amount of turn, which is very good to see as a youngster.
Yes, in my opinion, in my view, in my eyes, he resembles you. You come in like that, you have a high arm action as well. Just seeing at him in the initial state, he exactly resembles you when you bowl off spinners.
Yeah, I never got to see my bowling action a lot. Yeah, but with all the franchisee leagues happening in Nepal, like the EPL and the other leagues, yeah, I've been lucky enough to watch some videos lately.
Yeah, we were talking about Sharad Vishwakar's action. It's similar to this youngster from Singapore. Sarada, known as the finisher of Nepal, a very good batsman. A nice sweep shot into the gap, into the vacant area. There's a fielder. Oh, he slipped, but couldn't stop the second, but surely stopped 2 runs for his team. At the end of 16, Bahrain are 56 for 2. Yeah, 16 overs have been bowled. Bahrain 52 for 2 after having a good start in the first power play. They were 30 for no loss in 5 overs. A bit slow by these two batsmen, and Singh is the new bowler from the pavilion end. Starts off with a wide. Manpreet Singh. They are very newcomers. While we played against Singapore a long time ago, they were a bunch of good players then. Sharad Manpreet Singh, the new right arm offie.
Yeah, definitely. I do remember you scoring 2 centuries against Singapore, Parish. One was it in Nepal in the 3-day matches, and one was it was in Singapore itself. I'm sure they won't like to see you here in the commentary as well.
That's a very good point. It looks very straight, but I think there was an inside edge. A very nice ball. Gave a bit of air. Good, nice loop. Yes, it would have slightly missed leg stump in my opinion.
A good decision by the umpire. Would have missed the stumps. He's getting some turn, Manpreet, early on.
Again a wide. He's bowling either side of the wicket. He needs to adjust his line. The length is okay. It's a perfect length, but the line he should adjust it. He should start off from the off stump, outside off stump. You being an off spinner yourself, the off spinning, if the ball is turning like this, you should start outside the off stump.
That was a better line, but the length was a little bit up to the bat. Yeah, probably it's his first 4 balls. He's getting in the rhythm of it. It's definitely getting some turn in the first innings, Paresh. Normally you don't see this bit of turn, but probably this 4th wicket which we are playing from the right side of the ground definitely offers some turn for sure.
Yeah, we saw the Kuwaiti bowler yesterday, Patel, bowling it very slow and getting a massive turn with the new ball. UAE were in a spot of bother, 23 for 3 in 5 overs, in under 5 overs. Nice to bowl again. Quick single taken. Good running between the wickets.
The batsman running for a second one. Slight miss overthrow. A direct hit could have been a close one. Yeah, the batsman indicating that he couldn't hear the call. His partner. Yeah, they ran for a quick one. Slight hesitation. Oh, a direct hit would have been a close one.
I think the ball hit the bat of the batsman. Usually the batters, they don't run after that. But Bahrain, they needed a run, so they took the second extra run. This is a perfect line and length for the offie.
Yeah, with the amount of turn he's getting, it's going to be very difficult for him to get an LBW for sure. But if he comes round the wicket, Parish, with the angle, if he pitches around off and middle, and if If he can straighten from there, it would be a good option to get the batsman LBW as well. So 17th over done. Bahrain are slowly moving. 57 for 2.
Good boy, Shabash. Let's go, Shabash, Puri. Let's get a wicket now, Early drink, buddy, early drink.
A decent start for Bahrain, 57 for 2 in 17 overs. Puri doing a good job here. The right arm offie. The perfect delivery here. Talking about off spinners, I used to bowl some off spinners in the nets. I was a net bowler though, being a national batter. I used to do the same, the pivot and stuff. I used to bowl leg spin as well, medium paces, whenever the coaches needed me in the nets. Oh, that was a very good ball, a good air.
Yeah, I remember those days, Parish. Both of us actually used to be a net bowler most of the times. Probably the captains in our times couldn't recognize our talents, Parish. But I remember those days when you used to bowl leg spins as well. A bit of Tendulkar, some medium pace, leg spin, off spin.
Oh, that was a bit short, but couldn't get hold of it. Yeah, talking about cricketing mind and cricketing stuffs. Our former coach Roy Dice used to tell me to go and bowl to the tail enders, and he even asked me to keep wickets in the practice sessions.
Good fielding there by on his own bowling, Puri. Diving effort. Look at that pivot he's getting, Puri. Nice bit of fielding. Saved runs for his team. Yeah, it hit the stumps as well.
Yeah, looking for the non-striker. He was inside the crease. It would have been a bizarre way to get out. Puri doing a good job here. 5 dot balls.
Pressure's on. Let's see, Shabash.
Struck him outside the off stump. A maiden over from Puri. 18 gone, Bahrain 57 for 2. Let's look at the batting highlights so far. A good start for Bahrain. Couple of fours in the first 5 overs. This was a better shot, but didn't get hold of it. Got the toe off the bat, but it was there was the best of the lot. A straight drive. Another bold shot there, and didn't time it as well as he liked, but races to the boundary. That shows the speed of the outfield. It's very, very quick. Nicely cut away. Played it late, played it right on his eyes. Yet another sweep shot. This was taken outside the off stump. Good shot. Another on his knees and played a full shot. This was the wicket. That was completely unnecessary. And this one he should have played on the front foot. He went back. The ball came with the arm into the right hander, and it was clean and bowled. Look at the batting card now. Yunus gone for 23 of 24. Shahbaz on 19 of 44. Matthias gone for a not for first ball. Sohail 12 of 39. Only 3 extras. A very disciplined bowling by Singapore.
That's the bowling card for Singapore. Kalimuthu looking expensive at the early 2 overs, 22 of 2. Thilappan had good 5 overs, giving just 6 runs away. Vinod was the most impressive, picking up those 2 important wickets. And Puri and Manpreet, just the 5 overs between them.
Yeah, players are having a drinks at the center. We'll take a short break here. Stay tuned. Welcome back after the first drinks break of the innings. Much needed drinks break for the players. It's very hot and humid in the center. Bahrain 57 for 2 in 18 overs. A very slow and steady start. Hasn't lost a wicket after losing that 2 early wickets in 2 balls. Manpreet to continue from the pavilion end. A quick single taken by these 2 batsmen. Sharad, let's talk about these 2 off spinners. 2 different off spinners, but the line and length is very good for both them. And we can see modern off spinners mainly in T20 cricket. They have so much of variations, carom balls like Ravichandran Ashwin from India.
White ball.
Again a wide.
Yes, Manpreet is definitely getting some turn. He looks to be bowling it slower in the air than Puri, but I haven't been able to see those variations till now. Yeah, if he can get that ball to straighten from outside the off stump, definitely batsman would be looking for those deliveries coming in and going out. It might create some doubt. And that was vicious turn from Manpreet.
Yeah, the slower you bowl, the purchase you'll get. That is why I think he's giving that air so much. Look at that turn again. Pitch way outside the off stump and turning into the right-hander. The line and length was perfect for Manpreet. That was slightly fuller. Got the inside edge, running down to fine leg. The fielder there to cut it off. 2 runs taken.
Manpreet being a wicket-keeper, actually it's surprising to see him bowl for the first time. He has bowled previously, but whatever we have seen of him, he used to be a wicket-keeping batter. Probably with the demand of this wicket, just rolling a arm over for a few overs.
Yeah, it's been 34 balls since the last boundary was hit. They doing it with singles at the moment.
Good money, good money.
Good bowling by these 2 bowlers. I think one batsman, let's say Shabazz, should get a bit with the game. Try to rotate the strike, not to play too many dot balls. That was way up on the slot. Played to mid-off for a single. Yeah, we were talking about the off spinners. Sharad, we'll talk about that after this. 19 gone. Bahrain 63 for 2.
Let's get it, Shabash! Shabash Puri! Let's go Akshay, let's go Akshay!
Puri to continue from the Chobar end. A very slow here, Bahrain 63 for 2 in 19 overs. Just touch 3 runs per over, their current rate. Nicely
Good,
tossed
good,
up,
Akshay!
trying to entice the batsman to go over the top. And today is Mother's Day in Nepal here. I would like to wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day.
Oh, nice Puri, very good Puri, very good.
Yes, in Nepali it's called Mata Tirtha Ausi, Paresh. It's a day when you worship your mothers as God as well. The blessings you receive from them,
Shabash Akshay!
they are the living gods actually for us, Paresh.
Nicely bowled and nicely played with soft hands for a single. And yes, mothers are God for us.
Good Akshay, good Akshay!
Sohail playing on 15 of 44 deliveries, whereas Shahbaz 22 of 48. They need to just rotate the strike, let's say take 4 or 5 singles per over. Just don't play dead balls, dot balls.
Very good Puri, Shabash!
Talking more about Mother's Day. This auspicious day, people give tributes to their mother in various forms, offering them their favorite foods, fruit, ornaments, clothes and gifts.
Throw it!
A quick single taken, good running between the wickets. Yeah, this is urgency by these two batters. They haven't scored a boundary in a long time here, but this kind of running will definitely put pressure on the fielders.
That's good bit of running between the wickets. Can see a bit of small partnership being built here. These two batters understanding, look to have good understanding between each other. With 20 done, Bahrain are 66 for 2.
Let's go Pele, Shabash Mani!
Yes, Manpreet to continue. He's given 11 runs in his 2 overs. There's another match going on at Multani Stadium. Saudi Arabia taking on Malaysia. Saudi, they are 71 for 5 in 18 overs. In a spot of a bother there, Saudi.
Yeah, you see the amount of turn. Batsman running for the second one. Slight misfield there. Good running between these two.
Yeah, that was a very poor effort by the fielder. When you're putting pressure on the batsman, that's easy run given by the fielder there. Poor attempt.
Sohail taking his time. Moved slowly on to 16 of 48 balls. Should be looking to score a bit more, a higher strike rate. That was flighted and crisply hit by Sohail.
Yeah, that was more air given by Manpreet. Made it a full toss by Sohail. Dispatched it down to mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. A much-needed boundary after a long time for Bahrain. Look at that. Made it a full toss. Nicely hit into the vacant area at mid-wicket, resulting a boundary.
Yeah, that was a slight full toss. Yeah, you can understand the idea why Manpreet is bowling up to the wicket, up to the batsman. He's getting that purchase and making the batsman drive against the spin.
Another ordinary effort in the field there. Another misfield. They have to keep up the fielding standards. Singapore. Too many misfields today. Under 21 overs. Nicely played off his pads. A single to end the over. There's another overthrow. 2 runs taken. Very sloppy work by Singapore. 21 gone. Bahrain 75 for 2.
Pressure zone, shabash. Let's go, boys. Pressure. Hurry.
A bit sloppy fielding last over by the Singapore fielders. I would like to welcome back Andrew Leonard here in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Paresh. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all travelling well wherever you are watching from in the world. As we've just seen a little bit of a sloppy period for a couple of overs. The heat maybe getting to Singapore. It touched pretty warm out there. Just took a couple of overs pitch side, and suspect it's probably 27, 28 degrees already, so going to warm up. And the haze is so bad that we can barely see the Chobar Hills across to our right. A lot of air pollution right now, sadly, in Kathmandu. Some forest fires in Pokhara that are affecting that beautiful city particularly badly. And as a consequence, the air quality very, very poor right now. Bahrain not really going quickly, but rebuilding, and maybe the instructions from the head coach are to take this to the 30 over mark and then start to play it a bit more like a T20 towards the death.
Yeah, that seems to be the case for Bahrain. Swept it. Just a single. Talking about the weather here, the heat is just 27 degrees Celsius. It's pretty much humid in Singapore and Bahrain rather than in Kathmandu. I don't think the heat is an issue for these two teams.
Well, maybe a bit of fatigue then, something kicking in. Certainly, honours feel about even right now. Bahrain. They'll need more than 250 on this good batting pitch. They'll have to go some and accelerate from here to do that. Going about 3.5 and over at the moment. 22 bowled. It's 77 for 2. Single punch down the ground. Paresh, where to from here for Bahrain? What is the approach going to be? They clearly wanted to consolidate, but how are they going to now look to accelerate and get towards a proper total?
Well, I think they want to just nudge the ball around for at least 10 overs from now on, just to get to, let's say, around 130 to 140 in 30 overs. Oh, vicious turn by Manpreet. He's getting the ball to turn viciously.
Yeah, for a finger spinner that Manpreet Singh is, that's a really significant turn. But again, it's the pace. He's getting good revs on it, but not really quick through the air. That was darted in and hammered away. Poor delivery. I'm not sure why he would bowl at that pace when you just ragged one and nearly clean bowled the batter. Far too quick, far too flat, and smashed by Sohail for 4.
Yeah, I think Manpreet wanted to do something different while bowling. He hasn't taken a wicket. He's gone for a bit of a run. That is why he dragged that down. A long hop and equally well dealt by the batsman there, pulling that ball down to mid-wicket for 4 runs. Good running between the wickets again by these two batsmen. I think they want to push the accelerator now. And a good help by the Singapore fielders. A bit of a sloppy work in the last 3 or 4 overs. The partnership of these two batsmen moves to 51 of 100 balls. Under circumstances, I think it's okay at the moment.
Yeah, for Singapore, they won't be overly unhappy, but they would like a wicket, I think. They'd like to find a breakthrough and maybe get a new man to the crease. Work our way through this Bahraini batting lineup. But it's just starting to grow in confidence, this partnership. And strokes starting to come out. The partnership goes past 50 in that over. 23 bowled. It's now 84 for 2.
A partnership between Shahbaz and Sohail, 52 of 102 balls. The contribution of Shahbaz 19 and Sohail 27. That including 4 boundaries. The third wicket partnership. A good one, a decent one for Bahrain. Ramesh Kalimuthu is going to replace Puri from the Chobar end. A decent medium pacer.
Interesting move, this. 2 very expensive overs up top for Kalimuthu. Now being given the chance to get it right. Such an extravagant action, isn't it? A really significant leap. I wonder, has he done any work with his coaches to try and straighten up a touch? Naturally, with that sort of jut out, that leap out at the delivery point as he bounds up into his delivery stride, you're always going to lose momentum, and therefore you're going to lose pace. Someone like Malcolm, his run-up was so long that he was able to keep that momentum and rhythm and pace to his delivery, but with the shorter run-up, you're not going to be able to bowl with any pace. Every bowler, though, they have a different method, a different approach, and Kalimuthu's is the one that he goes with.
Yes, he can slightly improve on his run-up. He just stops in the delivery stride, and that will disrupt his momentum going into the crease. if the coach can work on him with his run-up. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Yeah, if the coach can work with him with his run-up, coming on straight, and just don't move it away from the stumps. Don't stutter at the bowling stride. He will actually generate a bit of pace. Direct hit.
Yeah, going to allow an extra. Just got a bit sloppy, haven't they, the last maybe 15 or 20 minutes. We're going to go upstairs and have a look at the third umpire, just double check the batter was safely home. If he wasn't, there'll be a couple of runs to the total. If there is a surprise and the batter hasn't got home, we could see the third wicket, but I think the initial indication is safely home. But Vinod Babu, the standing umpire from Oman, wants to send it upstairs, so up to Vinay Kumar Jha now, who will have to adjudicate on this, and the players will take the opportunity to get some liquids on board. I think Rahat Ali Chowdhury is just telling them it's not an official drinks break, to hurry up and be ready. And now the Bahrainis are saying, well, can we have a drink? Here we go, so illegal delivery. It's a run out chance. Yeah, safely home. Babu just wanted to double check, and I've no doubt Vinay Kumar Jha will press the green light button in just one moment.
Yeah, the umpire is in a very good position to see that, but he doesn't want to take any chances. That is why he went upstairs to the TV umpire, and he's comfortably in. Green white light will go. Yes, good decision. An easy decision for the TV umpire, Vinay Kumar Jha. Resulting 2 runs here after the ricochet of the stumps.
Another misfield. Things getting very sloppy for Singapore. They need to snap out of it because, as we saw yesterday, the fielding was the difference again. Another overthrow. What's going on out there? 7 drop catches yesterday for Kuwait. Already seen 1 and 7, 8, maybe 9 runs conceded for no reason. Singapore need to get it together.
Yeah, that was again a direct hit, which was not necessary to throw down the stumps by the fielder. Initially, there was a misfield by the fielder there, throwing down the stumps, and the ball ricocheting after hitting the stumps, resulting in an extra run for Bahrain. Sohail moves to 31 of 60, Shahbaz 29 of 57. A good partnership building here for Bahrain, the 4th wicket partnership.
Good line of length that time. Yeah, things have just got a bit sloppy out there for Singapore. They need to get their captain to bring a little bit of semblance of control to these middle overs, to the second power play. Bahrain getting into the game. What's turning into a very good 3rd wicket partnership. 24 overs bowled. We approach the halfway stage of the first innings. Score, it's 90 for 2.
Look at the batting card here. Yunus out for 23 of 24. Shahbaz not out, 29 of 57. Matthias gone for a not on the fast ball. Sohail playing on 31 of 62. The current rate is slightly under 4 runs per over. Short ball, pull it away down to square leg, but there's a fielder. Again, a fumble by the fielder. They are not collecting the ball very cleanly, Singapore fielders.
Yeah, things have definitely taken a sloppy turn. What about what's going on over in the Mulpani? Lots of wickets falling for Saudi. They're going to have challenges with their batting, I think, in this tournament. Very impressive bowling lineup. But in their first match in this year's ACC Men's Premier Cup, having won the Challenge Cup that qualified for them for this event, they are 85 for 6 against Malaysia, as Malaysia look to bounce back from defeat in the opening game. A couple of wickets for Rizwan Haider and Anwar Rahman over there. You can also watch that game live around the world on the various sources, on the YouTube channels of OSR Sports here in Nepal, on the Asian Cricket Council's official channel around the world. If you're down in India on Fancode, or here in Nepal also on the television on Kantabor HD TV. Picked up, and it's going to go all the way. Finally the short side is exploited, and finally a stroke of aggression. The first 6 of the day. It's taken a long time to come. We saw 31 of them yesterday, but in the 25th over, Bahrain are now starting to get going.
Yes, it was right on slot and a very good execution by the batsman there, hitting over mid-wicket fielder into the grass banks for 6 runs. The first 6 of the day, like you said, Lenny, a very long time to come. Let's hope many more to come. 10 fours and 6 in Bahrain's innings so far. That was bowled a bit quicker. A good running between the wickets again. Another overthrow, but no harm done for Singapore. The Singapore fielders, they are not collecting the ball very cleanly. We can see this in this over. 2 fumbles, not resulting an extra run, but 2 fumbles and an overthrow, but no extra run given.
Good over, including the first maximum. Halfway stage of the first innings. It's game number 5 of the ACC Men's Premier Cup, and Bahrain, who won the toss, chosen to bat first. They're 99 for 2.
Bahrain 99 for 2 in the halfway stage of the innings. Shahbaz 37 and Sohail on 32. Dancing down the track, misses it completely. Just hits his helmet with his gloves out of frustration. Shahbaz.
Inside edge, and an inside edge for 4, real fortune. And the 100 comes up. Bahrain have got this 3rd wicket partnership to thank for it. A few moments of close calls like this one. We've also had that drop catch. How critical is that drop catch going to be? He dropped Sohail Ahmed on 2 off Finath Bhaskaran.
Yeah, that was an inside edge running down to the boundary. A much needed boundary for Bahrain. And the second 50 coming up, 60 balls. The first one, 92 balls.
Yeah, there is acceleration there, but that acceleration has been reasonably tempered, reasonably measured, reasonably slow. But what we do see at this ground, this one's square driven out towards deep cover point. We do see the last third of the first innings here, Paresh, at this ground, if you have wickets in hand like UAE did yesterday, you can accelerate maybe to an extent that any other ground in the world, with the exception of maybe Wanderers in Johannesburg, that's how quick you can accelerate here. It's extraordinary. 16.5 and over they went yesterday for the last 12. Even if Bahrain went 10 and over for the last, let's say 12, that would add 120. So if they can bat for the next 12 overs after this one, and just keep going the way they're going, knock it round at maybe 4 or 5 and over, and then really accelerate late because they have that power hitting. So if they went for the next 12 overs at 5 and over, added 60, could easily get 280, 300 still.
Yes, the key to that is the wicket column, only 2 down. They have 8 wickets still remaining. So, like you said, Lenny, if they can just rotate the strike, go 4 or 5 runs per over for another 10 to 12 overs without losing a wicket, it will be a very good platform to unleash at the end. At the end of 26 overs, Bahrain 105 for 2. Yeah, Vinod coming into the attack. The pick up the bowlers for Singapore. 6 overs, 2 for 12 his figures so far. And the 2 batsmen, they're running hard in between the wickets, just taking a breather and taking fluid in. Vinod was on a hat-trick in his first spell, taking 2 wickets in 2 balls. His economy rate is also good, just 2 runs per over. The ball going with the arm. Yeah, this is the difference between the left arm orthodox and the offie, the 2 offie that Singapore has operated. The off spinners, they're giving air, that is why they're purchasing that turn, whereas Vinod is bowling slightly flatter through the air. Look at that, and not getting so much of turn. That is the difference between these two bowlers, the 2 offies and the left arm orthodox.
Yeah, I had a big long chat yesterday after the game to Karthik Mayappan. Always like talking to fellow wrist spinners. Speaking of wrist spin, there is a leg break. It's been helped into the offside. And he's going to run away to the boundary. Doesn't come very naturally, that left arm leg break to Bhaskaran. He's thrown it in from nowhere, over pitched and pumped away for 4. Look at how significant the change in action is as well. That's a pretty friendly, gentle full toss.
Yes, not in control. He just wanted to bowl the left arm leg spinner out of nowhere. He was bowling well with the left arm orthodox. A full toss and nicely done by Sohail for a boundary. Moves to 37. Sohail wants his bat grip to be adjusted by the Singaporean fielder. It's good to see that the opponent helping the batter. A good sportsmanship spirit shown by Singapore.
Back to the left arm orthodox, which looks much more natural, much more conventional for Bhaskaran. I wonder, did the captain have a word and say, stick to the off breaks? Thank you, Vinoth. keeping it tight. We don't need those freebies for Bahrain.
Yeah, I remember that Mark Watt did the same thing earlier, a couple of months ago, here in this particular ground.
Back on the money to close out the 27th over. Bahrain starting to get into a good position now. They're 109 for 2.
Come on, lads, let's hear you talking, shabash! Come on, let's go at it, shabash!
Good partnership between Shahbaz and Sohail, inching towards 177 of 127 balls. The third wicket partnership.
And the captain's going to have a trundle himself. Eritrid Dutta. Come in. Bowl what? Maybe a few part-time leg breaks. Looks like the perfect grip to me there. Just the thumb resting on the ball. A 3-finger split grip. So you'll generate and impart all of your spin from your 4th finger along. Just right next to your pinky. And a bit of turn, just rolls them out nicely. No slip in place, but Dutta has said enough's enough. Time for me to have a bowl and time for me to find a breakthrough.
Yeah, that was a perfect flight for the leg spinner. Good ball, good ball. I can see a little bit of drift here into the right hand, and there was a turn as well.
Yeah, he's probably not going to get much drift because of his angles. So a lot of the drift you'll generate is position of your front arm, not just the release and the amount of revs you get on it. Something Terry Jenner always spoke to me about trying to get that front arm pushing down towards the target. Because he doesn't have much of a front arm, he's kind of just really rolling the leg breaks out. So he'll get side spin, but he's not going to get, I don't think, prodigious drift, because he's not getting a lot of action, a lot of body action. People often look at leg spinners and wonder, why do they get such significant shoulder issues and injuries? It should be a very forceful thing they're doing. It should be similar to fast bowling. An off spinner can kind of float them out and just roll them out. If a leg spinner just rolls it out like Dutta's doing there, it's not going to drift. And that one's slapped away for 4, over pitched. Good shot from Sohail. Bahrain starting to get on top here.
Yeah, the key to that shot was he didn't try to hit the ball too hard. He just timed it, played it with the spin. It was an over-pitched delivery, but the execution was perfect by the batter there, down to extra cover for 4 runs. Slightly opening up the Bahrain batters. Sohail moving to 41.
Good sharp turn again. Definitely part-time off breaks, but there's plenty, leg breaks even, but there's plenty to work with there. A little bit of promise. One of the problems with wrist spinners, they don't get much coaching. Coaches can be scared of them. And he's landed them nicely to start with. Just that one poor ball that went away for 4. 5 runs come from the 28th over. It's 114 for 2.
Shabash, Vino!
So we've had another little shuffle up here as I bid a good morning again to Sharad Visakar. Sharad, when you first came on with me, Bahrain were in a bit of trouble. They lost those 2 wickets. And they looked like they were going to struggle Are we starting to see the cautious approach, certainly the initial cautious approach from Shabazz and Sohail, reap dividends? Is this third wicket partnership swinging the game in their direction?
Yeah, I think they have done quite well, scoring 4 runs per over. The good thing is they have 8 wickets in hand. Still 22 overs to go. Probably they can step on the gas a bit later with so many wickets in hand. See some intent there by Shabazz.
When you play your cricket here, I know historically the pitches weren't as good 10, 15 years ago. But when you approach a 50-over match on these very good batting surfaces with the higher atmosphere that we're at here, about 1,450 metres above sea level, so the ball travels, and reasonably short boundaries. What are you trying to do in these middle overs, and when do you change gears? When do you press that accelerator? Yesterday UAE waited all the way to 12 overs to go. What's the best approach to start to really target boundaries?
Well, it depends upon how many wickets you have and the kind of batsman left in the dugout. When I used to bat around the middle order with 5-6 wickets in hand, you always tend to look to score after the 35 or 40 overs mark. Take the game till the 45th over, bat long as much as possible. Yeah, with the 29th over done, Bahrain are 119 for 2.
Let's go, Ari. Let's go, Ari. Shabash, shabash, Ari.
Dutta to continue, the captain with his part-time leg breaks. Just want to talk a little bit about this competition, Sharon. The 10 teams coming together here. Nicely steered away. A little bit of an outside edge, not where he initially intended. And the fielder does well. It's good athletic work from Siddhant Srikanth, who does keep wickets occasionally too. Often some of your best fielders are your part-time keepers. But the 10 teams here, they're definitely the 10 best associates in the Asian region. They don't all have an official 50-over ranking though, because they're spread across 3 teams that have ODI status. That's UAE, Nepal, Oman. 4 teams then in the Challenge Leagues, which are Hong Kong, Qatar, Malaysia and Singapore, and then 3 that aren't in any formal 50-over structure. But only 20 places actually separate these 10 teams in the T20 rankings. If this is a T20 tournament, we may see a lot of upsets. Are we going to see upsets here in a format that is a little bit alien to the likes of some of these players? Come to that in a moment as Shabazz gets to 50. Short and pulled away. And he looks up to thank the heavens. It's been a good innings. He's paced it probably a bit better than Sohail. And he's worked very hard for that half century.
Yeah, well played, Shabazz. Deserves that 50. Been impressive till now. Built up a good partnership with Sohail. Has come in decent time with a strike rate around 70. He would look to upon that the coming overs.
Misfield. Going to be 4 more. Have to say Singapore, their fielding has been sloppy. Occasionally, because it's quite a firm outfield, you do get some difficult bounces, but that's a ball that should have been stopped, and the captain gets the double teapot out. He is not happy.
See, it was short and wide off the off stump. Nicely caught there, right in the gap. Both the fielders watching each other. Yeah, well executed.
Swept away, going to be 4 more. Shabazz, he's got to 50 and he's starting to shift gears. Really good batting. Bahrain have a very profitable over. It's 133 for 2. Partnership has come up. If we had a little graph of that partnership, there was almost no runs at the start. They scored just 3 runs in their first 5 overs coming together. But they've accelerated nicely, starting to go through the gears, and as a consequence, Dutta is going to take the spinners off, and in comes Kalamuthu for his 5th over. And this one's carved away. And the runs are really starting to flow. They can come very quickly. The game can change quickly into the last 20. Maybe Bahrain are into their comfort zone now. They'll treat it like a T20I. And it's a flying start to that T20I section of this game. 4 more.
Yeah, certainly both the batsmen doing much positive now. Short and wide and nicely caught there. Diving effort by the point fielder. For no gain. Well struck.
Just going back to my question in the previous over, if this was a T20 comp and you've played in plenty of those with these teams, there's always upsets. There's plenty of them. Will we see the same in a 50 over format, that Bahrain don't play at all domestically? Kuwait do not play at all domestically, although they play some 40 over cricket. Edged and taken. That's an excellent catch. It's come a bit from nowhere, really. Very, very sharp piece of glove work. It's Aryan Modi with the gloves, and they needed that Singapore. So Hale was looking to maybe guide it through the covers for 4 to get to 50, but he won't get there. He falls short, and Kalamuthu has the breakthrough.
Yeah, just slight edge there, probably trying to drive it. What a catch that was by the keeper. Excited Kalimatu. You could see the ball moving slight away from the bat. That slingy action getting the better of Sohail, and he goes for 46. Bahrain are 137 for 3.
Fiaz Ahmed to the crease at number 5. Bahrain very much into T20 mode in the last 20. We've seen runs and wickets from this 31st over. And maybe they might just readjust. They do bat a long way down. They've got power hitting all the way through their starting 11. Even some of the bowlers in this Bahraini team, they hit a very big ball. And they've done a lot of the hard work now. Got through some of the difficult overs. It could be the time to profit on what again looks to be an excellent batting surface. Starts with a Yorker. So we'll finally get to that question, Sherry. Are we going to see upsets here, or will things stick pretty much rigidly to the Fab Four, the top four, UAE, Nepal, Oman and Hong Kong, getting to the semis?
Well, cricket, as they always say, is a funny game. Anything can happen, but I don't see much of an upsets happening in this TU International Stadium because of the wicket being so good. So, probably in the Mulpani ground, it's a bit dicey because it always favors the team bowling first, as you can see right now as well. The Saudi and Malaysian game going on. Saudi has already lost 8 wickets for 102 runs in 31 overs. Need to be a little careful playing in that ground.
So wicket taking over as Fiaz gets off the mark with a single into the leg side. It's 138 for 3 now.
Baby down. Ramesh down. Stay Samakar. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Money come in.
Six bowlers used, and I think those 2 overs of Aritra Dutta will be all we'll see of the part-time leg spinner. Captain's taking himself out of the attack as he'll bring back his star off spinner Akshay Puri, the youngster, very keen to make his mark on this tournament. Pressure just talking in the previous over about the possibility of upsets in this event. If we look back at historic ACC tournaments, in the T20 format, there's always upsets. Is that what you'd expect? In the shorter format, the sides come closer together and we do see more upsets.
Yeah, exactly, Lenny. There's less number of overs. It's always a pressure game, T20, with less chances to come back in a game, whether you're a strong side or a weak side. There's very less margin for error in a short form of the game. But in a 50 over game, you can always come back.
Yeah, I suppose the other factor in a T20I is one player, particularly one batter, can have a big day out. You can get 60 off 25 at the top, or come in and hit 3 or 4 sixes and change the game in 1 or 2 overs, literally. Whereas in a 50 over game, it's a full day of cricket. It's called the top level 1 day international cricket for a reason. You get all the best of the challenges of our wonderful sport in 1 full day. The game ebbs and flows beautifully. You've got passages with lots of action. You've got phases with much more defence and the ball just being knocked around. And generally the class should tell over that course of 1 day. The thing I like though about all the structures and the pathways that are coming into place now in the last 3 to 5 years, so all the associates are getting more cricket. So if we look ahead to that Cricket World Cup qualifier in June, July in Zimbabwe, the associates have never played as much ODI cricket going into that. And the 6 that are there are arguably the best prepared associates ever going to a Cricket World Cup qualifier.
Yes, truly. That's going to be one exciting tournament for sure. Puri bowling it slower in the air, which is the right way to go. Has that nice loop, dipping loop. Good to see. Bahrain are 143, 41 for 3.
This is the Ayurvedic hospital.
gorgeous shots there from the drone. Jared, you were just telling me off air, that's actually, it's not part of the university campus, that's a hospital up there just above us.
Yes, that's where the natural therapy goes on, the Ayurvedic hospital. A very old one. It had just the yellowish red building before, from where you could see a lot of viewers watching live games, but now, with the help of the Chinese government, this big hospital has come up.
Full. I think the batter has hit the ground, so the umpire correctly shakes his head to say not out. And a big smile. He's a great character. Always smiling. He reminds me a little bit of some of the local Nepali umpires. That's Rahat Ali Chowdhury from Saudi Arabia. Great moustache on him as well. Affable chap. Yeah, certainly that building, it's directly opposite our commentary position. During that game a month ago that went around the world and drew such attention for Nepali cricket, every single part of that rooftop had someone on top of it. And they weren't in the ground, that's outside the ground. They weren't paying for the tickets. How did they get up onto that rooftop? That's my question, Jared.
That's where all the contacts come into use. If you know the doctors there, you're definitely gonna get a pass.
There's actually one venue it reminds me of. There's a place called Wrigley Field in Chicago. It's a baseball stadium. And that's surrounded by these lovely apartment buildings in a square. And the clever apartment owners, on their rooftops, big shot attempted inside edge, they've actually placed tiered seating, like proper bucket seating on top of the rooftop. So you can go to an apartment owner. You're not in the stadium, but very similar to here at the TU International Cricket Ground. That's the building we're talking about there. The yellow and red one up at the top of your shot. And that was full, completely full. And actually, being honest, looked a little bit unsafe. It looked too full. But in Nepal, any vantage point will do to watch cricket. That's the passion and the love of the game here. 33 overs bowled, 142 for 3. Akshay Puri is going to continue. One thing I want to talk about his action as an off spinner. I heard you and Presh Lahani talking about it, but if you're watching on at home, you're a young boy or girl who wants to bowl, whether it's off spin or leg spin, watch Akshay Puri's back leg, his right leg. Look at the drive and look at the energy he's getting into his delivery because of that effort that he's expanding every ball. What that does, the energy is then imparted through his body and through his fingers and his wrists onto the ball. It gets drift and spin and deception of the batter. Really good action, and that's why he's such a promising young bowler.
Surely, Lenny, beautifully explained. More energy into the ball means more reps, and more reps means more ton, for sure, if the wicket is helping you. You're surely bringing your level 3 coaching into practice, Lenny.
Yeah, and it doesn't just bring turn, it can bring drift as well, depending upon your release point. But look at his back leg. That's extraordinary. That's as good as I've seen. Very reminiscent for me of Graham Swan. And if you want a little drill to help do that, you can actually just start from a standing position. Don't lean back, drive forward. And watch the back leg. Oh, that's exceptional. Really good from Akshay Puri. Gonna dash a quick single here.
Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? His action. I would love to see him get more closer to the stumps. That would help him to get that drift more as well. If you could get that drift going just outside the eye level of the batsman, probably inviting him to drive, and with the turn he's getting, can get one through the gate for sure.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be every ball. That can be occasionally come closer to the stumps and come wider the crease. Vary your release points. 34 bowled, 145 for 3.
Good Telephone.
Yeah, there's the Bahraini dugout, including the captain in the middle. That's Hyder Ali. My question to you, Shard, is are they happy with their position? Are things going to plan right now for them?
The ball on Telephone.
Well, yes, as we were talking back on
Let's go
off air, traditionally they are not this kind of brand of cricket they play. Something different they are showing today. It's really giving value to their wicket. You can see they're played with soft hands.
Good stop, Kali, shabash.
The single.
And do you think this was their game plan to very much get a platform to now launch? So if it was their game plan, when are they going to launch? When's that accelerator going to be pressed?
Actually, I'm very surprised the way they have approached this game. Last time we played against them, Paresh and me, they smacked all our bowlers around the long on and mid-wicket region. We need to find bowlers that time. Nobody was putting their hand up to bowl actually against them.
I suppose it speaks of a growing maturity and maybe some lessons learnt from that Challenge Cup. That was held in Thailand. In Saudi Arabia, they dominated Bahrain in the final in particular, winning by 10 wickets. But first or second in that competition, it didn't really matter. You still got the same prize. You still qualified for this. So maybe from that experience in Thailand, despite the lack of 50-over cricket that they've been playing, they've learnt some lessons and they're now implementing them here in Kathmandu.
Yeah, for sure. I saw one of the small interviews of the coach of Bahrain when they were practicing in the practice ground in Mulpani. One of the YouTubers, he was questioning the coach, and the coach was really confident of going for a win in this tournament. It was good to see that approach. They were just focusing one game at a time, and they're showing some promise for sure.
Yeah, this comeback spell from Philippan Amador has been a really impressive one. You were talking about release points for the off spinner. What Philippan's doing so cleverly here is he's getting really tight to the stumps. And he's bringing the ball away, but he's starting it with a really tight line. So he's trying to start it around middle stump from his release point. Watch there, very tight to the wickets. And then just shaping it away. So the batters haven't been able to do much. And if they aren't going to come down the track and take a risk, he'll end up bowling very economically, which he's doing now. 35 have been bowled now. We'll have a commentary change. It's 148 for 3.
Number 5 out, number 10. 12. Number 5. You want Kali outside or in?
Slight change in the commentary box. Welcome back, Paresh. And you can see a bowling change from the Chobar end. Manpreet comes back. The change of end.
Thank you, Sharad. And talking about the off spinners, you yourself being an off spinner, I overheard you and Lenny talking about the back foot driving away.
Good money,
That
Singh,
seems
good
to be
money,
the case
Singh.
with Puri and Manpreet. He's giving so much of air and turning the ball, bowling it very slow. That was a big heave down to mid wicket. Gets a boundary, a much needed boundary for Bahrain. And for Fiaz, moves to 12 of 18 deliveries.
It's okay, money, Shabash, money.
Coming back to that back foot drive in off spin, Paresh. You can see a good shot there by Fayaz, right in the gap over the mid-wicket fielder, fetching 4 runs. That back foot drive, what it does is it lets you get that loop, that more revs in the ball, as you can see. That was an even better shot, Fayaz.
Yeah, that was sheer timing by Fiaz. One down to the leg side and one down to extra cover. This was much better shot. Look at this, rocked in the back foot, played it with full face of the bat down to extra cover for 4 runs. Beautiful shot, good use of the feet, rocked back very quickly. A good comeback ball by Manpreet.
Shabash. Just dot now, just dot now.
4 fielders in the offside. Yeah, Manpreet now making a slight change in the field, rightly pushing the cover point fielder back to the boundary and calling his deep square leg fielder in.
Good money.
For this field, he should pitch outside the off stump. That is what he does. A good bowling and good fielding change by the captain.
Money.
And talking about Manpreet, he's been either side of the wicket, but his action looks good. He hasn't controlled his line and length today, whereas Puri has bowled very well, the youngster from Singapore. There are 6 fielders inside the circle, very interesting in this particular stage in the 36th over, putting a bit of pressure on the batsman. Big appeal. Hands on his head, Manpreet on his toes there. After 36, Bahrain 157 for 3. Let's look at the replay again. Yeah, there was a bit of an angle, and height can be an issue there. The second drinks break has been called into the ground by the umpires. We'll take a short break here in the commentary box. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back after the second drinks break of the innings. A much needed drinks break for the players and for us here in the commentary box. A very hot day today. Tillipon is the new bowler. He's bowled very well. He's bowled 6 overs in his first spell, giving away only 9 runs. A very economical bowler for Singapore.
Well, now the last session of the play in the first innings. 14 overs to go. Bahrain would definitely look to up the ante with the last power play with only 4 fielders outside till the 40 overs. They would definitely look to score as much as possible in this next 4 overs.
Yeah, there were 6 fielders in the 35th over of Manpreet, the last over. Good hit down the ground. Easily clearing the fielder there. Much needed 6 for Fiaz, moves to 25 of 24. A good hit against the pick up the bowlers for Singapore. Look at this, nicely picked up. The bottom hand coming into play.
Yeah, that was a good hit, good strong hit actually. The shorter part of the ground. It's the second last wicket in the right side from the TU gate end. Good option to go over the long on region. Must be just a 60-yard hit, Parish.
Yeah, probably 60 meters. We often see, not only in TU International Cricket Ground here in Kathmandu, Nepal, we see around the world the street boundaries are quite shorter than the squares. I don't know the reason why. Even the square on the left-hand side of your screen, they're much bigger than the right-hand side, the square of your screen, because we're playing on the edge of the wicket. The 7th one, I guess, in this TU International Cricket Ground. It's a little bit clearer than yesterday, Sharad, in this TU International Cricket Ground. We can see some part of the Chobar Hills behind the scene.
Yes, probably because of the slight breeze, you can see the trees moving a bit. That's helping the smoke that has been going around the country for a week or so. All in all, good conditions for cricket.
Yeah, because of the forest fires around the valley hills. That is why it has been very much hazy, the air pollution as well. Even in winter we could see the air pollution. Yet another misfield, rolling the ball down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. It's very sloppy fielding for Singapore. We've seen that in many occasions in today's innings, the first innings of Bahrain batting. Probably we can count it 9 or 10 or even 12 misfields by Singapore. That was a horrible fielding effort by Singapore fielders. In this stage, in this condition, you shouldn't do that. Bahrain 170 for 3 in 37 overs. Manpreet to continue from the Chobar, and is touch expensive, going over 7 runs per over. It's because that he's bowling either side of the wicket. He hasn't controlled his line. He's bowling outside the off stump. He's bowling down the leg side. He's given three or four wides down the leg side in his initial stage, let's say in his first over, if I remember.
Yes, certainly getting good turn out of the wicket. Yeah, probably slightly expensive for Singapore's liking. You can see he's discussing some bowling plans with his captain.
Whereas Akshay Puri has bowled very well, the youngster. He hasn't bowled either side of the wicket. He's bowled stump to stump. Brilliant bowling action. Nicely swept away. But a single taken. Couldn't get the vacant area to get the boundary. Shahbaz, moves to 69. I think he's eyeing a three-figure mark here.
Nicely driven for another single. Yeah, Shahbaz looks a good batter, doesn't he?
Let's go money, let's go money.
Came in as an opener. Still 13 overs to go. Would certainly eye that 100 for his team.
Looking for a single, but straight to the fielder at short extra. No misfield in this instant. They're talking about the action of the orthodox off spinners, the right hand off spinners. The back leg is very important. The follow through and even the pivot, like what we've seen here. Nicely played. Sweep shot down to long leg region for 4 runs by Shahbaz. Moves to 73. The current rate is slightly creeping towards 5. This is the 21st 4 in the innings. It's very interesting with one hand.
That's a very good option taken by Shahbaz actually. The ball turning so sharply. It's a very safe option. Would be better if he could bring the, and he has done that, he could bring the mid-off up and put that square leg back, and he's done the same.
Yeah, the key to that sweep shot was he played it outside the off stump. The LBW will go out of place. 38 bowled, Bahrain 177 for 3. The umpires have gone upstairs for the stumping appeal. I think he's in, and the maximum part of the boot is inside the line. It will be an easy decision for the TV umpire Binay Kumar Jha.
Yeah, the foot looked a little outside when he was trying to meet the ball. Probably overstretching a bit, but yeah, was safely in when the bails were taken off. See, good decision by the third umpire. Yeah, slightly reaching for the ball, just missed it. Yeah, batsman completely safe in his crease.
Yeah, that's a very good option for the batters to sweep the off spinner, sweeping from outside the off stump. Even he misses it, if he hits the pads, it's struck him outside the line of off stump. At the green light we've seen, that clearly shows that's not out. A good decision, an easy decision for the TV umpire.
Vinod Bhaskaran back to the attack for his 9th over. Been so economical, just given away 21 runs. Picked up those 2 important wickets at the start.
Yeah, today is the third day of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. We've seen a couple of honor hat-tricks in only day 3. Good option, that paddle sweep It's running down to fine leg boundary. The square leg fielder has to come around it. Just keeps it down to 2. Yeah, talking about the bowling. Today, Vinod was on a hat-trick. And yesterday, Junaid Siddique was on a hat-trick. The second wicket he took was a very good delivery. The batsman trapped right in front.
Yeah, Bahrain probably can play out his overs. Just one more to go after this. Still 11 more overs to be bowled from other bowlers. Very pleased to see how Bahrain have approached this innings with only 3 wickets down, going in a decent rate of 4.7. Improved batting effort, you can say, Paresh.
Yeah, it's a different approach. What I've seen earlier when playing against Bahrain, they came out guns blazing. Back then, this is a very experienced batting by Bahrain, a matured batting, I must say. They haven't gone guns blazing from the start. They have recognized the loose ball and hit them for a boundary and taken singles and doubles. Accelerated when the time was right. A very matured batting by Bahrain.
Well, Paresh, they are surely no short of muscle. You can see them, their size. They definitely pack some muscle in their arms, their body. You can see Fayaz.
Yeah, even the last ball that Fayaz played, he played it with a straight bat, didn't play across the line. That shows they're very intent to score big runs. Just stay there till the end.
Like to share you one more funny incident. Continue that in the next over. It's 39 gone. Bahrain are 181 for 3.
Manpreet to continue from the Jobar end. He's amongst the runs for Singapore in bowling. He's given away 50 in 7 overs. Dragged down. Hit it straight. Tried to hit it down to mid-wicket region, but hit it straight because of the slowness of the pitch. Another boundary for Bahrain. Moves to 186 for 3 in 39.1 overs.
Fayaz just muscling that back past the bowler. That's a wide. Probably Manpreet trying to keep it away from Fayaz. It's going well. The healthy strike rate more than 100 has come in quick time. Is 34 runs.
Oh, this is good batting, matured batting by Bahrain batters. Now he's changing his angle, coming around the wicket. We were talking about this earlier, Sharad. The off spinner coming around the wicket with the angle. Gets to the outside edge, running down to third man boundary for 4 runs. They're dealing in boundaries no matter what, how they come, but they are coming in numbers here for Bahrain. Fiyaz moves to 38 of 34. Look at this change of the angle, getting the outside edge, but fine towards third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, Manpreet doing something differently, coming around the wicket and straightening it, making it difficult for the batsman, and that was well struck over the covers. A diving effort from the short cover, but in vain. Fiyaz getting a move on now, Paresh.
Yeah, very ordinary bowling by Manpreet here. He's bowling either side of the wicket, bowling it short, bowling it very full. Very well done by Fiyaz. That was a very good shot. Even though it was over pitch, you have to dispatch it. Now changing his angle again, coming over the wicket. He's trying to do different things, but not going his way. Very well played. 2 boundaries and a single. This is a very matured batting by Bahrain. Under circumstances, they just go guns blazing from the start. Very matured batting. I love it.
Yeah, the projected score you can see with this current rate could be around 247. But Bahrain with 7 wickets in hand be eyeing around 8 runs per over from now. It could take them around 280 mark. If one of these bat through the innings, 280 looks to be quite possible. Slight hesitation there. Umpires have called for the third umpire to have a look.
Yeah, running between the wickets has been very good for Bahrain. Even they look a very muscular unit. The running has been very good. There's an appeal for a run out. The umpire has gone to the TV umpire. Looks very, very tight. Because of the sun's glare from the wicket, it's pretty hard to see.
Might need another angle if available. It looks a very close call. Yeah, it's very difficult to see when the bails are coming off.
I think the bat is on the line, if I'm right. If we have an angle from behind the stumps, it'll be much easier to see. A very tough job for Binay Kumar Jha. I think he's short of his crease. It's very marginal.
Well, they have not got enough evidence to exactly see when the bails have come off. Also, the keeper standing on the way. The benefit of doubt might go to the batsman as well, Paresh. It's a 50-50 call for me.
Yeah, if you don't have too much of evidence, definitely the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman. That is the case for a run out or even anything that goes against the batsman. Here you can see he's well short of the crease there in the last frame. Now this angle shows that he's, let's say, a centimeter or 2 short. Let's say an inch short, not centimeters though. A very tough job for the TV umpire.
Yeah. Waiting for the umpire signal.
Yes, he's definitely short there by a couple of inches. A very good decision by the TV umpire Binay Kumar Jha, taking his time, making it sure that the batter is behind the line. Shahbaz has to depart for 76 of 98 deliveries. He played a very good knot. Bahrain 196 for 4. Let's look at the run out again. Singapore getting a wicket at the right time. Just breaking the partnership between Fiaz and Shahbaz. Haider is the new man in at number 6. Even though Manpreet, going for plenty, has created a run out in his over.
Yeah, so the skipper, Haider Ali, comes to the crease in the 40th over.
Yeah, the toss, he had no hesitation winning the toss and electing to bat first, just because probably UAE was put to bat yesterday by Kuwait. They were in a spot of bother in the first 5 overs, 23 for 3. And after the brilliant partnership between Vritti Arvind and Rohan Mustafa, they scored a mammoth total of 372. That is why Bahrain elected to bat first. They are not in a bad position at the moment. 196 for 4 in the 48th over.
Oh, ho, ho, well bowled, Mane!
Yeah, a decent start there by Manpreet, bowling well to him. Haider Ali just blocking that, and the 48th over done. Bahrain are 196 for 4.
Right him over.
Kalimuttu is the bowler from the pavilion end. His 7th over has gone for 40 runs and taken a wicket. There's the signal of the 3rd power play, the end of the 2nd power play. Nicely guided down to 3rd man. Ah, again a misfield. What are you doing, Singaporean boys?
Yeah, sloppy stuff by Singapore today on the field. They would be very disappointed. It's not that they're getting a lot of bad bounce for Ish, but they just seem to do a lot of mistakes in the field.
I don't think it's a bad bounce, Sharad, because it looks a very lush outfield, green lush outfield. The technique is not correct while fielding. They're not putting their body behind the ball. Let's say they have given 25 to 28 extra runs with the help of the misfield. That runs might be very crucial at the end. Mind you, Singapore, they have lost the first match against Hong Kong. Bahrain playing the first match in this Premier Cup. Nicely driven down to extra cover. 2 runs for Fiaz. Moves to 47. 200 up for Bahrain in the 41st over. Still 9.3 overs to go. What do you think Bahrain will end up with the total?
A low full toss by Kalimatu. Well, if Fiaz stays there till the end, and with the rate he's going in, 280 would be a very good score to defend.
Still 6 wickets remaining for Bahrain. I think they must get in excess of 280. And that will be a pass score. It'll be much pressure for Singapore batsmen to come out and chase in excess 280. Haider, the captain, looks to be a very compact player. A good technique, nicely driven with a full face of the bat down to long off, mid off. Now the mid off fielder going down to long off. The 4 fielders inside the circle. 45 on the leg side behind the stumps. Nicely driven again straight. But there's protection in the deep.
Yes, runnings come thick and fast. Bahrain moved to 203 of 41 overs after loss of 4 wickets.
A good platform to unleash at the end. 9 overs remaining. Fiaz Ahmed on 49 of 41 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6 in his knock so far. And a youngster, a very good off spinner, back into the attack. He's bowled 8 overs in his spell, 23 runs given. Hasn't taken a wicket though, but bowled very well. 9 overs remaining. I think they should get at least to 75 to 80 runs in the last 9 overs. That brings the single brings Fiaz's 50 of 42 deliveries. Very well played, Fiaz. He closes hit pavilion. Very well played by Fiaz.
Yes, must appreciate the way he has played. It's come in quick time. It's taken 42 balls. Yeah, just played 15 dots with a healthy strike rate of around 120. 5 fours and 1 6 off his bat. He would look to continue, play as long as possible.
A bit of a stutter in the middle there. Another appeal for a run out. Yes, the umpire is going upstairs. Now, I think this is a good move by Hyder, trying to give the strike to Fiaz. He's striking it well. Hyder wants to get his eye in. It's a belter of a track, a batting track. 804 runs in 2 days in this pitch.
You can see a good throw by the fielder, and Fiaz definitely looks short of the crease. Yeah, he should have gone. Surendra just coming in the way. Need to have another look. Yeah, nice bit of fielding there by the cover fielder. You can see that was a close. That's a close one as well.
It's not conclusive as it was the earlier run out, because Surendra come into the screen there when the keeper dislodged the bails. It's very, very hard for the TV umpire. He should, if he wants to go to the benefit of the doubt, it should go to the batsman. You can see there Surendra come in front of the camera while the keeper dislodged the bails. If we have a different angle, apart from that, I think the benefit of the doubt should go to the batsman. Very good decision by Binay Kumar Jha, the TV umpire.
Yeah, lucky break for Bahrain. I must say, Fiaz is really looking good. As Puri comes in for his 9th over, has done a very good job till now.
They're looking for 2. They don't want to risk another run out. That is why Hyder was sent back by Fiaz. If the ball is not there to hit, this is good batting by Fiaz, taking short singles, quick singles, playing with soft hands into the gap and taking singles, putting pressure on the Singapore fielders. They've been very sloppy today. given away 20 to 25 runs. Extra runs, nicely played off the back foot into the vacant area for 4 runs. Another misfield there. I think he should have stopped that.
That was a loosener by Puri. A rare one to say. Heather making full use of it. Nice cut shot. Just adjusting the short third man fielder, bringing him squarer.
That's nicely bowled by Puri. Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers for Singapore, the youngster. And Vinod has bowled very well. And look at that cut shot again. Played it late, played it in the gap. His weight transfer on the back foot was very good. Bowling it down the leg side, wide given by the umpire. This is very ordinary bowling. The way he bowled earlier was very good. I think because of the pressure, because it's a death overs. He's bowling either side of the wicket, bowling it short. A fuller ball this time. Again a misfield. Again an extra run given. Courtesy misfield.
Is the 42nd over done? Bahrain are 2-1-2 for 4. Take a short break in the commentary. And our pro Andrew Leonard will join you.
Eight overs remain for Bahrain, and time for them to really start going through the gears. Quick single, sprinted, anything approaching a direct hit would have been gone. Pretty suicidal single, really. Hyder, the captain, calling Fiaz through. He's nearly run him out.
Yes, I think the captain Hyder wants Fiaz to be on strike in this death overs. They've already created a run out, trying to run between the wickets quick. Oh, hit it straight. Oh, no. Another boundary for Fiaz. The umpire had to take evasive action. It was hit straight towards his head. Nicely ducked by the umpire.
Yeah, great work, Rahat Ali Chowdhury. We'll see if we can get a look at the replay. That would have been the good angle as well, wouldn't it? Because if he hadn't moved, it was pretty much at a head height. To duck very quickly. Good work. Swift reflexes, Rahat. And the runs are going to start to come now. Back-to-back boundaries. Fortune for Fiaz, but his strike rate's good. Well up around 130. Bahrain maybe hunting down 300 from here.
Yes, definitely. If Fiaz gets going, 300 is right on cards. Back-to-back boundaries for him. Nevertheless, it was an edge, but rolled it down to third man boundary for 4 runs. The third man fielder is very wide for my liking in the death overs. Oh, that's a very bad bouncer by the bowler. It was way above the head high of Fiaz. Mind you, he's on a cap, not a helmet. I think that is why he's bowled a bouncer, or he's hit for 2 fours back to back. That is why he bowled the bouncer. It was way above the head high. The keeper did a nice job taking that cleanly.
Misfields aplenty. They have come with such regularity now, we've lost count. Only the one drop catch, but just so tardy in the field. Probably 20-25 runs given away comfortably.
I think more than that, Lenny, around 30 runs, 30 bonus runs for Bahrain, and that will be very important while they chase. Played it with soft hands. At this time, no run, no missed field. The ground fielding has been very sloppy for Singapore today. And mind you, Lenny, in this particular pitch, in 2 days, 823 runs has been scored so far.
822. Only 599. Yes, we're going to keep fighting over this, aren't we? You think 600, I think 599. We're probably both wrong. End of the 43rd over. It's 224 for 4. So 7 overs left. Puri to bowl his final over. Great thing about the modern world, we've got the internet, don't we? We can always check things. So my maths were never brilliant, but 371 for the UAE plus 228 for Kuwait. My rudimentary maths, Paresh, that says 599. That's the official scorecard, remember? That's what Cricinfo says. Nearly 600, but not quite.
Well, at the end of the first innings yesterday, it was 372, the total for UAE, and 373 was the target. Well, you never know what's happening here.
Paresh is gradually and very slowly losing his mind. 371 they made, it's in the books. They're the official numbers. 599 runs yesterday. But I will agree with one thing, it was only 86 overs that was played. And that averages out at a run rate well in excess of a run a ball. And the reason, in spite of the fact we're having a bit of fun up here in the commentary box as well, we're trying to emphasise just how good the batting surfaces are. They've been excellent. And in fact, this ground has never looked better. At times, the outfield has been a bit tricky, but the batting surfaces, the lush green outfield, running quickly across it, just been brilliant work from everyone involved. And that's from the administration, down through all of the individuals who work so hard. Many of them actually stay here at the ground, don't they? 5 a.m. they get up and they work from sunrise all the way through past sunset to give us these perfect playing conditions.
Nicely played, that neat touch by Haider, the captain. The ball rolling down to the boundary. Oh, not a misfield though. 3 runs taken. Good running by Fiaz, the big man. And talking about the grounds personnel, look at the replay. Once the ball rolling down to the boundary, nice fielding there by Surendra. Talking about the ground personnel, not many of them, all of them stay here.
That's commitment, isn't it? It really is, but it's why the ground is so well looked after, and they care and adore and love for it. And there's so much cricket being played here. I was talking to Ahmed yesterday, Ahmed Raza, the UAE assistant coach, legendary captain and left arm spinner. And he was saying to me, he was expecting good batting wickets, but just with the weight of cricket that they've had of late, dating back to the Nepal T20, which started on Christmas Eve, where there was 2 games a day for 3 weeks, then through I think there was a PM Cup here, the Mayor's Cup, then into 2 Cricket World Cup League 2 series, and now into this tournament, all since just the last 3 or 4 months. There's been so much cricket played and the surfaces are still playing brilliantly. So great credit to the team here. We're very thankful for their work. 44 ball, 228 for 4.
Davino!
Six remain. And for Bahrain, time to get the long handle out, time to start clearing the rope. We've seen very extreme run rates in the final quarter of all of the matches, both through Cricket World Cup League 2 and now into the ACC Premier. Attempts the big hit, but doesn't get it out of the middle. Protection on the shorter side. This will be a tough task for Bhaskaran. Probably only a 55-metre hit or so out towards that deep mid-wicket cow corner area. And who's it going to be, Haider or Fiaz, who'll clear the ropes?
Yeah, Bhaskaran on his last over of his spell. I don't know who's going to bowl the last 5 overs for the innings. Nicely tossed up, straight to short extra. He's to pick up the bowlers for me. 2 for 27 his figures in 10th over. He's bowled very well. He was on a hat-trick earlier in the innings.
He's bowled nicely, isn't he? Varied his pace, generally been quite flat, but occasionally when the situation has demanded, he's been a bit slower through the air too. That's beaten the fielder. Very good stroke. It took an athletic effort from Haider Ali. He's ended up falling over as he's completed the stroke, but you could see what he was trying to do. Open up that gap between backward point and the third fielder who's in the circle, and it is 4 to the total.
Yeah, what a mind by Haider. Just opening the face to get the gap. Diving effort by the fielder at short third, but couldn't get so. 4 runs to the total. Haider moves to 16. A good innings played by Haider here. Look at that. Played the shot and rolled around, tumbling around the crease. Never the result going for him. Another cut shot. Straight to sweepy cover.
Certainly Bahrain will have been really pleased with how this innings has gone generally, but they just love a big boost now at the death. They would love runs aplenty. At least 10 and over from the final 5. 280 plus minimum. But nothing really just yet as Bhaskaran affects a diving stop to complete a really good spell. 10 overs from the left arm spinner. 2 for 32. It's 234 for 4. Look at the acceleration there in those most recent 30s. There should be a few more of them along that graphic, but definite acceleration from Bahrain as Philippan, who's been very economical, very effective, now has to try and do it at the death. It looks to me like they're going to try and use him for overs 46, 48 and 50. Doesn't have much pace. What's Haider going to do? Is he going to get down the track, or are we going to see some innovation? For now, he's happy with the single. Surely they have to target 10 and over. They've 6 wickets in hand here still, Bahrain.
Yeah, I think Haider is doing a good job here at just giving the strike to Fiaz, who's 62 or 49. He's striking the ball well. 235 for 4 in the 46th over. Bowled it very well, little slower through the air. A tumbling stop by the fielder, down to sweeper cover, 2 runs taken.
I think Bahrain, they've got to realise the scale of their opportunity here. This is where the game could be won or lost. These 5 overs, these 20 minutes of action. They can find a way to get not just 1, 2 boundaries and over. Philippan, he is canny, he is very clever. He's only bowling probably 60 miles an hour, if that, 100 kilometers an hour, really slow through the air. He's almost like an old-fashioned sort of slow cutter bowler. And as a consequence, Fiaz and Hyder have to put the pace onto the ball. I wonder will we see some innovation? Are we going to see some ramps or some scoops? Because right now he's proving very economical indeed, Philippan.
Yes, very economical and very good bowling by Thilapan. Yeah, like you said, it's not more than 110 kilometers per hour. That's slow, and it's very hard for the batsman to get under the ball as well. This time around, he hit it over extra cover, but straight to long off.
We haven't really seen any indication that Bahrain are going to be clearing the ropes at ease. Don't think it's a sign that the pitch is any worse than it was yesterday. Just the lack of pace on the deliveries. There's nothing for Bahrain to work with. And dot balls at this stage, they're worth their weight in gold. A good over from Philippan. Great skills being executed. 4 to go. It's 240 for 4. Four to go. Bahrain unable really to gain this late innings momentum. They got 37 off the last 5, which in a normal 50 over match would be pretty good, but just at this venue, got to exploit. Bit of fortune. He's looking for the big shot, the big 6, and it comes off an outside edge. I think that third fielder, the deep third position, has been far too wide all day, and again, it's costly for Singapore. 4 more.
Yeah, that is what I pointed out earlier. He was very, very square. He should be fine in the death overs because the batters, they are going to swing the bat very hard. If you get an outside edge, it'll go fine, not square. Still, he's a bit squarer for my liking.
Hit down towards long off, where it's really well fielded. That's excellent work from Badella. Abdul Badella, we'll see him probably at number 3, I suspect, in the order for Singapore. Seen some poor fielding, finally a good stop.
Yes, we've seen so much of poor fielding. This is a very good stop. Sliding down on his thigh. And they need some big overs here. Very well bowled.
Again, it's the lack of pace that's constantly causing an issue for Bahrain. Interested to see how they go against UAE in particular. UAE don't have anything approaching a medium pace. All their fast bowlers are proper quicks, and all their spin bowlers are proper spinners. Finally, he gets the length he wants and gets one down the ground. It's only the 3rd maximum of the innings. And Hyder Ali, the captain, says we need more of them. The 250 comes up.
Yeah, he went under the ball nicely here. It was on the slot. Equally well dealt by Hyder Ali. Straight towards the side screen. Again, our cameraman had to take evasive action there.
been in the firing range the last 2 days, haven't they? Nick Bista, who's up there on top, I think he even managed to get a little video clip of it. Gone viral on social media. Everything goes viral on social media here. Someone sent me something on TikTok yesterday. I can't join that. You can quote me on that one. I'm not going to be on there. Can just about manage. Well, I love Twitter. Just about manage that with Facebook and Instagram being the rather poor cousin, the one that everyone seems to favour these days. I'm not going on to it, Paresh. Quote me on it. Don't tell me you're on there on TikTok, are you?
Not at all. I don't like it. Only social media like Twitter and Facebook, that's it.
Full toss, but straight to the man who's in the circle. Fields athletically. Baskaran. Yeah, they get enough's enough. There's too many platforms out there now. Well, it seems to be very popular here in Nepal. Lots of fans coming in and making videos of fun times in the crowd and interactions with players and all that sort of stuff. Anything that promotes the game, though, I'm happy with. Wide Yorker into the block hole and brilliantly played. That's excellent skills from Haider Ali. It was a good delivery. Kalamatu can't believe it, but it's 4 more to close out an expensive 47th over. 257 for 4. Nine and over would get Bahrain to 284. That's the minimum I think they want. Is there still a chance of 300 here, Paresh?
Well, 18 balls remaining. If they go guns blazing from this ball, they might get 300, but they'll have to clear the fence in many occasions.
Can Philippan keep doing it? He's kept them quiet for 8 overs. Biggest test, though, these two. Again, third man is too wide, and there's no one deep either. So the number of edges that have flown for 4, there must have been, what, 9 or 10 of them now. And every time Singapore put their hands on their heads, change the field.
Yeah, no point keeping the short third. He should have been into the boundary. I don't think the fielding position from the captain has been correct in this innings.
Does have a deep backward point, and now the third fielder who's in the circle has been asked to go a little finer. It's a 5-4 field, 5 on the offside. The plan is to bowl these wide Yorkers. This one skews away to that deep backward point. Cuts it off, keeps it to a single. I just wonder, can Haider Ali get after Thilipan here? The way I would go about it, either come down the track or I'd walk across my stumps and try and pull him into the leg side.
If Thilipan wants to bowl outside the off stump, a Yorker, he should bring the deep mid-wicket fielder in and get the short third down to the boundary line. And a good catch here. Smart catch taken by Datta, the captain. Haider has to depart.
A really good catch. Thilipan, he's just got a canny knack. He knows his game really well. He is a great example for anyone who might think, well, I don't have extreme pace, I can't play at the top level. If you execute your skills correctly, looking to bowl a wide Yorker. And the captain's got a bit lucky there, because I think he's crept in 5 yards closer than he should have been, but he's taken a good catch. Haider Ali, his opposite number, has been dismissed for 29. And the score now, 262 for 5. Imran Javed, very fine bowler, and he hits a big ball, this man. He does it from the first ball all the way for 6. That's a bit of a helicopter shot, isn't it? Been wondering when we'd see Javed to the crease. That wicket might have fallen at a good time for Bahrain. In comes the big hitter, starts with a maximum.
Yeah, what a clean hit over extra cover. Look at that. He just stayed there. It looked like some part of MS Dhoni is in there. A very good strike from the first ball. Tried to repeat the dose, but was completely beaten. He's asking the umpire for a wide, but it's not a wide.
Yeah, we can see the approach here from Javed. It's going to be to clear that front leg and swing very heartily. I'm not sure what Fiaz is telling him. Another helicopter shot, and he's picked out the man. Short but sweet from Javed. A good catch held down. That long off. Philippan has another despite leaking that big one, and he's gone for a very quick 6.
Yes, he tried to repeat the dose again, but hit it straight too long off. The fielder just had to take 3 or steps to his right. Let's look at the replay again. Just 4 or 5 steps to his right. Takes it easily. Oh, a little bubble on his hands, but takes it cleanly at the end. Gone for 6, Javed. Bahrain 268 for 6. Junaid Aziz is the new man in at number 8. Luckily for Bahrain, Fiaz is on strike, the big hitter. The field, they're just short third, short extra, short leg, and 45 on the leg side. A big heave down to leg side. One bounce to the fielder just for a single.
A very casual piece of work, wasn't it? That long on. I think he'd have looked a little silly if that bounced over the rope. One bounce for 4, but he did enough. Like plucking an apple from a tree. Keep it to just a single. This is another man who hits a big ball. Junaid Aziz. Very powerful. He gets a bit of width. I think he'll want a second. He does, but Fayez doesn't. Fayez might be dreaming of 100 here. Needs 21 more from 10 remaining deliveries. What a knock it would be if he can get to 3 figures.
Bahrain itching towards 280 runs. Still 10 balls remaining. High up in the air. Oh! He slipped but took a catch. Lucky didn't hit his face.
He's done really well here because he's lost his footing, but he's kept his eyes on the ball despite of that, and he gets a pat in the backside, rightly so, from Chandra Mohan. Excellent catch this. It should have been simple, but he has sprinted in quickly, and as he has, he's lost his footing. End of a brilliant innings from Fayez. You can just see it just there. Ends up losing his footing, but he keeps his eyes on the ball. And as you said, just as well he got his hands up, because otherwise he would have been going right towards the direction of his head. Ahmed, he's gone for 79. Well batted. 270 for 7. Nicely played. Plays over extra cover. Pick up a couple again. We see the long off fielder loses footing. Might need to check those spikes that he's got on because they're not getting any purchase off the turf.
Yeah, these days all the fielders and even the batsmen, they put on full spikes. Rizwan Butt is the new batsman in. He starts off with 2 runs off the first ball.
Skews off an outside edge and it's not going to carry. I think the bowler wanted the fielder to go for it, but he's pulled out. Johan Rangarajan out there. I think if he'd gone for it, he could have ended up conceding a boundary, so decides that better to just keep the runs intact. Kalamuthu, very expensive here.
Yes, this is his last over. Has taken 2 wickets, but gone for 81 runs. Nicely hit up in the air. Fielder dropped again. That was a drop catch. A good attempt, but you should take in this scenario. Chandra Mohan, the fielder there. At the end of 49 overs, Bahrain 275 for 7.
Into the final over. 290 will be the target from here. They'd love a 15-run final over to get them up to that. Whatever happens, they'll have a good target to defend. Good total to defend, that is. Stillapan somehow keeps getting it done. He's been excellent today. Very economical, and he's bowling the toughest overs the innings.
Yes, he's bowled very well. He's bowled 46, 48 and 58 now. Hasn't given away too much of runs. 9.1 overs, 2 for 39. His figures. Pick up the bowlers for Singapore.
Thanks for that wide block. Oh, he's got protection out there. Both deep extra cover and deep backward pointer out. So the intent is very obvious. It's not to bowl stump to stump anymore. It's to just kind of bowl to about a 5th stump line and get it full enough to not allow any elevation to be hit.
Yeah, he's executing his plans very well. Chilepan.
That time it's the leg cutter, so even slower and a slightly quicker one. Hasn't been a lot of innovation used by the Bahraini batters. That'd be my only criticism.
Yes, even though he's bowling so slow, the batters, they are waiting for the ball to come to them rather than going after the bowling. They can just wait and let's play. That's wide. A rare wide from Telepan. And the batters, they need to maneuver in the crease, go way outside the off stump and try to play a pull shot over the short fine fielder. That is what they are not doing so.
That one's swung back in, isn't it? But again, full enough that Junaid Aziz can't get the contact that he would like. Throughout this spell from Thilapan, I've waited for somebody to get after him because of his pace, but nobody's been able to. And if he can hold his nerve for 2 more balls, he's going to finish with excellent figures.
And you can see the keeper, he's not at the stumps, he's behind the stumps, so you can come down the track and hit him anywhere you want. Comedy of errors here. Easy run out.
They're just fading away, aren't they? Calamitous run out this one. Almost ended up at the same end. Junaid wanted the strike. Rizwan didn't know where to go. And in the end, Rizwan is the one who perishes. The keeper just held his nerve pretty cleverly here. He didn't have to do anything fancy. There they are, almost shaking hands together. And he just underarmed it back to the bowler, who took a chance. but he was close enough to affect the run out. Rizwan none too happy. He's gone for 4, run out. It's 280 for 8.
The last ball of the innings. I think he got a hold of it. Yes, he did. 6 to end the innings.
Well, it took until the 300th and final delivery of the first innings for someone to really get after Dilapan. But Junaid Aziz, I said when he came to the crease, he hits a very clean ball, and this one was right in the slot. And he is dismissively dispatched it all the way for 6. It justifies running out his partner and getting himself onto strike. So Bahrain, they finish with a flourish. They get to 286. I think it's a really good total. Will it be enough? I'm not sure whether it will be, because it's such a good batting surface. But they've given themselves more than a chance. They've got a really good bowling lineup too to try and defend it. And Singapore probably not overly happy with some of their work, particularly their fielding in that first innings. A lot of hard work out there in the heat. It's very, very hot indeed, although a bit less hazy now. As maybe that sun has burnt off some of the air pollution around Kantapur. Time now to take a look at some of the best of the batting highlights from this first innings. It was a solid start, wasn't it, from the two openers, Mohammad Yunus and Shabazz Babar. They looked fairly unplussed, getting the score to 30 for none in the first power play. But then a couple of wickets fell quickly. In fact, it was 2 and 2. Vinath Bhaskaran picked up Yunus and Matthias from his first ball. And it was a much slower and more cautious approach then from Badar and Ahmed. They combined really nicely for the third wicket. Badar hitting 8 boundaries and Sohail Ahmed hitting 6. And what was a 105 run partnership for that third wicket. With runs all the way around the ground and that very fast outfield coming into effect. Again, wasn't much innovation, but just occasionally a sweep shot came out. And they were really helped by some tardy fielding. I thought Singapore were well under par in the field, particularly their ground fielding. 2 drop catches. And lots of fumbles and easy runs conceded, just like that. That one ran away for 4. Sweep shot seemed to be the go-to for Fiaz Ahmed, who came to the crease, made 79 off just 59 deliveries, 9 4s and a 6 in his innings. And then Haider Butt, the captain, get into the act. He made 29 off 25. Again, almost every highlight we're seeing a tardy piece of fielding, a diving stop in the deep that was missed. I would suspect maybe 35 or 40 runs in the amount that Singapore gave away in the field. That was a good stroke, that one, from the skipper. Haider Butt getting it behind square on the offside. And lots of runs went through the vacant third region as well, behind square on the offside. Because the outfield's so quick, it just hairs away, it really does. I think it's a little bit above par. There was also 5 maximums, including the one off the final ball of the innings. Maybe not as many big hits as Bahrain would have been known for. That straight one down the ground was probably the pick of them. And then the remarkable risk to get it all the way for 6 over extra cover. And that's a batting card. A pair of 70s, one from the opener Shabazz, and then Fiaz with 79 off 59 provided the acceleration. Going to take a look at the wickets now. 8 of them fell. The first 2 went to the left arm spinner. It was 2 and 2, both bowled. At that point, Singapore thought that they were going to maybe even bowl Bahrain out, but a very cautious third wicket partnership that was only broken when Sohail Ahmed was dismissed. And then a couple of run-outs. That one was a calamitous one. Wickets for Thilapan, Omadurai. He got 2 for. And some good catches held in the deep. The catching wasn't really the problem, only 2 drop catches. The ground fielding was the issue. As Bahrain couldn't quite get the big hits they wanted. That was an excellent grab out at long off. And then this calamitous run out off the second last ball. As we take a look at the bowling figures here, 2 wickets apiece for Ramesh Kalamathu, Thilapan, Omadurai, and also Vinoth Bhaskaran. 286 for 8 the total. So that's going to wrap up the coverage of the first innings. We will come back with all the action inside about 30 minutes time. Do come and join us then, when Singapore, they will need 287 to win.
very good afternoon to all the viewers. Welcome back after the lunch break. You can see there the scene behind the ground. Singapore taking on Bahrain today. Bahrain making 286 runs in the first innings, a big total. Singapore need 287 to win in 50 overs. In Bahrain's batting, Yunus 23, Shazab played well for 76, Sohail 46, Fiaz 79, a good innings by him. Haider, the captain, 29 of 25. At the end, 286 for 8 in 50 overs. Run rate is 5.72 for Bahrain. And you can see in the behind the Kathmandu city. Singapore bowling, Kalimutu taking 2 wickets in 10 overs, giving away 83 runs, very expensive. Tilipan 10 overs, 49 for 2. Vinod, a very good spell for him, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 32 for 2. Puri 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36, no wicket. Manpreet, very expensive, 8 overs, 64. And Retra, the captain, 2 overs for 19 runs. The target for Singapore, 287 in the allotted 50 overs. A very steep ask for Singapore. They need to have a good start in the first power play. And you can see on the background the monument of Nepal, Dharara, we call it, the Kathmandu city, a beautiful city. The 2 umpires are there, and the Bahrain field is very keen to get on with the game. The opening batters of Singapore entering the field. I would like to welcome Sharad Vesakar with me here in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Sharad.
Good afternoon, Paresh. Good afternoon to all the viewers around watching live telecast of this 5th match between Singapore and Bahrain in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Yeah, decent target given by Bahrain. Singapore, on the other hand, would be looking to start off well. They will probably be looking to get a good start in this first power play. Beautiful scenes from the drone. Beautiful TU cricket ground. Very soon we hope to see the floodlights installed, Paresh.
Yes, that'll be very good after the floodlights in the TU International Cricket Ground, and if they can build up a parapet around the ground, it'll be a stadium.
Rohan Ragaranjan, one of the 2 batters opening the innings for Singapore. And his partner, Aritra Dotta, the captain, right and back, taking the responsibility on himself. Looks a sturdy guy. Be interesting to see how he goes in the second innings. The bowlers marking their run up, just scuffing the landing area.
Just slight delay there where the curator comes and does something, preparation into the wicket, just hammering the mud around, making sure that the bowler doesn't slip. I think it's going to be Rizwan Butt to start the proceedings for Bahrain. You can see 8 pitches here in the TU International Cricket Ground. We're playing on the 7th on the left of your screen. three pitches will be used here, the third, fifth and the seventh. Likewise in Mulpani as well, three pitches are going to be used. All set for the chase. Singapore, they need 287 to win this game. Mind you, they've lost the first game they've played here in the ACC Men's Premier Cup against Hong Kong. A big task again for Singapore to chase down 286.
As the umpires get ready for the first ball, and it will be Rizwan Butt to start off from the TU gate end.
Oh, very sharp delivery back of the length. A good start for Butt. There's a slip and a gully. Backward point, cover point, short extra, mid off, the offside field with the third man. And in the leg side, there's only two fielders, mid on and wide, fine leg. 7-2 field for Butt. They're in attacking mode, Bahrain. Slower ball. The second ball he uses a variation.
Yeah, Rizwan having that 7-2 field, probably looking to bowl around that fifth stump area. Starting off well. It'll be interesting to see how much movement he gets with this new ball. One slip and gully in place.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shave outside the off stumper, and I think Bahrain they want to attack the batters. That is why there's a slip and a gully and a short cover in front of the stumps. Backward point, cover point. 7-2 fielders we don't see quite often. He's just justifying the field given to him by the captain, bowling it like Sarat said on the fifth stump. A big appeal, but umpire nods his head. It'll be interesting to see. In my first thought, I think that was just angling down to the leg side.
Yes, a very good in nipper, as you can see. Balled around the off stump, came in. Tried to flick it, Rohan. Just missed it, and probably going down leg, what the umpire thought.
Yeah, we could see the two stumps, the off stump and the middle stump. That is why I think the umpire said that it would have missed the leg stump. A good start by Butt for 5 dot balls on a trot.
Looks a very good bowler. Nice run up, nice rhythmic action. Outswing must be his stock delivery with the new ball. Slightly side on action.
Yeah, starts with the maiden. One done, none for none.
That's a middle. Thank you.
Ali Daud is going to take the second new ball from the Chobar end, the medium pacer. He's written right arm fast. Let's see his pace. I always love when there's written right arm pace. It's just because I love pace bowlers, to face pace bowlers, like what Sharat does.
Yeah, right arm fast indicates that You must be bowling around the 140 mark. That's when you have that tagline under you.
Doesn't look that fast, but probably he's just loosening up. But starts with a good length. Saud. A similar field as given to Butt. There's a slip gully, backward point, cover point, short extra, mid off, and third man. 7-2 field again for him. And he's just justifying the field given to him, bowling that channel of outside off stump. Just telling the batsman, if you want to score runs, hit me across the line. Good start, good bowling, right on the money.
Yes, it looks like a more of a front-on action bowler. Haven't been able to see much of a movement from both these new bowlers. Be interesting to see if they tend to bowl the ball a little up to the batsman. You might get some movement as this new ball offers.
Try to pull that ball. It was not that short to pull. He could have just gone to the back foot and punched the ball towards cover. And it's not a regulation slip. It's just a floating slip. The fielder at slips. And there's a gully, 45. 3 dot balls for Daud. Good start for Bahrain here. Defending a good total of 286.
You could see early bringing that ball in. Seems to have that in-dipper coming in from his action. Looks like that's his natural ball. Do you think it's a right way to go, Paresh, with a 7-2 field and you're just bowling outside the off stump? You take that chance of getting the batsman out as bowled, as you have to keep that line just outside the off stump when you have that 7-2 field.
Big appeal, but I think height can be an issue there. Yeah, I think if you bowl outside off stump or on the 5th stump, it is a very good field. 7-2. He shouldn't stray on the pads because there are no fielders apart from mid-on and fine leg on the leg side.
Was a decent shout, a touch high most probably. Umpire rightly not giving that out.
Nicely defended. Yet again a maiden over. 2 maidens on a trot. Singapore none for none. Still the same field for Rizwan. Started off with a maiden in his first over. Going down the leg side. Did too much. I think the batsmen are getting a little bit frustrated. The ball was there to hit. It was on the pads, but completely missed it.
Moving the ball both ways, Rizwan. You can see the ball's on the stumps. It's coming into the batsman. Rohan missing it twice on his legs. Hasn't given a single yet, Rizwan.
Nicely driven. A bit of a misfield there. Down to backward point boundary for 4 runs. Singapore off the mark. Let's look at the replay. Very nicely done. It was in the gap between backward point and cover point. And talking about Rizwan, but it's written here right arm medium pace. He looks a bit quicker than that.
Yeah, it looks to be more of a swing bowler. Yeah, that was a very good ball by Rizwan. Followed up by that boundary from Rohan.
Yeah, Bahrain means business out in the center. They're not giving any kind of room. The only delivery that he bowled, a fuller delivery outside the off stump, was the last 4 that was hit of him. Nicely bowled, good length. Quick single taken by these two batsmen. Chance and now overthrow, but no harm done.
Good running between these two. You could see Paris like a very clear call from Rohan. As soon as the ball hit the bat, it was straight away off the mark.
Yes, running should be good. That is what the Bahrain batters did. They ran between the wickets very well. And there was too many misfields for Singapore. They at least gave away 30 to 35 extra bonus runs to Bahrain, courtesy of the misfield. That's nicely bowled into the pad. Yeah, this is what you shouldn't do as a bowler when you have 7-2 field. You should bowl off stump, outside off stump. Tell the batsman to play across the line. There's a vacant area on the leg side. In this instant, he bowled it straight onto the pads. That is why he was able to take a single.
Exactly, Paris, with very less movement off the pitch and in the air for the pace bowlers. It's very little margin for error to the bowlers. If they stray down the leg, there are definitely chances they will get punished.
That's better line and length. 6 runs off the over, 3 gone. Singapore 6 for no loss. Dowd to continue from the Chobar end with his second over and the 4th over of the innings. Nicely played. It was outside the off stump. He rolled his wrist towards the leg side to take the single. I think Bahrain, the wicket is not moving, not seaming around. I think the Bahrain captain should take one fielder from the offside and put down the mid wicket. If the ball is not moving, we don't see any movement in the air or off the pitch.
Absolutely, Paresh. With this less movement, this flat deck, you give more chances to the bowler to get the batsman out bowled as well. Yeah, that was a cut attempted, but you could see some good pace there by Dowd for the first time.
Yeah, I think he's just justifying that it's written right and fast. The last particular ball was very quick. It was beaten by pace, the batsman. The ball moved away after pitching. I think he's just warming up Dowd. Oh, that's a zapper of a ball. The ball was angling in, and after pitching went out, unplayable.
That is one of the most difficult delivery for a batsman early on. You could see him coming wide of the crease, angling in and then pitching and going away. Had a half prod at it, Rohan.
Even the best players in the world, even the best batters would have been beaten by that ball. He's showing some express pace now. The batter's hurried into the shot.
Yes, Rohan thankfully got bat down in time. That definitely hurried on to Rohan Ravaranjan. Daud now finally getting his rhythm. The strong shoulders coming into use, Paresh.
Yes, Ali Daud looks to be in a very good rhythm. Look at that again, a bit of pace. Bat hurrying down. Now he's showing that a good pace. I'm loving it. He's challenging the batters. If you can handle my pace, just do it.
So now, are you happy, Paresh, with the tagline he's got? Right arm fast.
Yes, I'm absolutely happy. I think he was just warming up the first over. Now he's in a very good rhythm and bowling some express pace. Again, hurrying the batsman, getting the bat right on time, taking a single down to leg side. 4 overs gone, Singapore 8 for no loss. A good start for Bahrain. In 4 overs, only 8 runs given, no extras. A very disciplined bowling attack till now. Still 7-2 field for Rizwan. That's nicely driven, but straight to the field. Oh, a mix up there. A direct hit would have interested the umpire, but it wasn't. And Rizwan looks to be a nippy customer as well.
Yeah, he looks to be a skittish customer. Been very economical till now. Only 2 fielders outside the circle. Just giving away 6 runs in his 3rd over. Yeah, I like his action, Paresh.
Wide called. First loose delivery by Rizwan. Yeah, his action is similar to, a little bit similar to Waqar Yunis because he's bowled from the side arm. Not totally round arm, but a little bit of side arm. And if you remember the Afghani medium pacer, the quick bowler, what's his name?
Yeah, I could figure out a bit whom you're referring to, and that ball goes to the boundary. Cover drive attempted by Rohan. Had a hard slash at it. Taking the outside part of the bat. Runs away between the point and 3rd man region.
Yeah, room given to him. When you slash it hard. That is the saying. That is what he did. Rangarajan gets a boundary. Moves to 10 of 18 deliveries. Yeah, I think I remember the surname. Something Zadran from Afghanistan. He used to play when I was playing. That was a good punch off the front foot down to extra cover. Nice bit of fielding. Single taken.
I believe you're referring to the right-handed Daulat Zadran. There was another Zadran as well. That was Shapur Zadran, who used to run like Shoaib Akhtar around from the 40-yard circle near the boundary lines. That was good bit of fielding by the captain. Haider Ali.
Yes, Daulat Zadran, yes. I played Shapur Zadran when we played a practice match in Chennai. I was at slips and I was at the 30-yard circle. And look at his pace. Nicely driven over cover point towards the boundary. A good start here for Singapore. 4 runs added, 18 for no loss in the 5th over.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot by the captain Datta, opening his shoulders. A safe shot over covers, showing some intent.
Now there's a change in field. The gully comes out to mid-wicket. Nicely played down to square leg. Just for a single though. No, I think the batters have got the pace of the wicket. They've got the pace of the bowler. And talking about Rizwan, particularly this over, he's not bowling as well as he bowled the last 2 overs that he bowled. He's giving some room outside the off stump. That is why the batters are slashing the ball, getting the outer part of the bat and getting the mid of the bat over cover.
That was a well bowled delivery. 11 runs coming off that over. 5th over done. Singapore with a steady start. A 19 for no loss.
At the end of 5 overs, Bahrain were 30 for no loss, whereas Singapore 19 for no loss. Much behind on the in terms of runs. Both the teams haven't lost a wicket. Bahrain didn't lose a wicket in the 5th over. This youngster is generating some pace now. Daud has given only 2 runs in 2.1 overs. Sure, tell me about his action. We talked about Rizwan Butt's action, a bit similar to Daulat Zadran, the quickie from Afghanistan. Tell me about something of Daud's action.
Yeah, he looks to have a decent action front on. Doesn't have a very fast run up, but does put some shoulder power into the ball, you know, like he's really hitting the deck hard. Would love to see him having a longer run up and putting that acceleration to the ball.
Yeah, he looks to use his shoulder. He gives his shoulder a bit of tweak in the delivery stride at the load up and finishing at the releases as well. There you can see he's using his shoulders. Oh, there's a misfield from the Bahrain fielder. The ball rolling towards the boundary. A big chase for Rizwan. 3 runs taken by the batters.
The ball angling in. Datta just clipping it away from outside the off stump. Shades of Sachin Tendulkar there, Paresh. A diving effort by the square leg fielder, but in vain. 3 runs added to the total.
These 2 batsmen getting the pace of the wicket and the bowlers. That is why they're trying to play their shots. It'll be much easier to play the shots if you ball quick in this kind of a wicket. A flat wicket. Very good shot, slashed it, and a very good diving catch to his left. First wicket down for Singapore. Daud has the breakthrough for Bahrain.
Yes, Mohammad Yunus it is. What a catch that was. That ball was traveling for sure. As you can see, slashed it hard and diving to his left. That ball was traveling at some speed. What a diving catch by Yunus. Rohan goes for 11 after a short little innings. Singapore are 22 for 1.
Abdul Rahman Batelia is the new batsman in at number 3 for Singapore. They were having a decent start but lost their first wicket on the 6th over of the innings, chasing a big total of 286. Look at that catch, a diving catch on his left, plucking it out of thin air. Oh, good pace, good pace. I'm loving this.
You can see the Bahrain fielders chirping a bit more now with the first wicket down. Daud picking up that first wicket. Disappointed Rohan. Didn't expect that kind of catch to be taken. Slashed outside the off stump by Badelia. This comes end of the 6th over and Singapore are 22, the loss of 1 wicket.
Rizwan to continue from the pavilion and his bowled 3 overs, a touch expensive as has given away 17 runs. A good length bowled by him. Yeah, talking about the bowling action, Sharad, this is similar to the quickie from Afghanistan, Daulat Zadran. Not exactly similar, but kind of a similarity.
What a good bowler Daulat was. I thought he was pretty similar to the great Waqar Yunus.
Yeah, the ball going in this instant, the ball moving in the air, down to the leg side, nicely flicked away by the batsman for a single. Aretra, the captain, still there. Badela yet to open his account. Bahrain means business here. They want to win this match as early as possible. Slower, Lekata. Even the keeper was deceived by it. By signal by the umpire.
If you see Singapore's lineup, Parish, they have many new names actually. If you see the last time they played around, you can see only 4 or 5 guys from that team. What would be the thinking behind that?
A hit up in the air, but straight to mid-off. Second wicket down. Rizwan takes his first wicket and the second wicket of Singapore. That was nothing short for me. Ritra, the captain, must be disappointed with himself, not clearing the mid-off fielder. Gone for 11 of just 16 deliveries.
See, just bowled it in the good length area. Datta having a full swing at it, trying to clear the mid-off fielder, but just hit the top half of the bat. The captain Datta goes for 11 of 16. And Singapore are 24 for 2.
Manpreet Singh is the new man in. Let's have a look at the wicket again. Got the top half of the bat, the bottom hand coming into play there. That is why the ball went high up in the air. Easy catch to the captain, Haider Ali. Manpreet Singh was very expensive with the ball. Now he has to rectify with the bat.
Manpreet Singh has been playing for Singapore for some years now. Debuted around 2019. He's one of their main players in the Singapore's current squad.
Very good length by Rizwan. Yes, Singapore in a spot of bother here, losing 2 early wickets in quick succession in the 7th over, 24 for 2. Bahrain very disciplined bowling till now.
Left alone. And it's the 7th over done. There'll be a shuffle in the commentary box. Thank you, Parish. Singapore are 24 for 2. Bahrain after 7 overs, picking up those 2 crucial wickets. A wicket apiece for Rizwan and Dawood. And we welcome our home man now, Andrew Leonard. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good lunch, Andrew.
Oh, good afternoon, mate. Thank you very much. Yet to eat, as always. Do have a good breakfast. That's the key. Have a good breakfast and have a wander. Did go looking for an ice cream up on the banks, but in their infinite wisdom, the vendors, the ice cream sellers, have said, today's not our day. They said tomorrow's the day to do some Friday lollipops and ice creams and sell to the thousands that are going to pack into these banks of the TU International Cricket Ground, because the home side will be back in action tomorrow. Nepal taking on Oman, maybe the pick of the games of the group stages thus far. But for Bahrain, right now they're on top. They've got a very impressive bowling attack. They've batted with real restraint, real maturity, particularly for a side that plays very little 50-over cricket. And from here, the higher ranked Singaporean team, they have it all to do.
Yeah, they need a big effort if they want to get close to that target of 280. Yeah, probably all the ice cream vendors are saving their energy and all the ice cream for tomorrow. They don't want to disappoint the Nepali fans tomorrow.
Well, there won't be a cow milked in Kathmandu if Nepal can go on to win this competition. The reason why, the prize at the top, it's tantalising, it's incredible really, not just going to the Asia Cup but also going into India and Pakistan's group of 3, so guaranteed games against arguably the 2 biggest cricketing nations in the world. Sharad, I know you never got to play against India or Pakistan in an official international. And it's a beauty, beats everything. Really nicely bowled, just shaping away again from Dawood. But what would it have meant to you during your playing career? You could still achieve it to play against your local neighbours, some of your nearest neighbours, either India or Pakistan. What would that have meant, and how do you think the team could do?
Yes, I mean, it's been a childhood dream for all of us to play against the Asian giants. We all have been grew watching those players on TV. A lot of following in Nepal from many years. Yeah, if we go on to win this tournament, Nepal, I believe, can surprise some of the stars of India and Pakistan for sure, with the talent we have.
There's probably a decent case to be made that if it had come in previous eras, and I'm not in any way disparaging icons of the game like Shakti Gochan and Paras Kadka, yourself, Sharad et al., but I just feel the team is better equipped now. It's got more experience, it has more games at the ODI level. I'm not saying they'd go and beat India and Pakistan, but they'd have their moments. I really think that whoever wins this Asia Cup qualifier here are going to go on and fly the flag very proudly for the associates. End of the 8th over, 24 for 2.
Chalo, quick, boys!
Rizwan to continue. We're just talking here with Sharad Vasakar, the Nepal international players. Fantastic to have him with us in the ACC Men's Premier Cup commentary team. Just to that scale of the prize and how the associates are better prepared these days, particularly the leading associates, those 7 in Cricket World Cup League 2 and the Netherlands who are up in the Super League. Those top 8 associates, let alone those beneath them, the likes of Canada and many other sides, Jersey beneath them. Good cricketing teams, but what the associates have been crying out for years is exposure. If you look back to when you first came in the team, how often were you playing? You might have had, what, 2 or 3 tournaments a year at most? And now it feels like they're playing all the time. Am I wrong in that?
Exactly. I think the numbers you took, it's more than... we played a lot lesser than that actually. We used to wait for 2 years for that one ACC tournament, and the ICC qualifying series like the Division 5, 4 and 3, that used to happen once in 2 years as well, so it was a long wait. Sometimes it would be so frustrating, Andrew. I mean, there's a lot more cricket now. So glad to see that.
What year did you make your debut?
It was in 2004 in January against UAE.
So in 19 years, we've seen a complete sea change, but particularly the last 5 years, isn't it? And I think great credit's got to go to the ICC and the ACC. Both organisations have finally, I think they've recognised the potential in the associates. And they also know that if they're going to have larger world events or larger Asian events, and all of those events are expanding in the next cycles, the associates have to be given a fighting chance. And the only way they can do that is by getting exposure, getting regular games. And the problem is, 15 or 20 years ago, it was very hard to bring these teams together. It's still costly now, but at least you can offset some of that cost. We've got these live broadcasts, all these sponsors, you're seeing the advertising hoardings all the way around. It's making these games possible. Pulled away, going to be pulled for 4. Cannons into the 1X bat, the title sponsor of the ACC Men's Premier Cup. Speaking of them, good stroke for 4, gets Bahrain off the mark. But isn't it fantastic to see the amount of cricket now being played by the best associates?
Yes, exactly. I hope more and more tournaments will be there in future for the associates. One thing is a bit disappointing from the players' point of view is that the 3-day formats and the 4-day Intercontinental Cup that used to happen in between the top associates has been removed.
Slapped away. Going to be back-to-back boundaries. Slapped away for 4. A little bit of a fight back towards the end of the first power play. That closes the 9th over. Singapore 33 for 2. Wind has just got up to date. I think we saw game day 1 in the Mulpani. The wind played havoc. Is that something you get at this time of year when the heat comes into the valley?
Oh yes, this April and May month, you will definitely get more wind in the afternoon sessions. It's good to see the Bahrain captain Haider Ali helping out, helping out the non-striker Badelia.
Yeah, there's such a beautiful camaraderie, a brotherhood, or a fraternity between all of the associate players, men's, women's, youth cricketers. It's one of the things that I think makes it so special. I want to ask you, Sharad, about your playing days, and it's fair to say that a lot of the players from Nepal or UAE or Namibia or Scotland or wherever the players are coming from, they have as good and as close friends in the other teams as they do as within their own team.
Yes, exactly, that's true actually. Yeah, you can see in the current team as well, these guys, Sompal, Karan, have good friends in the other teams. In the UAE, you can see Rohan, Sompal playing for the same franchisee in many of the domestic leagues in Nepal. So that adds up to the relation they have off the field as well.
Quick single. Oh, I think this would have been gone. And it's the skipper, Haider Ali, who's picked up really cleanly. Manpreet has ended up coming through comfortably, but Badelia would have been gone. He's ended up in a heap at the non-striker's end. He did everything right, didn't he, Hyder Ali? He ran the perfect line, the perfect angle to affect this run out. The only thing he didn't do was affect the direct hit.
Yeah, change of bats there for Badilia. Seems the pad has some kind of damage.
I'm going to ask the team to see if we can see that replay, because I think this was out. You have a break in play, or else the pad will be changed. It was actually a wonderful piece of fielding, this. He's picked up clean, he ran the perfect angle. Oh, gone for all money. And that's the damage, you could see it being done there. I think he might have actually ripped the top strap as well, so he's going to have to get a replacement pad. In fact, he's going to replace both of them. Bahrain keeper is having a stretch. We'll have a bit of a break in play. Tell us a bit more about those friendships between the countries. Is that because of the closeness of the players? One more look at this replay first. Perfect technique. He's done everything right here. Only one stump to aim at. How close is this? Oh, just missed. Definitely out. But it's that kind of shared bond of knowing the sacrifices that all players go through in terms of missing out on time with their family, and it's not as though associate cricketers earn a lot of money.
Exactly. There is not much of a difference, if you ask, between the type of exposure we get and the finances that has been distributed by the ICC to the ODI countries in the associate region. So almost everyone has the similar story, and although we have a good friendship off the field, you could see on the field guys play really hard. Seen in the past series when Rohan and Sandeep going against each other, and again having a nice picture in the airport, you know, hugging each other.
Well, it wasn't a nice picture on the pitch, was it? It was almost head-to-head contact being made. That's the batting card. Both the openers fell for 11. Back in your day, Sharad, particularly around the times maybe Nepal first qualified for a World Cup, the T20 World Cup in 2014, who were your bogey team? Who were the side you could never seem to beat? And also, conversely then, who was the side you never lost against?
I think the Scottish side used to be a very unbeatable side at that time, you know. Whenever we played them, it was very hard to beat them. And in these kind of ACC trophy tournament back days, it was very difficult to beat UAE as well in the semi-finals. We always lost to them in the ACC semi-finals. That's the one reason we never qualified for the Asia Cup further.
It's remarkable to think of the quality of Nepal and the brilliant cricketers they've produced down the years. Basanta Regmi, Shakti Gochan, Paris Kadka most famously, Gyanendra Mali, yourself, Sharad. I'll give Paresh Lahani a mention. He's staring at me like a needy puppy dog in the back. You too, Paresh, you too.
Yeah, to remind you, Andrew, he has scored 2 centuries against Singapore.
There you go.
In an international game, that is.
So he loved playing against Singapore. They were easy hundreds, those ones, Paresh. No such thing as an easy international century. I'm joking, of course. But if we do look at that historic Asia Cup record, it's amazing to think that of all the times since the associates have been welcomed into it, it's just Hong Kong and UAE that have got there. And that's why I think it makes this year's Premier Cup all the more fascinating. Because even though UAE might be marginally the favourites, because of Nepal having home advantage, because Oman have risen up so strongly in recent times, and then the likes of maybe a Bahrain or a Qatar or someone like that coming into the mix, we could see a new qualifier for the first time for the Asia Cup. End of the first power play, 35 for 2. So with the first power play done, let's look ahead to tomorrow. Going to be a great Friday, a fantastic Friday here at the TU International Cricket Ground. It's going to be the home side taking on Oman. It's the first ODI of this series. We're still waiting for a final answer on the other games. We think they're going to have List A status, but when the ODI sides meet, so that's Nepal, Oman and UAE, we've only got one guaranteed of those. We expect probably one or two more through the semi-finals and third place playoff and final. But that could be a cracking game. Oman have a brilliant record here. I know it was a long time ago. I know it was back in 2020. But they were perfect at this venue, winning 4 from 4, 2 versus Nepal and 2 versus USA.
Absolutely. And Oman having their first win yesterday at Mulpani, convincingly against Qatar. They would be confident coming to the tomorrow's game as well. It'll be a very interesting battle tomorrow. Hope to see a big crowd tomorrow here at the TU grounds.
I'm desperate to see a good crowd. After the majesty of last month and 30,000 people in and around this venue. A story I haven't heard, which I got told this morning about that day. I'm really lucky, Shard, in what I do. I travel around the world basically full time now. In fact, it is full time. As we see Javed into the attack, the Sohail Tanvir-esque Javed, who comes a little bit off the wrong foot. But of all the days I've had, whether it be playing, coaching, working in administration, I was on the ground at the 2015 ICC Cricket World Cup final, there in person, pitch side, as Carlos Brathwaite hit those 4 sixes in Kolkata at Eden Gardens. I think March the 16th last month is my favourite day I've ever had, and I'm not saying that because of a recency bias. It was so incredibly special. Everything about that day was so special. At 7:30 a.m. I got here an hour before I was supposed to be here. I wanted to take in a bit of the day. I'm usually just about on time. I was early that day. There was thousands of people up the avenue trying to come in. The story I hadn't heard, which I heard this morning, was they dash a quick single. They had to keep an additional 10,000 people. 10,000 people down on the main ground. Now, I didn't know about this. This is on the main road. And they weren't even allowed up the avenue because there's gates down for the TU International Cricket Ground. So it wasn't just the 30,000 in and around the grass banks here. There's another 10,000 down the bottom of the hill. I didn't know that.
That's true, Andrew. Actually, when I was driving in for the game, and I came late after picking my kid after the school, around 4 o'clock, for the end part of the game, and the road was completely blocked in that TU gate, University gate. So that was the first time I saw in any international game the entrance was given from back of the road. So that big crowd had come in.
That was only for the VIPs like you, of course. Whipped away. Good shot. Nicely picked up by Singh. He can be an awkward bowler to face, Javed. If you haven't seen him before, he comes late with that whippy action off the wrong foot. But Singh has picked this up nicely for 4.
A nice whippy shot there by Manpreet. One of the best players in Singapore right now. I remember him scoring some good runs in the 2019 qualifier in the game which we got hammered by Tim David. And our dreams was shattered for qualifying in the qualifier for the upcoming T20 World Cup.
You also think kind of what came before that day, what led up to that day, and I don't just mean the days and weeks, I mean the kind of months and years leading up to that day made it all the more special. We'll come back to that in a moment. It's 40 for 2 after 11. Here's the full records. So obviously the 4 big boys have played in them all. India boycotted one, Bangladesh started the year late, Pakistan boycotted one. Afghanistan being all the ones since they've come about.
Once we were winners in 2000, I think you were
Abdul Majid going to come into the attack with his left arm spin from the Chobar Hills end of the ground. You're just talking about the amazing scene of a month ago on the 16th of March when Nepal pulled off the most extraordinary victory, coming back from really the jaws of defeat, chasing over 300. The score was 31 for 3, and they somehow ended up getting ahead only just on Duckworth Lewis Stern. And in the fading light, as the sun fell behind the hills to our right, the umpire said enough was enough and no more play could be done, to spark jubilant scenes of celebration all the way around this venue and across the country. And the reason I was saying, Sharad, I think it was all the more special was that it was the kind of despair of what had happened in months and years prior, missing out on T20 World Cup qualifications so narrowly. All the difficulties of at one point being suspended by the ICC, no place at the top table, and any global events since 2014 when everyone thought that was a new dawn. And even though it's only to get to the qualifier, there's a sense that this time it's for real under Monty Desai and Robert Powell, and that this is a new era that's not just going to flatter to deceive and have one or two good games, but have a sustained period of excellence at the top of associate cricket, and maybe for the first time start to beat some test nations.
Absolutely. We have very high hopes with this team actually. It's a very young team. They have time on their hand and the skills as well to do it, to beat those top sides. Hopefully if they get more opportunities to play against these test playing nations. You have seen it all, Lenny, the progress of Irish cricket being the top associates and then going on to take that test status. What should be the roadmap for them, going forward? How could they achieve that in the near future?
I think there's incredible similarities between the two journeys, actually, between Ireland and Nepal. That is a beauty. Oh, yes. Majid has got it just right. I think he's done the keeper a bit of damage as well, because it's just clipped the top of off stump, and then it's ricocheted very nastily. I think it's got him in the throat. Hopefully that pain is only temporary. Just as well he's got the helmet on. We've seen Mark Boucher do a career-ending injury like that, so it's no laughing matter, and it doesn't take away from Majid the magician, who has cleaned up bad Delia. Not going to get the replay now. He's gone for 10. It's 40 for 3.
See there, Majid just pitching it around the middle stump and hitting the top of off. What a ball that was. A dream ball for a left arm spinner. You could see the effort put in there by Majid. Excited, isn't he? And the keeper getting it one in his throat as well.
Well, what the spinner's going to go over to the keeper is say, I might do that 4 more times. You have to wear 4 more hits for me. I think he's all right. He's had some treatment and he's battled back game, but he gets a pat in the back for his troubles. They say you have to have a bit of madness to be a wicketkeeper. This is exactly why. He hasn't even done anything wrong there. He's followed the trajectory and the path of the ball perfectly. He's got his 2 hands placed immaculately, but has clipped the top of off. And it's gone straight into his neck. He'll have a bruise there overnight, but for now he won't mind as Majid strikes. That was a perler, a really good delivery. That reminds me of Basanta Regmi at his best.
Absolutely. A legend he was, Basant. And the incoming batsman, Siddhant Shrikant. Seems a newcomer in the team. See a changed side, Singapore, Andrew.
Yeah, plenty of players missing out. 2 all-rounders are huge blows. It's almost like missing 4 players because Aryaman Uchal and Janak Prakash are out-and-out all-rounders. They're not batters who bowl or bowlers who bat. They're proper players. So you're taking 20 overs out of your team and you're taking out your number 6 and 7 batters and the guys who hit. You score quickly. 2 slips in now. Shrikant has a lot of work to do, as do Singapore. It's 40 for 3. Required run rate definitely coming into play now, and the reason why, Singapore only going a fraction over 3 and over. They've lost 3 wickets. It's an uphill task from here. Bahrain, who we wondered would they have the experience in the 50-over game to sustain a full match in not only one innings but both innings. At the moment, 62 overs into the game, they're doing everything right. They're right on top.
Definitely, they have played very good cricket today. Seen some good matured batting, starting from the openers and the middle order. Fayaz picking on from there, and now a professional bowling effort as well. You could see, oh, that was a bad hit in the neck area. You have seen so many career-threatening injuries.
I'm not sure I wanted to see that replay. That was nasty. You actually got a good sense, though, didn't you, as to the keeper could do nothing. It's clipped the top of off, and it's leapt, 2 feet up into his throat. He looks okay. There's no damage done. They make them of tough stuff there in Bahrain. And the keeper batter, Shahbaz batter, no worse for wear. Tickled around the corner for a single. You look back at some of the Challenge League that Singapore played in, and yes, there's plenty of players here who did that. They've a change in captain though. Reza Ghaznavi's gone. He started out the Challenge League. Thanks to the team for showing us that replay again. But you look at some of their players who really were starring at that point. Janak Prakash Aryaman, Ochil, but also chip down the ground. Oh, it's going to be number 4. A good catch. He's taken a tumble. He's nearly lost his trousers as Ahmed, but he's held on most critically. And it's an excellent catch. And Bahrain right now, they're blitzing away Singapore.
Yes, it's Manpreet who is walking back. Just tried to play on the rise, most probably just trying to clear the 30-yard circle, was just chipping to the mid of field, and Fayaz taking it comfortably and having a tumble. Manpreet goes for 7. Singapore are 42 for 4.
Aryan Modi in at number 6. We were just talking about that journey through the Challenge League, the 3-year league that got extended a bit because of COVID. One of the other names that was there in 2019 for Singapore, Tim David. He's now playing for the Mumbai Indians in the IPL. I know he won't be able to play for Singapore anymore, having debuted for Australia. Take those 3 players out of your team, any team, it's a big hole to fill. And certainly they look a little lighter than they have been. They had mixed results really in that Challenge League. They were in Challenge League A. Even Janak Prakash at some points was captaining them. No Aman Desai either here. So shorn of some key personnel, they're finding it tough going. And with 2 games played and potentially 2 heavy defeats, that could be all over for Singapore. Their semi-final dreams will be extinguished. 13 bowled, it's 42 for 4.
जगह के जिधर कैच आएगा ऐसी जगह करी कि बॉल आए जरा ओए माची थोड़ा आगे रहना यार ये
So, can Singapore find a foothold in this game? Can they find a foothold in the tournament? Look at this field. Love to see this. Silly point in. He's got the protective leg wear and the helmet on. First slip and a gully. Not a test match field here. Nope. 50 over contest as it's driven out to another nice aspect of this field. It's in out. So there's protection for the boundary. Deep cover in place. Did you ever field in there, silly point short leg?
Oh yes, definitely. When I was debuting in the Intercontinental Cups, Paresh knows it. I was always in the short leg or the silly point, and I couldn't say no.
So the senior pros, Paresh just said, in you go, Sharon. I'm not stupid enough to be in there. I don't want to get hit. But the youngster, he draws the short straw. Yeah, well, you were asking me off air about my maiden test match in commentary. I was there in Bangladesh, and we were lucky that we had David Boone as the ICC match referee. And I had to ask him because he was notorious as maybe the world's greatest ever short leg. And I was just saying to him, what was the key in there? And he said, under no circumstance could you imagine about the ball hitting you. You never thought about that. So even when a guy went for a full-blooded sweep shot, he was still seeing could he take a catch somehow. And he was brilliant. Most famously took a catch for a hat-trick for Shane Warne at the MCG.
Yeah, what a legend he was. With those big mustaches. Could see a similar batsman today, Fayaz from Bahrain, similar in stature and in play as well. Well, Majid looks to be a very good bowler here. He's getting some bit of turn and purchase out of this wicket.
He really is. Looks very consistent and very accurate. He's measured with his approach. And he'll land it nice and consistently. Of course, with several of these players, you've got to remember we're in the holy month of Ramadan as well. I know they may not be fasting on game days, but several players going through days off at least. I think some may even, some of the Bangladeshi players certainly fasted during the Irish series. On game days. Use of the feet, as Majid is causing problems. It's all the fours on the board. It's 44 for 4. Javad's going to continue. We've had a little shuffle here in the commentary box. I've bid farewell to one Nepali legend and I welcome back another one. My old pal Paresh. Tony Lahani is in the commentary box with me. Paresh, just talking about short legs. At the start of your career, did you ever field in there?
Not in the start, but in the middle of my career, I've fielded there at short leg and the silly point as well in Malaysia, against Malaysia in the 3-day match.
Which of the two positions is scarier? Is it short leg with a sweep or a pull shot from a drag down, or is it silly point when someone just really goes full-blooded through the covers?
It's definitely silly point. And when the leg spinner drags down outside the off stump.
Oh, Paresh, there's a reason that you were lucky you never had to field at silly point for me. I've dragged down plenty in my career. Used to go for a lot of runs. But also, I promise you, take a few wickets here and there. Javad's a good bowler, isn't he? And I have to say, right now, you'd never think that Bahrain were the lower ranked of these two sides. Remember, this is a Bahraini side that finished second in the ACC Challenge Cup. They were hammered out of sight in the final.
by Saudi Arabia, beaten by 10 wickets. They're showing why they are very much on the rise, and that diet of T20I cricket, played a huge amount of it. They were recently in Hong Kong in a quadrangular series. There's a huge amount of talent in this Bahraini setup. And despite the fumble from the keeper, right now they are looking far too good, too hot to handle for Singapore.
Yes, they are pretty hot to handle, and each and every ball, each and every bowler has done their job, starting off with the two opening bowlers and the left arm spinner with a magic delivery that got rid of one of the Singaporean batsmen, and even the left arm seamer Javed looks to be a very good bowler. Yeah, because of the ACC's underage cricket tournaments, under 16 and under 19, we can see more youngsters coming in for all the teams that are participating in this tournament, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain as well, Qatar as well.
Yeah, I think one of the wonderful things is obviously there's going to be a disparity in quality between the associates, let alone the associates in some of the test nations. You know, the sides, I think there's 80 or 85 teams, something like that now in the ICC's T20I rankings. Those in 50, 60, 70th place. Edged and gone. Out comes the aeroplane in celebration. Oh, Bahrain are on fire. We're going to have maybe not just a victory, maybe Bahrain are going to make a statement victory. They said it's not the Fab Four, it's the Fantastic Five. Put us into the qualification mix. Singapore, simply not good enough.
Yes, and that was a very good catch by the keeper. The ball angling away from the right hander, got the edge, and diving catch by the keeper. Singapore, half the side, are back in the hut.
And with that, I think we're going to have the first drinks break because Singapore have lost half their batters. They are being blitzed away. Aryan's gone for two. We're going to have a break here in the commentary box with the drinks break incoming. It's 47 for 5. Welcome back to terrific TU International Cricket Ground. Game number 5 here of the ACC Men's Premier. We've got a very attacking field as Surendran Chandramohan comes to the crease. He's at the non-strikers end up. As we see Abdul Majid weave his magic. He was the leading wicket taker, joint leading wicket taker, that is, in the Challenger Cup. And that's the tier beneath this. And that new Asian Cricket Council structure, it got such attention because of its scale, its depth, the number of tournaments they're putting on at all levels. I think that Challenger Cup was a brilliant innovation. 8 teams came together in Thailand. Thailand, the hosts, alongside Saudi Arabia, who went on to be champions, Myanmar, Indonesia, who are doing great things in the women's game, the Maldives, Iran, Bhutan and Bahrain. The 2 qualifiers ended up being Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. They lost very heavily in that final. Bahrain were bowled out all out for 26 and Saudi Arabia chased it in a canter inside 5 overs. But look at the amount they've learnt from that experience in Thailand, and they're now coming here to Kathmandu, Paresh, and they are going to give what looks like a big defeat to Singapore. I don't think many would have expected that coming into today.
Yes, credit goes to the captain, the way he maneuvered his troops all around, starting initially from the batting in the first innings. And talking about silly point, we can see there Oman fielders, a very attacking field. As the second slip goes down to 45 behind the stumps. 5 down already inside 16 overs. Singapore in deep trouble, chasing a very big target of 286.
Surendran Chandramohan, I think he's the last hope. He's hit him outside the line of off stump. Good decision. It's turned sharply. He's beaten the bat, and Vinod Babu has got that spot on. Might even have gone over the top.
Yes, over the top, and it would have missed off stump as well. A very good decision. Straight away says not out.
Huge amount of work for these 2 to do. Singapore in a world of pain. They're 48 for 5.
Covering your leg stick.
Yeah, Surendran Chandramohan, 34 years of age, very experienced, has a List A century to his name. Spent much of his time in the order at number 3. He is at the crease because of this. It really is a wonderful catch. Showing off the acrobatics afterwards. Shabazz Batter had a good day with the bat. He's had a good day with the gloves thus far too. I think the reason Chandramohan has found himself down the order, I was out there in King City in Toronto for the Challenge League. He didn't get many runs there. He batted at number 3 and number 5, and then he's had a horrible run of form since that Asia Cup qualifier last year. No runs against Kuwait, UAE, Hong Kong, and then into the T20I series. This is going to be runs, not going to be 4, just a couple. The T20I series there against Malaysia, Bahrain and Qatar. Highest score 23 in 7 knocks, and just 10 in the first game against Hong Kong. So the coaching team have decided drop him down, give him some protection. The problem is, look at the task in front of him. 237 needed from less than 34 overs.
Yes, a very steep task for both these batters, Arjun and Chandramohan, who's yet to open his account. A very nervy looking Singapore dugout.
I think they know that today's game might be gone, and with it their hopes in this tournament. Yes, they could still win 2 matches and get into a tie for second place. You can't finish second outright with only 2 wins. You need 3 wins to do that. So as a consequence, you're into a net run rate scenario, and they got badly beaten up by Hong Kong with 102 balls to spare. And were they even to, let's say, triple their score from here, get up to 150, that would still be 137 run defeat. So the net run rate is going to be in such a bad position that even with 2 big wins, it might not be enough to get to the semi-finals. Singapore, on just the 3rd day of the tournament, their tournament could be over.
Yes, that's all because of Hong Kong, the way they played the first game against Singapore, and Bahrain, the way they batted in the first innings today. And the misfields today by Singapore. Clean him up. 3rd wicket for Javed.
Javed's got another, and he's proving a bit too good right now, isn't he? He's got 3 for. And Chandra Mohan's horror run continues. You got a feel for him. Can happen as a batter. You go through lean trots and you just can't remember how to score a run. And just as we were talking about his difficulties with the bat, he's been cleaned up, chopped on. Cricket, it's a funny old sport. So much luck involved. If that beats the leg stump, runs away for 4, it might get him underway. Instead, it cannons into the top of middle. The aeroplane comes out again, playing away from his body. And they're all over the place right now, Singapore. Don't know where to turn. Chandra Mohan's gone for a second ball duck. Correction. Get that checked. Either way, it's 50 for 6 right now. Yeah, we'll just get that corrected. Our apologies. It's actually Chandra Mohan surviving at the non-striker's end. Got waylaid by our graphics. Apologies to both involved. Aryan Modi was dismissed for 5. Chandra Mohan survives. He needs that bit of luck. He needs to get something going.
Yes, in the meanwhile, Majid is doing his magic here. Still, there's a silly point and a slip. A good attacking field by the captain. Ball's on his pads. Opens his account, Chandra Mohan, in the 4th balls that he faced.
I have to say, Hyder Ali has really impressed me with his captaincy. It's always easy when you got a good total on the board and your bowlers are taking wickets, but he's hunting for more. He's not going through the motions like the UAE did at points yesterday, even though they got that big win. They probably leaked 50 or 80 more runs than they should have. Bahrain know the importance of net run rate. And they see a real opportunity here, not just to take 2 points, to take a massive net run rate boost that will put them firmly into the qualification picture for the semi-finals. Even now with the left-handed Bhaskaran on strike, short leg comes in. Really good captaincy this.
Very well bowled Majid. Singapore 51 for 6 in deep trouble, chasing a very good total of 286. The two new batsmen at the crease. Vinod, the new batsman, in at number 8. What a line and length by Majid.
Yeah, 12 wickets he picked up in. The Challenger Cup. We've got a nice consistent action. Great to see one of our VIP guests in.
Yes, she is the women's captain of the national cricket team of Nepal, Rubina Chetri.
Another good over, just one run coming from it. 51 for 6.
Cover your leg stick. Stand up.
Into the 19th over. Javed's going to continue, and no surprise as to why. He's been excellent. Definitely so many shades of Sohail Tanvir in there. Hey, we just saw Rubina Chetri up in the crowd, sitting up in the VIP section. And she's playing for the Barmy Army Women in the Fairbreak Invitational tournament there in Hong Kong. And what a tournament she had. She wasn't in the team at first, and then I think in one of the games a 5-wicket haul, 30 odd runs. Definitely a great initiative, that tournament, giving good exposure to women's players all around the world.
Yeah, she has been a star for the Nepalese women's cricket team for a very long time.
She's also giving some expert analysis on the Kantapur pre- and post-game show. If you're watching here in Nepal, you can enjoy her thoughts alongside host Sabina. Great to see the scale of interest in this tournament, just the scale of interest in cricket generally in Nepal. There's a good one-handed pickup. He's going to keep it to a dot ball. Really excellent in all three disciplines. Bat, ball in the field. Bahrain, they're putting on a clinical display.
Yeah, you can see the difference between the two sides in fielding, especially where Singapore fielders had a very bad outing in the field in the first innings. 25 to 30 bonus runs given to Bahrain, courtesy of misfields and drop catches as well. He definitely resembles Sohail Tanvir, the Pakistani cap. The batsmen were finding it difficult to face him because of his unusual action.
Yeah, certainly we've seen with the growth of T20 cricket. This one, again a diving stop, more runs saved. Unorthodox is good. We have a tendency, particularly in parts of the western playing world of cricket, I'd include England, particularly in this, parts of Ireland, definitely, Netherlands, trying to be too correct too much by the coaching manual. Coaching manual's there for a reason, it gives you your basics. But look at the output, look at the method, and look at the way in which the bowler does his thing. That's different to the regulation action. He leaps into the air and it appears as though he bowls slightly off the wrong foot, but there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever way in which you find your method to get the ball consistently to where it needs to be, that's a good thing. We saw the young Sri Lankan Malinga Light come in for the Chennai Super Kings. Bowl excellently at the death. Unorthodox is good. Don't coach it out of your kids at home. Let them enjoy their cricket.
Yeah, that's driven straight to extra cover. No run taken. A very good over by Javed. 19 gone. Singapore 53 for 6.
Yeah, 2 games in action every single day during the group stage of this ACC Men's Premier Cup, and indeed the Super Saturday, the semi-final day. That's on Saturday week. In today's game over at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium, Mulpani Cricket Ground, Malaysia have got their tournament up and underway after defeat to Nepal in the opening game. They beat Saudi Arabia, bowling them out for 153. Khizr Hayat, the player of the match, taking 3 for 13, and chased it pretty comfortably with 8 wickets in hand. An 8-wicket victory. Given that this was a Saudi Arabian side that dominated Bahrain, is that a big surprise that Saudi Arabia struggled against Malaysia today?
Yes, it's a bit of a surprise. Well, to be honest, Bahrain looks to be a very good side, a formidable side, even though they are not playing 50-over matches, only T20s, no 40 overs or 50-over format in their country. Good to see youngsters coming up. That's played it in the gap.
And right now, Singapore don't know what to do. They don't know. Do they consolidate? Do they attack? Kind of look to me to be caught in 2 minds. Chandra Mohan's obviously shy of form. Vinath Bhaskaran, decent batter, but very much in the team for his left-arm spin bowling. With these attacking fields set and a required run rate, it's nudging up towards 8 and over. Probably only so long they can nudge it around 4.
Yeah, and Bahrain don't mind the singles at the moment. As you said, required rate itching towards 8 runs per over. Very quiet stage in the match. Again, very well bowled. At the end of 20 overs, Singapore 55 for 6.
And Majid working their magic in the middle. Javed has been exceptional. Haven't seen many pace bowlers bowl 6 or 7 over spells, but he's in such good rhythm. Look at the carry as well through there. We look at this group and we think about who, by the rankings, we're always going to say by the rankings, who is likely and expected to go through. The 2 highest ranked sides are the UAE as the number 1 seed, And then Hong Kong as the second seed. And if you'd looked at the groups, you might have thought, okay, well, that means that Singapore will be the third best team, maybe Kuwait the fourth best, and then Bahrain, as they're ranked 10th of the 10 teams here, they're the least likely to get to the semis. Right now, Bahrain are looking like they're going to put up a big challenge to both the UAE and Hong Kong. And remember the last time Bahrain played Hong Kong, they beat them.
Yes, it'll be a good challenge for UAE and Hong Kong playing against Bahrain, especially the way they batted in the first innings and now in the second innings, the way they bowled. Javed 3 for 11 is in 6th over. He's bowled a very tight line and length, just hanging away from the right-hander, not giving room whatsoever and not bowling onto the pads. A very disciplined bowling by him.
He's been really good, hasn't he? And also he's shown his fitness, his endurance, his quality. 33 years of age now, but he looks really fit, and he's got 38 T20Is to his name. That's the amount of T20I cricket they've played. He's no mug with the bat either. 87 against Kuwait, including a 3 for that day. That was the quadrangular series there in Hong Kong. So Bahrain could be a real force in this tournament. They've had an excellent day. You've just got to close it out. 4 good balls, or 15 or 20 overs of continued pressure like this, and the game will be theirs.
Yes, and credit goes to the captain, Haider Ali, who has maneuvered his troops very well. Good fielding positions, started off with 7-2 field to both the opening bowlers, and the opening bowlers did a terrific job. 2 maidens to start off with. That looks to be a very good side, Bahrain.
Slightly wide outside the off stump, just trying to touch it. Will this be his 6th and final over in this spell, or would you give him one more?
Well, he's the wicket taker, has taken 3 wickets already. He'll probably bowl 1 or 2 overs after this, or the captain will give him a breather. Back live now. A dot ball at the end of 21st over. Singapore 57 for 6.
Here's a look at the Manhattan chart. All those red dots indicating the wicket taking overs, and wickets have fallen in 2 clusters. The first 2 went down back-to-back overs, and then 4 have fallen pretty quickly, leaving Singapore with an invidious position. I think he's left that one alone, Chandra Mohan. He does look like a batter who's very shy of confidence, shy of what we know that his best game can be.
Yeah, he is shy of runs as well. He needs that confidence to get runs. That's very bold. He's tossing the ball up, Majid.
Have you been in positions like this? You might have been opening the batting, but maybe the wickets have tumbled at the far end, where you're faced with not just all the wickets you've lost, but also a really ever-increasing required run rate. And if you had been in that position, how did you approach it? Did you counter attack?
Yeah, somehow counter attack and just rotate the strike. Don't play very dead deliveries. Don't play any dot balls. Don't play with a dead bat. Just play positive cricket.
You almost have to kind of forget about the scoreboard for a little bit as well. There is no positive intent right now between this pair, Chandramohan and Bhaskaran.
Yes, it doesn't look like that. They are just playing a dead defense. Not any initiative to just drive the ball to take singles. They know they are under pressure, but you should take that initiative to just rotate the strike. And that is what it's not happening from Singapore. The required rate over 8 now. Something needs to be done by these two batsmen.
It shows, for me, a side that is very shy of confidence. Even there, he's just trying to survive. Best case result there is probably missing that ball. The silly point, the slip and the keeper were in play there. Another excellent over. I think it's a maiden from Majid. It's 57 for 6.
Rally is into the attack. A very sorry looking scoreboard for Singapore, 57 for 6 in 22 overs. The required rate is 8.21. Nice ball to start off with by Haider.
I'm going to bowl a few off breaks, is the skipper. Andrew Leonard here. I've got Paresh Lahani with me. And if you're wondering where Sharad Vasakar is, so are we. Sent out the search party. He'll be with us soon, we hope. Mix up. Not time for the direct hit to be affected. Looking forward to tomorrow, Paresh. Big game for Nepal to continue the momentum. They want to win that group, don't they? They want to make sure that they play the second place team in Group B. That would be the aim for the home side.
Yes, they'll definitely want to win against Oman and win all the 4 matches in the group and stay as a group topper. We always talk about the gentle medium paces, and Haider looks to be a gentle off spinner.
That's that game tomorrow. Going to be a cracker. First one-day international, official one-day international of this tournament. Yeah, very friendly, gentle off breaks, aren't they? Trying to tempt Vinath Bhaskaran into something silly, maybe chipping one up to cover. Are Nepal favourites tomorrow? Or given Oman's record here at this ground and the return of Akib Ilyas, will Oman prove too good?
Well, if you want to see the recent performance from Nepal, I think Nepal will be the favourites. I'm talking about Oman's performance in this particular ground. It'll be even Stevens for me.
An old school classic Paresh Lahani, 50-50, 23 bowls, and Singapore struggling. 59 for 6.
David Matthias is the new bowler to bowl from the Chobar end. Singapore in a big trouble, 59 for 6. And I'd like to welcome my co-commentator, Sharad Viswakar, the legend of Nepal cricket. Welcome, Sharad.
Thank you, Paresh. A new bowler from the Chobar end. A slight change in the batting order of Singapore team as well. See Chandra Mohan coming down the order today. Normally you see him batting number 3 or even opening at times.
Yes, we don't see any positive intent from the Singapore batters apart from this 2 runs. They were just playing dead defense. They need over 8 point, slightly under 8.5 runs per over from now on. No positive intent whatsoever. And you can see the ball since last boundary is 75. They haven't scored boundary in 75 balls. That shows how much pressure that Bahrain has put onto Singapore.
As you can see, the run rate required, it's moved up to almost 8.5 now, Paresh. Good bit of fielding there by Majid.
Yeah, credit goes to Javed, who bowled a very good spell. Taken 3 wickets, 6 wickets for Singapore. Getting the outside edge bowling, rolling down to the advertising cushions. A much needed boundary for Singapore.
Yeah, you could see some bit of turn there for Matthias. Nicely flighted. Classical off spinning delivery. Running down to the third man region. 4 runs added. We need a lot of boundaries like that. The Singapore side. You need to go get as close as to that target. 280 runs.
Oh, very nicely fielded by the captain at slips. He surely saved 4 runs for his team. Even though Bahrain is right on top, and the commitment in the field is brilliant. And look at this again. It went in between the keeper's legs. The presence of mind of the captain at slips. 24 gone, Singapore 66 for 6. $66 for 6, Singapore. Nicely driven away from short extra. Easy 2 runs for Chandra Mohan.
Yeah, just a slow passage of play here between these two. Captain Heather onto the attack. Probably he can attack a bit more. He can afford that, isn't it, Paresh? Like with just 4 wickets to go, bring a few fielders in. Let the batsman go over the top. Can afford a few boundaries to buy that wicket.
Yes, he can afford to attack, put a leg slip, but the ball is turning a bit. You can put in a short leg and a leg slip to the right-hander bowling an off-spinner. He has a slip for the left-hander. He looks to be a very good leader. That was darted in. Nicely played by Vinod. Just a single. And look at the Singapore camp there. Everyone bemused at the situation. The two batters batted up.
Talking of this stadium, what is that one is nicely cut by Chandramohan. Runs away to the boundary. Much needed boundary after a long time. Perfectly played cut shot. Yeah, had some width to play with. Nicely executed. Waited for it. Cut away for 4.
Yeah, nicely shifted his weight onto the back foot and cut that. Oh, a good comeback ball by Haider. 25 gone halfway stage. Singapore 74 for 6. The off spinner continuing from the Chobar end, Matthias. A bit shorter outside the off stump. Cut away straight to the fielder. And he can afford 2 slips and a silly point if he wants to, Captain Haider, but he's not opting to do so. They put on a statement to the rest of the team in the group. Win this game with a big margin. On the other hand, the Singapore batsmen a very negative approach. For me, there are no positive intent. The required rate is over 8.6 now.
Nice change of pace. Matthias pushing that one a bit harder. Yeah, Bahrain need to do something differently. Maybe call in both the fielders, the mid-on and mid-off, and invite the batsman to go for it. Still more than 200 runs to get for Singapore, with just 4 wickets in hand. A big appeal there. Wide given.
Yeah, just to distract the umpire, I think they've appealed it. It was way down the leg side. And the ball is turning, you can have a leg slip and a short leg as well. They are not going guns blazing, they just want to defend the ball.
Absolutely, Paresh. You can see those little flick and dabs going in the leg side. Definitely creates a chance if you have a short leg or a leg slip in place.
And even for the left-hander, you can have 2 slips if you ball middle off line. That's a perfect delivery. There's an appeal. The umpire unmoved.
Very late appeal by David. The keeper straight away went for the appeal. It was a very good ball. See, nicely flighted, pitched in around the off stump. Yeah, back live. Just played a dot ball, and it's end of 26 overs. Singapore are 77 for 6.
Ali Daud is back into the attack, recognizing the need of a wicket to just bundle out Singapore for mere total. That is why the captain Haider Ali has brought his premier bowler.
A good change, Paris. One of your favorite bowler for the day. Right arm fast, Dawood Ali.
Yes, it's a very good change. Haider wants to finish it off. Only 4 wickets remaining for Singapore. Still a slip there. I would like to see a short extra cover as well, just to attack the batters. They are not just playing the positive shots, just defending the ball. You can see that the positive intent is not there for the Singapore batters.
Yeah, probably as they're searching for a wicket, they have a shot, a fine leg, a deep square fielder. Mid wicket is coming in from slip. Can we see some short balls? Can the batsmen be tested? Bahrain has to try something different.
Yeah, that's a very good option, bowling short balls, bounces. He just wants to stick with the good length area. Looking for 2, but not there. A good fielding there at third man. Yeah, that'll be a very good option, bowling bounces to these batsmen, just to check them.
Also to make it unpredictable, the length of the bowler. These two have played the spinners quite a lot. Finally some pace on the ball, some short pitch stuff, and this slow wicket, slow flat deck. Probably it could be a very good option. Let's see, for the left-hander, they have a longer boundary in the leg side. Surely a good wicket-taking option for Dawood Ali.
Gets an inside edge, but lucky didn't crash into the stumps. Yeah, he's changing his angle to the left-hander and bowling into the body. I would really like to see a short ball now. This is good move, bringing in the fielder from the leg side into the circle.
Maybe also get a short leg in for the pace bowler.
Sparing it into the left-hander. Daud. He's impressed me a lot. He just uses his shoulder at the delivery point, hits the deck hard. That is why I think he generates that extra bit of pace.
Yeah, you could see from his run-up, although it's not super quick, but decent rhythmic run-up. Uses the momentum he gets from his run-up into the ball. Nice jump to the pitch and then transfers that momentum to the ball as well.
Now I think that the jump is similar to Sompal Kami. He also does that. It comes smoothly. His run-up is very smooth, and at the end jumps and releases the ball. Use the shoulder as well.
You see the view from the VVIP section. Beautiful cricket ground. All the lush green trees at the backdrop. Yeah, Vinod taking his time. Difficult to understand the intention of these both batsmen. Probably looking to play out the 50 overs, Parish.
That's no point to just play out the 50 overs and lose. Just bat positively. Try to get as close as to the target. 27 gone. Singapore 79 for 6.
Matthias back for his third over. He's bowling well. Tall lad. You can see in the screen the captain of the women's cricket team, back from an international stint in the franchisee league, the Fair Break Women's League, where she did very well and made Nepal proud. Picked up 5 wickets and couple of quick runs and bagging the man of the match, the woman of the match, beg your pardon. Hasn't been she been inspiring the young generation of women cricketers coming around the country. What a player she has been.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of a turn, Matthias. I would like to see a leg slip for him, and even a slip, regulation slip. They are not hitting away with the game. They are just trying to defend their wicket, trying to play dead defense. Another slip would have been in his hand.
Yeah, getting some turn out of the wicket. Matthias bowling it slower in the air, which is the right way to go. Yeah, need to attack Bahrain. They need to attack to get that 7th wicket. Just can't. You just shouldn't be just going with the play. These two batsmen not looking to play any aggressive shots. They are not playing aggressive. You need to attack. Bring in those fielders close in. You could see the executive member of CAN, Madhav Karmacharya. That one is pulled around the deep square leg region, and it's a well played 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a rare poor delivery by Matthias. Nicely pulled that. Look at this replay again on the leg side. Nicely pulled away. There was a vacant area down to deep square leg. A much needed boundary for Singapore, and they need plenty of those.
Yes, Matthias probably wanting to turn that ball from around the leg stump, like what Majid did earlier to get that wicket, knocking the top of off stump. Yeah, needs some magical balls like that to get this 7th wicket. Singapore, in the other hand, getting those odd boundaries in the middle, but still a long way to go. Yeah, 28 overs done. Singapore 85 for 6.
Very good short ball there. We're talking about using bouncers as a weapon. That is what Daud has done in this over, the first ball. Now, Bahrain, they shouldn't be complacent. They need to take these 4 wickets, get Singapore all out under 100. That will do their net run rate a world of good.
Yeah, for sure, you never know in this 10 team tournament. The top 2 getting into the semi-finals. That was a lovely shot by Chandramohan. 2 runs added, nicely fielded in the cover region. Yeah, after a short ball, Daud trying to pitch it up into the stumps. Just the direction not right. Beautiful shots of the Kathmandu Valley. A better day, Paresh, a clearer weather. Hope to improve in the coming days.
Not as much clear as I would have liked, but it's much clearer than yesterday and the day before. Talking about Daud, he just tumbled into the pitch after delivering the ball. He's giving his full effort here, 100% effort. Again, try to bowl the short ball, not bouncing as much as he would liked.
Of all the 8 batters Singapore have used, Chandramohan looks solid. Little surprised that he came down the order today. When he played against us last time, he used to bat a lot higher. Chandramohan came at number 7 today. Quite bit late, as he's been the most impressive till now, the highest scorer. The Singapore scorecard till now.
Another hard length hit by Daud. And there's no positive intent whatsoever in the Singapore batters, just playing a dead defense, not trying to accelerate. Still 199 runs to win from now on in 21.2 overs.
Still no slip for Ish, like 6 wicket downs, a lot of runs to get. He must be attacking more the Bahrain side, and you can see it's obviously played around the slip gully region. Those are a few chances that's created by Daud, but he needs equal support from the fielders.
Yeah, again, Daud tumbling down the pitch after releasing the ball. He's giving that effort, the 100% effort. And I would like to see not a slip, but a gully there, just for that particular ball, the short ball outside the off stump where the batsmen are fishing. It would have gone straight to the throat of gully, the 45.
See Daud tumbling twice in this over. Paresh reminds us of Mark Wood from England, the fast bowler. He's trying to be the Mark Wood of Bahrain.
Again, third in a row, tumbling down to the pitch. 29 gone, Singapore 90 for 6. Beautiful scenes there of the TU International Cricket Ground here in Kirtipur, Kathmandu, the southern part of the city. A very sorry looking Singapore runs there 90 for 6. The required rate is over 9 now.
See those drone shots, Paresh? Sometimes I feel it doesn't crashes to one of our planes. It comes in the same route. In the meantime, you see a bowling change. Junaid comes in as a new bowler. Junaid Aziz, right arm leg spin.
Yes, a dolly leg spin bowled by him. A fuller delivery. Try to slash that over extra cover, but straight to sweep a cover for a single. Look at the drone shots again. Beautiful TU International Cricket Ground. And we can see the practice nets, the indoor nets, and the practice pitches as well on the top of your screen. Oh, that's a very high full toss, but couldn't get hold of it. Just playing all along the ground to mid off for a single.
Junaid's action resembles somewhat of the old Paul Strang from Zimbabwe. Parish. Nice bit of flight. Slow action. Yeah, it's a very good wicket taking option. And Chandra Mohan having a good look at it. Will be tempting for him to go after him.
The last ball was right on slot. Again a full toss, but couldn't get hold of it. Just a single. I don't know what the Singapore batters are trying to do here. They need 193 more runs to win. In 20.2 overs, 9.54 the required rate now. They're just hitting singles. They need boundaries and sixes to even get close to that target. That was pitched outside leg stump and turning away from the left-hander. A wide given by the umpire.
Giving it a rip, Junaid. Hitting the footmarks of the bowler, but yeah, straying down leg again. Batsman taking an easy single. Yeah, still 20 overs to go, Paris. Around 190 runs to get. In a T20's perspective, it's not impossible, but the wickets column is the cause of concern for Singapore.
Yeah, they playing it dead. Defense. Another full toss. A dot ball to end the over. 30 gone. Singapore 95 for 6.
Change in bowling again. From the pavilion end, it's Majid again. Bowled a peach of a delivery. Get that first wicket. Welcome back, my friend Andrew.
Yeah, lovely to see you, mate. How are you? How is everyone? We have got 20 overs left, in theory, unless Bahrain can bowl Singapore out. Right now, these two are enjoying their time in the middle, and I'm not certain that they're batting to win this game. Being honest, I think they're batting to A, close the net run rate gap, and B, get some personal plaudits, maybe joint plaudits of a good partnership. There's been no intent shown at all, no real risk taken. Always going to be an uphill battle from the position they were in, but really, right now they're going nowhere.
Exactly. Need to attack more the Bahrain side. Maybe bring in the long on fielder inside as well. Invite them to go over the top. Yes, played a little uppishly.
Yeah, really good shot. And that's just a flick of the wrist, no more than that. And Majid, who'd bowled 6 overs for just 6 runs, finally leaks his first boundary. Actually had a quick chat with him down on the sideline. I was just saying how beautifully I thought he bowled. He's got a good loop, a bit of drift, a bit of turn, and you can see why he was the leading wicket taker in the Challenger Cup, which is a tier beneath this. Have Bahrain shown you enough to suggest they could be real contenders for a semi-final spot today, Sherrod?
Well, it's tough to say. at the moment. The start of the tournament, the fifth match going on, the sixth match rather. Actually, it's the fifth one.
Well, I'm going to answer my question for you. I think yes is the answer. I think really
boys!
there's a lot to this Bahraini side. What's impressed me most is how they have played all of the 50 overs of the innings with the bat to post a good score, which is going to be too much for Singapore, it looks like. 99 for 6 the score. Back live with you now, and Chandramohan gets a boundary. Did just miss that ball. We'll try and bring you the replay if we can. As Junaid's leg breaks. They've taken lots of wickets in T20I cricket, but they're very inconsistent. He turns the ball a long way, and that was just too full. Hammered away by Chandramohan.
That was a full toss, and Chandramohan took full advantage. He's playing well, Chandramohan. Looks a good bat. Would like to see him coming up the order in the next match. And the 50-run partnership is up with that boundary.
I wouldn't quite call it a rear guard effort, but at least they're getting something going. And with the leg spinner brought in to try and find a wicket, the hundreds come up and the runs are starting to come finally. Can Singapore battle back into this game? If there's one ground in the world you could get 10 and over at, it could be here.
Yes, dancing down the tracks. Chandramohan, yeah, getting back-to-back boundaries. Need some more of that. 10 runs per over needed now.
And a third consecutive full toss. Isn't going to get this one for 4. Should have picked up a couple. They're running between the wickets. Poor. But in reality, if we look at yesterday's game, 51 fours, 31 sixes. Today, it's not altogether different on the fours front. We've had 43 fours. We've had nowhere near as many maximums. Just the 5 in the first innings, and Singapore have yet to hit a 6. Jared, that's with a short boundary on one side of the ground as well.
Could it be a reason because the ball's doing a little bit more today? It's turning a lot than yesterday, probably. Could be one of the reasons, or it's the skill of the batsman.
I reckon the pitch has played pretty well. There has been a bit more turn on offer maybe, as you'd expect, but certainly less positive intent from both teams of the bat in terms of taking some risk. We'll take a look at the best of this 50 partnership. With runs coming around the ground. And it's also time for us to take another break up here in the commentary box. We'll leave you with these shots as it's going to be time for the second drinks break. Singapore not really going anywhere right now, but at least they built some kind of a partnership. It's 109 for 6.
Well, welcome back after the short drinks break. Majid to continue. Vinod on strike. Needs to get a move on, like Rohan has stepped on the gas a bit. If he gets going too, it would be a good show from the Singapore side to get close to this target.
Well, we're going to need to see something a little bit like we saw yesterday. Fireworks and action aplenty. It hasn't looked very likely, being honest. In fact, there's been a complete lack of intent from Singapore's batters since they've lost those early wickets. And it's easy to be critical of Chandramohan and Bhaskaran, but in reality, at number 7 or 8, they shouldn't be at the crease this early. And they've combined scored the same number of runs as the top 6 in the order managed. So they've done a job in terms of closing the margin of defeat. I just don't think they've done a job that can get them into a winning position, particularly with no Janak Prakash. And that is going to be number 7. That's the first time Bhaskaran's really played a shot in anger. And Majid, he extends the arms. He says, "Thank you very much. I love my second wicket of this competition." And the drinks break has done the job, as it so often does, to find the 7th wicket.
Yes, very well bowled there by Abdul Majid. He just pushed it and it went with the arm, trying to slash it, Vinod, but just getting the outside part of the bat, and comfortable catch taken by Sohail. Finally a breakthrough for Bahrain. 7th one down. Vinod Bhaskaran goes for 23 of 52. Singapore are 109 for 7.
Come on, guys.
In comes Thilapan Omadurai, who bowled really well. I thought he was impressive despite his lack of pace. As Bahrain are thinking of 3 good deliveries now. And if I put myself into the mindset of Majid, play a lot of 50 over cricket back in Ireland. That's our predominant format. I used to love situations like this as a leg spinner, because I'd look at the scorecard and I'd say there's 3 wickets to get. I've got 2 of them, and I've got 2.5 overs to get 3 more. I'd be trying every trick in the book now. I'd be bringing a second slip into place. I'd be bringing a leg gully in. I'd be bowling leg breaks, googlies. I might even get the flipper out. I'm sensing a fifer.
Yeah, most definitely. See, just slashed it, hitting the top part of the bat. Was a nice option to go over covers, but couldn't execute it well enough. Majid picking up that second wicket. It's the 33rd over done. Singapore 110 for 7.
Yeah, brilliant shots being supplied by our drone, sponsored by Dafa News. As always, throughout the games here at the TU Cricket Ground, if you're were watching on maybe the Saudi Arabia game this morning, you're wondering why no drone up at the Mulpani, too close to the airport up there. You're not actually able to take off, you're in that restricted zone, rightly so. So just up here in Kurdapur, which is what, probably 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Tribhuvan International Airport, so we can safely bring you those gorgeous pictures. Sohail Ahmed is going to have a bowl. He battled it first with the bat, but he ended up playing a pretty good knock. Nearly starts with a wicket. For Singapore, where to from here? 2 heavy defeats it looks like they're going to fall down to. Have to find a way to take something from this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. They have a changed side, maybe trying new players with the unavailability of their main players. As we can see, that was driven round for a single again. Tilapan did a good job with the ball. Yeah, Singapore need to live up to their name. They have been a very good side in the ACC level. They had very good past players like their ex-captain Chetan Suryavanshi, and that lot were very good. Also Saad Ali, who is the cricket director, I believe, the CEO of the board right now. Very talented lot.
And there's a good culture of the game in Singapore. It's obviously not a big country in terms of its geography, very big population. There's a huge Indian aspect. Little India, some of the best Indian food they say in the whole world is in Singapore. Actually get served it in a lot of the restaurants off a banana leaf, a beautiful way to eat food. And there's gorgeous cricket clubs there, particularly the historic Singapore CC, surrounded by skyscrapers. And you've got to take your conditions of your country. It's a poor delivery, a big full toss. Helped around the corner and helped all the way for 6 to the longer boundary. Chandramohan finally getting back into touch. And he closes out the 34th over with a maximum. It's 119 for 7.
Bowling those tight lines in the stumps. If you see Majid's profile, you can see he has played some club cricket in Pakistan. You could see from his bowling action as well. Looks a very good left arm spinner.
Yeah, I think he's been excellent, Charity. He really has. And to go back to that topic of our Bahrain actually announcing themselves today as semi-final contenders, I think they could well be. Being honest, Singapore being under par, well short of par. They haven't ever looked like competing in today's game. Inside of that 2-wicket burst from Bhaskaran, 2 and 2 in the first power play. It's quite nicely played. Going to get 4. Was hit at a catchable height, but nicely wide of the extra cover fielder. And Majid has only conceded 2 boundaries. It's the rarest of things.
Just played a chip shot over covers. Tilapan gave slight bit of air there, Majid, and Tilapan just playing it over covers, right in the gap. 4 sweet runs for Singapore. Yeah, slight misfield there and a quick single taken.
You can see Majid, he's desperate to get more wickets, isn't he? He used to love that aspect of a 10 over spell in 50 over cricket as well. I felt as a leg spinner I would always bowl my best in the second half of that spell. Just the simple muscle memory of being so used to where the ball was landing. If I got 1 or 2 in my first 5, regularly went on to get 4 or 5 or sometimes even 6 or 7. I didn't often get 1 or 2 in my first 5. That was the problem. 35 volt, 1, 2, 4 for 7.
We'll do 2 more Paresh.
Hyder Ali just ringing the changes. He's going to go back to pace. I think Bahrain would be delighted to try and end this as quickly as possible, but Singapore, they've even frustrated the few fans that have come in, more interested in a selfie right now than what's going on in the middle. Expecting a big crowd tomorrow, and we're hoping that the future games that we can get some of the Nepali supporters along for the neutral matches too, and I think that's going to happen. We're going to make a really active push to try and get good support for the likes of UAE and Kuwait and Bahrain. UAE and Oman in particular are pretty well known here. Can you blame the Singapore 7, 8 and 9 for what they're doing here? It's better to get time in the middle, close that margin of defeat, but the reality is they've given up on the win right now.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty dead game at the moment. Yeah, at least they need to show some fight. The lower down batsmen, to be fair with them, Bahrain have done a good job. Looking at Bahrain's bowling and batting, they're definitely gonna be a threat to the other teams in that group. Hong Kong, UAE, as you were mentioning earlier, they could give a very good fight and maybe create an upset that you were talking about.
Well, I made a bold statement off air. I don't think I made it on air, but since nothing's really happening in the game, let's throw it out there. I think Oman may miss out on semi-final qualification. I think they've got a very good team with some incredible cricketers. And that's not in this group, that's in the other group. So for that to happen, we would have to see Nepal win tomorrow, which I think they will. And then either Kuwait, who have a lot of very good players, Saudi Arabia, that's sort of into the outside edge. And it can't be Qatar, so it would have to be Kuwait or Malaysia to turn them over. And I actually think the more likely of those two teams to beat Oman would be Kuwait. I thought Kuwait, I know they got beaten by a huge margin yesterday, but they dropped 7 catches. If they had taken even 3 of those 7, we could have seen a very different game. They've got brilliant power hitters, got quite a good varied bowling attack as well. So Oman, a little bit ring rusty. They haven't played much cricket lately because they were so efficient in getting all of their Cricket World Cup League 2 games played. They're a little bit out of touch. Now Aki Bilias is back, and maybe him and Bilal Khan, 2 of the very best associate players in the world, and Zishan Maksud, class acts. I'm not underrating them. good as you'll see Mohammed Nadeem too. I just wonder if we are going to have an upset and maybe see one of the Fab Four, if you will, miss out in the semi-finals. I think Oman are the side that could be vulnerable. I'll probably be wrong, but throw it out there. Let's see if Kuwait or maybe Malaysia will upset them.
Yeah. Let's see. Time will tell what's going to happen further. I've been calling out before the tournament in one of the games in the Mulpani ground. I definitely expect an upset happening. The back of the hand by Rizwan. More of an optimistic shout. That ball looks to be going down the leg, and it's the 36th over done. Singapore 126 for 7.
14 to go. Or 3 good deliveries for Bahrain. Can Majid find a third or maybe a fourth? He's bowled brilliantly. Any time as a spinner in a 50 over contest, if you go for under 3 and over, doesn't matter if you've taken wickets or not, you're having a massive impact on the game, because generally you'll bowl those overs in between the 10th and the 40th over in power play 2. And if you clamp down on runs in that middle section, you contribute hugely to a winning cause, and often you don't get the recognition. You won't win a player of the match award, and Majid might not get it, but he'd actually be a good option for it. He's bowled brilliantly, been right on the money. I love his approach, I love his attitude, and he's still got a big jig in his step. Look at that, right on the money.
Yeah, you have rarely seen him bowl a loose ball. Looked impressive. Majid coming closer to the end of his spell. Just given away 17 runs till now.
I think the other thing I've enjoyed about watching Bahrain go about their business today, they clearly have enjoyed playing the 50 over format. Success in Thailand. It goes to show that all of the really formal structures, the majority, excuse me, of the formal structures, they're based around the T20 game for the associates. But it shows that if you give opportunities to these associate teams, even those further down the rankings, in the 50 over game, they can improve, they can get better. What a catch! No, nearly. Just put down an outstretched arm. I think he got into a position where he could have taken it. And Majid, you could have had 3. You're only yourself to blame.
Firmly hit there by Rohan. Yeah, got both hands at it, but just clipped the left finger on its way. Sharp chance. Goes begging.
Helped away into the leg side. Finally some aggression. Come from the final ball of Majid's spell, and rather than having maybe 3 for 19, he's going to end up with 2 for 23 and a very sore left hand. Funny old game as Omadurai gets a boundary. The score moves to 133 for 7. That's the disparity there between Bahrain and Singapore at this stage of the game. Not just the 37 runs in the difference, but the 4 wickets too. Is barring a miracle, Bahrain closing in on victory. Bid farewell for the moment to Sherrod Visakar. I welcome back Paresh Lahani. Tony, my old pal, what's happening here? Why is there no real intent from Singapore to try and chase down this total, even if it may cost them their wickets and cost them defeat?
So they'll have to do that, even though it'll cost their wicket. 153 more needed of just 77 balls. They might go guns blazing, losing the wicket and just getting over with. If they need to get anywhere close to this target, good short ball outside the off stump. Umpire signaling one for the over. And they need to score runs if they want to get anywhere close to this target. Playing dot balls or anything will not help Singapore, even for their net run rate.
Well, the great thing about these broadcasts all around the world, we've got viewers from everywhere, and one's just got in touch there, rightly pointing out. And of course, Kuwait aren't in Group A. Getting my groups mixed up. So if Oman are going to miss out on qualification, it'll have to be Saudi Arabia or Malaysia that will need to strip them of that. Hook shot, put down. And David Mathias has dropped what has to be said is a bit of a dolly right in front of us. The bouncer ball by Rizwan, very well directed. Thilipan went for the hook shot, and Mathias can't believe it.
Yes, very lethargic effort by David there, down to pine leg, right in front of us. Easy, and a dolly miss by him. The credit goes to the Bahrain captain, Haider Ali, who's maneuvered his troops very well. He wants to get over it as quickly as possible.
Well, Bahrain may have had a great day. David Mathias has not. A second ball duck and a simple drop catch rounds out a day that he would like to forget, even though his team are going to take a big victory. It looks like, barring something special. Can Chandramohan get going? He's got to 42. This, as international catches go, was catching practice. He's a tall man. He got into position, and he's just put it down. And look at the reaction from our security guard. Oh, let's see if we can get that again. Both hands went into his face, and you could almost hear an audible, "Oh no."
Yes, that looks the case there. Anyway, I'm very impressed with the captaincy of Haider Ali, the way he's maneuvered his troops. And look at the security guard there, with both hands closing his eyes. Very funny scenes out there.
Well, right now we all share his thoughts. He speaks for every one of us. End of the 38th over, single to end that one up. It's 140 for 7. Down in India, and it's affecting this part of the world too. Up over 30 degrees for much of the day. It's been tough work out there for Singapore in particular. And the problem for Bahrain is that even though they're going to be delighted with a big win if they can close it out, just kind of drag things out a little bit more than they would have liked. Remember, at one point it was 50 for 6. Here's that reaction. There he is. He's my favourite man in this ground. And he spoke for every one of us in that moment. I think he wanted that catch to be held.
Yes, it shows a definite concern in the security personnel there with the yellow top on.
On a serious note, though, all of these men and women, they do a brilliant job. A day like today, where there's a handful of fans on the banks, it's easy. In fact, it's still tough in terms of it's hot and you have long hours out there. But on a day like the 16th of March, they're critically important. There's 30,000 people in and around the ground. There was probably a few genuine security concerns in terms of potential overloading of the crowd, such as the enthusiasm. We heard the story of 10,000 fans held down on the main road as well. So the security team, combined alongside with the Nepal Army and the Nepal Police, who are heavily involved in all of the international fixtures here, we're very grateful for them, to them, for their work. They do a really good job, and they make sure everyone's safe, but they've got a smile on their face, and they actually really enjoy the cricket, as you saw there. Almost all of them, they watch every ball too. That's the passion for the game here in Nepal.
And the knowledge they have about the game of cricket, that's very good. In the meanwhile, Javed is doing a good job here. A good rhythmic bowler. Has taken 3 wickets already in his 7th over, giving away only 14 runs.
If I'm Imran Javed right now, I'm thinking of 5 wickets. That's what I'm thinking of, a 5-wicket haul, and Michelle Pfeiffer. The 3.5 overs are the best part of it to do it. I don't just want the 5-er, I want the player of the match award. I want to give the match referee and the umpires an easy decision. Doesn't matter if it's numbers 9 and 10. And so nearly does he have number 4. He's going to get a lot of wickets like that because he cramps right-handed batters for room. He's already made 1 chop on. He nearly makes another.
Well, I would like to see Javed coming round the wicket, changing his angle, just bowling into the body of the right-hander. Do something different to take wickets.
Good over from Javed. 39 have been bowled. 11 to go. 142 for 7.
Singapore 142 for 7. Rizwan 7 overs, 1 maiden, 36 for 1. And look at Majid, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 23 for 2. Javed 7 overs, 15 for 3. Dawood 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 for 2.
As many as 8 bowlers used there, and I think that's probably one of the benefits of this match having dragged out. I know Bahrain will have wanted it ended. They'll have wanted to take a bigger victory, a bigger boost in net run rate. But certainly the captain, Hyder Ali, has worked through all his options. He's got overs into the legs of the quicks and the spinners. He's probably seen that in reality some of the part-timers aren't quite where he needs them to be called upon. It's a good varied bowling attack. He's plenty of options, doesn't he? And Paresh were always told to call it as we see it up here. This is a hammering. Singapore have been outplayed in all 3 departments today.
Yes, they have been, and full credit goes to the captain Hyder Ali in the morning, winning the toss and electing to bat first, scoring 286 runs. Was that an edge? Yes, that is. 8 wicket down for Singapore.
Well, Philippan Omerdai doesn't think that there was, but I suspect it might have been a bit of glove, and Philippan needs to walk off. He needs to walk off now, otherwise he's going to find himself in trouble. I mean, probably already waited there too long. I suspect the ACC match referee is going to be interested in that. Now a look back, and that's not good to see. That's dissent for me. Dug in. Philippan is saying it hasn't made contact with the glove, but umpire Babu is saying that it has. He took an awfully long time to walk off from the middle. You can't express your disappointment in that way. The 8th wicket does fall as Omerdai is gone for 20. It's 142 for 8. Into the crease. In at number 10. Bowled really nicely. And he'll get better and better as he keeps going with his cricket. Real young talent. What can he do with the bat? Bit of a invidious position to be in, isn't it? Required run rates, the best part of 14. You've got a quick bowler with his tail up coming in from both ends of the ground. Ruiz Rohan and Imran Javid both in the wickets. And the reality is this game is gone, but what can he show?
Yes, he'll have to show some big hitting capability of his. It's nicely bowled by Rizwan. Almost 14 runs required per over. 14.03 to be precise.
And this game is already extended out past 4 o'clock. Maybe the only thing I'd be critical of Bahrain today. They haven't bowled their overs very quickly. Their quick bowlers all seem to have very long run-ups. There's been lots of field changes. And we are over 3 hours into the second innings, and we've only had 39.4 overs bowled. If you bowl a team out in 34 or 35 overs, that doesn't matter, but as we saw for the UAE, that became a problem here. We could only get 44 of the 50 overs in, and that ended up costing them, possibly costing them victory last month in Cricket World Cup League 2. For me, Bahrain have been very impressive today.
Yes, they have from the beginning of their batting innings. Captain Haider Ali leading from the front, a very good captain, a good leader. Another back of the length, straight to cover. 40 gone. Singapore 142 for 8. Imran Javed is going to continue from the pavilion end with the 41st over of the second innings. He is signaling the start of the third power play. The 5 fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, and really the big thing for Chandra Mohan here is to get to 50 if he can. Lovely square cut. First time really that Javid served up any width. And he'll need just 2 more runs to get to that 50. The sole positive really today with the bat for Singapore. Chandramohan back into form all the way down at number 7.
Yeah, very good shot by Chandramohan. Showed his authority in that shot. Moves to 48. A good thing for Singapore that Chandramohan is back in form.
So nearly clips the leg stump, but instead it will be signalled as a wide. To be careful, don't you, facing left arm over bowlers, not to expose that leg stump.
Yes, that can be very crucial. Chandramohan on 48 of 60 deliveries. 32 dots in that, mind you. Well bowled. The required rate is creeping up every ball. It's almost 14.5.
Javid looks to the heavens. He wants a 4th. He might want a 5th as well. Reasonably tricky player of the match decision, actually, really. Hard to separate the 2 innings in terms of their importance. I know that certainly Fiaz's was much quicker. Fiaz Ahmed's similar in terms of volume. Going to come around the wicket now, Javid. This is something that Sohail Tanvir used to do brilliantly well. Mix up. Direct hit would have been close, but instead Chandramohan will move to 49.
Yes, the keeper is saying that you could have threw it in my hands, but the fielder there going for the glory. A good stop, diving stop. Yeah, it would have been surely gone if it was a direct hit.
Puri will just look to support Chandramohan, and maybe if Chandramohan does get that single, get to 50, or are we going to see him at least in the final 8 or 9 overs try and clear the ropes a bit?
Yes, I think that will be his to get to 50 and then get to unleash. Oh, good bouncer. Nicely played, rolling the wrist onto the ball. After 41, Singapore 149 for 8. A big day tomorrow for all the cricketing spectators. Nepal taking on Oman. It will be an official ODI match tomorrow, match number 7 at TU International Cricket Ground. Slower ball, back of the hand.
It will be an interesting contest tomorrow. Nepal versus Oman, playing after almost 1.5 years, Parish. Last time we played them was in 2021 around September. I think it was 1-1 in the 2 matches we played against them.
Puri, he just wants to give company to Chandramohan, who is on 49. After reaching 50, we might see some shots played by Chandramohan.
Has played well, Chandramohan. just one shy of his 50. Puri, on the other hand, was very impressive with the ball. Needs to show some skill with the bat as well. Yorker attempted by Rizwan, nicely dug out.
Rizwan on his 9th over, still steaming in with good deliveries. The last ball was Yorker length. There are 5 fielders inside the circle. Mid on, mid wicket, mid off, extra cover, and backward point.
Back of the length delivery. Nicely defended by Puri. Sounds familiar, that name Puri, isn't it, Paresh? Could you explain the meaning of that in Nepali?
Yes, mouth-watering stuff made with the dough. Another slower ball, inside edge, misses the stumps, going down towards pine leg. Single taken. This is now chance for Chandramohan to get to his 50. One ball remaining in this over. Singapore reaches 150 in the 42nd over.
Rizwan showing some good skills. Back of the hand, slower ball. Nice variations. Moving the point fielder towards the cover region. Not happy with the field earlier.
Gets to his 50. Quick single. Very well played, Chandramohan, with 4 fours and a 6 in his 50. 42 gone. Singapore 151 for 8. Imran Javed continuing from the pavilion and over the wicket. That's try to smash that down the ground, but couldn't connect it straight to either the captain. He's stationed himself into the boundary.
Yeah, first signs of aggressive shot of Chandramohan, trying to place it towards the offside. Rather, the ball coming quicker than he expected.
Dropped it. That was an easy chance. Never easy for a medium pace, a fast bowler in his follow through to take a return catch, but it was straight in his hand, straight in, straight out. Another missed chance from the Bahrain fielder. Look at this again. It came a bit slow as he expected, but it should have been taken.
Yeah, got 2 hands to it, Javed. Just couldn't hold on to it. Has bowled well, Javed. Picked up 3 important wickets.
It could have been his 4th wicket in his 9th over, giving away only 24 runs. What a spell he's bowled for his team.
Chandramohan getting that baseball stance, hitting it high up in the air, and it's the 4th wicket for Javed.
Yeah, comfortable catch for the fielder at long on. Junaid Aziz taking a comfortable catch, making his ground comfortably. It was high up in the air. Look at this, a good bouncer bowled by Javed. Made a good ground by Aziz to take a comfortable catch. 9th wicket down for Singapore. Chandra Mohul playing well, reaching his 50. Chandra Mohan gone for 51 off 66 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Singapore 153 for 9. Just a wicket away, Bahrain for a comfortable victory over Singapore and a good statement for the rest of the teams in the group, like Hong Kong, UAE.
As Javed runs in, looking for his 5th one. That was a very close. He was very close to get his 5th one. Yeah, umpire having a good look at the wicket and giving him the second warning as well. Second and final warning there for Javed.
Just a ball left in his over. He cannot bowl that. A smart catch. He made his ground very comfortably and just throws back to the bowler. Imran Javed with last ball of this over. A big appeal. I think it was pitched outside leg stump. A good over, wicket taking over for Javed. Singapore 154 for 9. Well, just a wicket away. Required rate is exactly 19 runs per over. Rizwan with his last over of his spell. Valimutu, the batter on strike. He's yet to open his account. Swing and a miss. Good appeal, and that's out. Bahrain winning this match very comfortably. The 3rd wicket for Rizwan. A very good spell by him. A good aggressive fast bowling by Bahrain. 3 for 38 his figures. Rizwan. Singapore bundled out for 154. Bahrain winning by 132 runs.
An attempted walk, Yorker, a hint of reverse swing and dead in front. Very well bowled by Rizwan.
Yeah, that was a very full delivery. No hesitation for the umpire to give that out. A very happy camp. Bahrain outplayed Singapore today in 3 departments: batting, bowling and fielding. Even though they dropped few catches, Bahrain, the captain Haider Ali, led from the front. Good decision by him in the bowling changes, in the field as well. Started off 7-2 field in the first couple of overs. First 2 overs was a maiden for both the bowlers. A very happy camp. You can see one of the catch droppers, David, on the screen there.
Yeah, finally, all in all, a very good game for Bahrain, winning by a big margin of 132 runs. Yeah, the formal shake of hands between the two teams played in good spirits. There you could see Fayaz, one of the main contributors in the batting lineup for Bahrain. Match number 5 comes to an end. Comprehensive victory for Bahrain.
Yes, a comfortable victory for Bahrain by 132 runs. We can see the drone shots again closer to the ground in this instant. The two umpires going. And we'll have a look at the second innings batting highlight of Singapore. It all started off well for Singapore. They didn't lose a wicket till the completion of 5 overs. They were a bit slow in the chase. Beautiful cover drive there at extra cover. Nice full shots played by the Singapore batters. Another lusty blow over extra. Nicely clipped off his hips. A good cut shot played by Chandramohan. Another pull shot. That was not that short to pull, but he played it very well. Another timed well cover drive off the spinner. The leg spinner came in and pulled some full tosses, which was nicely hit by Chandramohan. This was a good over extra. Another hard hitting shot. This was the best of the lot, I think. Smash that behind point for a boundary. Let's look at the batting card now. Let's look at the batting card here. 11, 11, 10, 7, 1, 5. The first 6 batters, then came in Chandramohan, 51 of 66. Vinod played 23 of 52, and Tilapan 20 of 26. Puri not out on 3, and Kalimuthu not out for a not. And let's have a look at the wickets to fall for Singapore. They were all out for 154. A good smart catch, diving to his left. This was the bottom hand coming into play. Easy catch to the captain, Hyder Ali. This was the gem of a delivery by Mazid. Another. And look at that. A big man rolling, tumbling down. A good catch by the keeper there. Of the bowling of Javed. Cleaned him up. Inside edge, rocked into middle stump. Another soft dismissal. Sohail taking that catch. This one's taking the gloves by Rizwan. Another good catch. He covered his ground very nicely. And the last wicket to go plumb in front. It was dead straight, full. Let's look at the bowling card now for Bahrain. Rizwan 9.1 overs, 2 maidens, 38 for 3. Dawood 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 for 1. Very economical. Javed 9 overs, 24 for 4. Majid 10 overs, 2 maidens 23 for 2. Haider 2 overs 10. Mateus 3 overs 16. Junaid 2 overs 15. And Soel 1 over for 9 runs. Here's the match summary of match number 5. Fiaz played very well, 79 of 59. Shabazz 76 of 98, and Soel 46 of 80. Vinod 2 for 32 for Singapore. Telepan 2 for 49 in 10. Kalimutu 2 for 83, very expensive. We're coming down to chase Chandramohan 51. Vinod 23 and Telepan 20. Javed 4 for 24. Pick up the bowlers for Bahrain. Rizwan 3 for 38 and Majid 2 for 23 in 10. Very economical. Bahrain winning the game by 132 runs. Andrew Leonard will be back to you with the post-match presentation shortly. Stay tuned.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post game number 5 here at the 1x ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. We've seen a really entertaining clash and an excellent performance. Actually, in theory ranked 10th of the 10 teams coming into the played by 100. We'll hear from both captains and we'll also speak to the player of the match in a few moments. But first, I would like to thank the Cricket Association of Nepal, in addition to all of the media rights holders, all the sponsors in this tournament possible. Our sincere thanks to them. Firstly, we'll speak to the captain. That is the captain, Saritra. Where did it go wrong?
I think the basics went wrong today. There was a lot of missed fields, dropped catches, and we had a moment in the game when we had 30 odd for 2 wickets down, and I had to catch at slips. I think that's where things started going wrong. They built a partnership, and we were a bit loose in the field. Lots of missed fields that went for boundaries. I think that's what we can ill afford in a big.
Yeah, Bahrain took a very composed approach, and that total at the halfway stage, did you feel you could chase that down?
Absolutely. I think the conditions were perfect for batting, to be honest, and the top order should take responsibility for not coming close to this total. Our middle order showed a lot of fight, but the responsibility of chasing a big score lies with the top order, and we all need to put our hands up and say that we just didn't do a good job today.
Okay, finally, hard luck today, but where will you be able to turn things around? You've got 2 more group games to go.
Yeah, I think people need to put their hands up and take responsibility. There's only so much the coaches and the support staff can do. It's down to the players. It's down to us as individuals to, just keep our heads up, maintain our composure, and just bounce back.
Yeah, thanks for your honesty. Hard luck today.
Thanks so much.
That's Aritra Dutta, the captain of Singapore. We'll speak now to the winning captain. It's going to be a delighted Haider Butt. He'll come up and join me. Haider Ali, up you come. No, we're going to have some translation as well. Okay. Haider, delighted with that team performance.
टीम परफॉर्मेंस पे खुश हो?
हाँ, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि हम पहला मैच जीते और ऑल फर्स्ट विकेट था, थोड़ा टॉस जीत के हमने बैटिंग की और ऑल बैट्समैनों ने अच्छी बैटिंग की, जैसे शबाज, फयाज, सुहेल. थोड़ा विकेट थोड़ा टर्निंग था, बट ये था कि मैनेज हो गया और हमने अच्छा बोर्ड पे टारगेट सेट किया.
So yeah, good to start the tournament on a winning note. Good toss to win, and the batters batted well, put a lot of runs on the board, so we could manage a comfortable start with the ball.
I thought you took a very mature and responsible approach to your batting, something you don't play a lot of 50 over cricket. You were very happy with that as well.
तो 50 ओवर हम लोग ज़्यादा नहीं खेले, पर अपना बैटर्स का अप्रोच बहुत अच्छा था. क्या था उसमें प्लानिंग था, प्रैक्टिस मैच?
50 ओवर मतलब कि हम बहुत कम खेले. जैसे अब कोचिंग स्टाफ और जो जैसे हमारे कोच हैं, उन्होंने हमें जो प्लान दिया हम उस प्लान पे ही खेलते रहे. बट हम 50 ओवर्स इतनी क्रिकेट नहीं खेले, बट हम काफ़ी टाइम पहले इधर आए, 2 प्रैक्टिस मैच खेले, बट उसमें थोड़ी सारी हमने गलतियाँ की, हम मैच हारे. बट आज हमने थोड़ी गलतियाँ कम किया और हमने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया.
Yeah, we don't play much of 50 overs cricket, but for this tournament we prepared early, we reached early, we played a couple of practice games, lost narrowly. I think we have learned from those, and it gave us a good chance to get acclimatized to the conditions, and we are happy that the batters could stick to their plan. The coaches wanted us to spend a lot of time, and I'm glad that the batters did that.
Well, we thought you played brilliantly. Many congratulations. Very well done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is the captain, Haider Ali, delighted, understandably. Time now for the player of the match decision. I'd like to call upon the ACC match referee for today's proceedings. That's Mr. Iftikhar Ali, who's going to come up to present this award. Iftikhar, great job today. To you and all of your umpiring team, thank you. Okay, we'll go in reverse order as always. It's the decision of the umpires. In reverse order, in third place today, really good bowling performance. 4 for 24 for the left arm seamer, Imran Javed. In second place with 70 of 59 deliveries, he smashed it everywhere, Fiaz Ahmed. But the player of the match today, a magnificent innings of 76, it goes to Shabaz Badar. So Shabaz is going to receive his award. Brilliant keeping effort as well today. And we'll have a chat with him as well. Thank you so much, Iftikhar. Stay with me. You get the translator in if you want. Your innings was very important because of those wickets that fell early.
आपका इनिंग्स इम्पोर्टेंट था क्योंकि पहले जो विकेट्स गिरे थे तो
बस यही प्लान था कि विकेट थोड़ा स्टे करना, जितना स्टे करेंगे उतना बाद में रन बनाना इजी हो जाएगा. तो हम लोग बस स्टे करके खेले थे, तो इसीलिए काफ़ी टाइम लिया, तो बाद में रन इजी हो गए.
Yeah, the plan was to spend time on the wicket and then get used to the conditions, and the more you bat, the better it becomes.
Okay, what about your wicket keeping? One brilliant catch, a very athletic effort.
आपका विकेट कीपिंग के बारे में कैसा था? अच्छा कैच भी पकड़ा आपने.
अच्छी, बस वो हम लोग यहाँ 2 प्रैक्टिस मैच खेले तो उससे विकेट का काफ़ी आइडिया हो गया था, तो काफ़ी लो रहता है बॉल, तो उसी हिसाब से हम लोग एडजस्ट करके खेले थे. 2 यहाँ पहले आने का काफ़ी फ़ायदा हो गया, तो बहुत उसके लिए काफ़ी मदद मिली, हम लोग को एक्सपीरियंस मिल गया कि विकेट कैसा बिहेव करता है सेकंड टाइम फर्स्ट टाइम, तो इसलिए काफ़ी अच्छा हम लोगों ने एडजस्ट किया.
So arriving early and playing couple of practice match really helped me understand the bounce of the pitch, especially when you're keeping first and keeping second. So I got the hang of how to go about it.
Okay, many congratulations. Player of the match today. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Okay, that's going to wrap it up. A delighted Bahraini side have pulled up maybe the first big upset of this tournament, and there's going to be plenty more of them to come at this ACC Men's Premier Cup. It'll wrap it up for today's coverage from us as well. 2 more games tomorrow. The first one is here at the TU International Cricket Ground. We're going to expect a big crowd as Nepal take on Oman, and then across at the Mulpani Stadium, UAE versus Hong Kong. 2 thrilling games in store. It's going to be a fantastic Friday. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow.